Okay, everyone, we are back. Apologies for the little bit of a false start there. Before we get too deep into it this time, could I get a sound test from anybody in our either Twitch or YouTube audience, please? And let us know if you guys can hear us. Cool, we are also live on YouTube, and we are live on Twitch again. Yes, we had to start this. Hello, computer. We had to start the stream over, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, cool. Thanks very much, everybody. And we'll go ahead and get started. All right. So, yeah, one more time, everybody. Again, I apologize for the double start here, but hopefully things go a little bit smoother this time. We are back with another Sitrep podcast live stream. I'm joined here by a lot of my friends with HK Ops. So, we are here for, like I said, another episode of HK Ops. If I could get a hello from everybody. You know what? Let me just go through the group one more time. So first of all, we have on our conference here in our game, we have Rasmus, who is playing Sirius.
Hello.
Or I should say Frederick callsign Sirius. And then we have Brun, who is playing Jackson callsign Ajax.
Hey everybody.
We have Jen, who is playing Annika callsign Taki.
Hi.
We have Dennis, who is playing callsign Templar.
Greetings.
Yeah, all right. And last but not least, we have our returning champion. We have Ash, who is playing, I guess, who used to be callsign Alex, but we're changing your callsign now to Cleric. Is that correct?
Yep. Where are those heals when you need them?
There you go. And we've needed some healers lately. Crawling around in these ISIS caves underneath our forward operating base. What was that, Brun? You set them a bear trap or a spike trap? I almost can't remember.
I believe it was a spike trap.
I shouldn't laugh at your misfortune, but
Thanks for reminding me of that.
as the storyteller, it's kind of my job to laugh at your misfortunes. Okay.
I'll take it personally.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I'm very glad. Alrighty. Yeah, so this is the first time, I think, since we kind of got started that we have a full crew. That's partially my fault, because I think we started in either the end of October or the middle of November. So, yeah, Oriskany in his blinding strategic brilliance decided to start a new project right before the holidays, and then wonders why the people in the group can't show up half the time. That's on me. But we're now into 2020, and we have a full crew for the first time, and we are ready to get started. I'm going to go ahead and minimize this. Hopefully that'll cut down on that display card intrusion where it pops up in front of what I'm trying to display here. OBS, just keep working, but we don't need to see you working. Alright, cool. So, this is also part 2 of a game we started, I think, on February 23rd. So that live play has been recorded and is on our YouTube channel, our Sitrep YouTube channel. Let me go ahead and turn off this fan here. Our Sitrep YouTube channel, it's been there for about 2 weeks. It was a 6-hour stream. It was our first part of this role-playing system, or of this particular role-playing game, this story arc, where we go to, of all places, everyone's favorite hotspot, Syria. So if we can get back to our original operations area here. Okay, so again, the orders are posted on our Discord channel, also on YouTube, also on tabletop.com. The previous mission is posted all over the place, so I'm not going to go into all like the super crunchy details on this again, because I bored everybody to death with this before. But super fast, what the mission here is, for anyone who might be watching on the stream, or just to kind of refresh our players here, is the United States has pulled out of this part of Syria, and that's part of in real life politics. The United States, for different reasons, felt compelled to pull its official presence out of this northeastern part of Syria, this part of Syria that's colored here in blue. Okay. However, as part of our fictional 5 minutes in the future HK Ops universe, so to speak, various parts of the United States wants the United States government, that's the Department of Defense, the State Department, and the State Department, want to continue to leverage, influence, and keep surveillance in this area. These people are supposed to be our allies. So what we're left with is aerial patrols and drones. The problem is an air campaign over this area that we no longer have troops in is sort of dependent on ground installations. We need air traffic center, or not air traffic centers, but like waypoint centers, navigation beacons. We need air defense sites. We need air surveillance sites. We need a network that our satellites can hook into. We can navigate our drones, and so on and so forth. Hostile elements in this area. So if we kind of zoom in on where our operational area is, we come to this little map. And this is where this is actually like our little campaign area for this story. Hostile elements in this area, and in this particular part of Syria, as much as I would love to put you guys up against full-on Russian troops, that's over in the eastern part, in the western part of Syria. We're in the eastern part of Syria. But actual parts of actual hostile elements that we do have to worry about here are the actual Assad, the army of the formal Syrian government, or what's left of it, the Assad Regime. That's the Syrian Arab Army, or the SAA. And also remnants of ISIS, and we ran across some of those remnants 2 weeks ago. So our mission was to insert into this former U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force Forward Operations Base (FOB) call sign Eagle's Nest, and this is where the U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force used to run ground operations for the air effort in this part of northeastern Syria. They've had to pull out because of political reasons or whatever. However, the government wants to continue to exercise discretionary, off-the-books kind of operations in this area. That means private military contractors that aren't subject to, congressional oversight and all these other, legalities that they don't want to deal with right now. So who do they call? They call us. And they call these private military contractors, that's Phalanx Multinational Consultants. It's just one company that's, in the ecosystem, so to speak. It's a fictional company, obviously, for those of us in the chat. And we were inserted here 2 weeks ago, and here we are. So there are 3 teams that have been inserted into this mission. Okay, there's our group, X Team, which is short for Escalation Team. Actually, I shouldn't do that. I almost included Miss Knight in our. So there's this group right here. That's X Team 619. That's our basic group. That's for lack of a better term, that's our party. Okay, so we have Rasmus's character, we have Brun's character, we have Jen's character, and we have. Well, I'm going through the characters first, then I'll get to the NPCs. So we have Rasmus's character, Brun's character, Jen's character, Dennis's character. We have the NPC Bubblegum. I'm paying him a compliment by giving him full NPC status. I'm counting him as an NPC, not as equipment. And then we have our 5th member, who was not with us last session, but is going to be joining us in this session. Okay, and that's Ash's character, Alex. So that's our group, X Team 619. They carry that name because they're the 6th team founded by PMC, or by Phalanx Multinational, in fiscal year 2019. The next group we have, if I can figure out how this works, our next group we have is the elite of our group. We're not actually the best people in this mission, or at least not the most experienced people in this mission. I'll leave it up to you guys to decide who's the best. But the quote-unquote senior group, or the more experienced group in this mission, is X Team Sigma. They actually get a name. They used to be Sierra. I realized I accidentally misnamed them Sigma, so guess what? They're Sigma now. Is X Team Sigma. And that is Michael Easton is the leader of that group, and there's a whole backstory behind that, involving multiple people in our group now, and then some other NPCs. These guys are like, if you were like 3rd or 4th level D&D fighters and rangers and magic users, these guys are like 10th level. They're just people that are, you're not exactly newbies, but you're not exactly like kick-ass characters yet. These guys are starting to approach like that kick-ass. They're just the people like next in line, a little bit ahead of you in line, so to speak. Conversely, we have X Team 220. And the naming convention there is they are the 2nd team formed in fiscal year 2020. So obviously they were formed after your team. Obviously they are noobs, cherries, boots, whatever term you want to use for them. These are the brand new kids on the block. They're there to help. They're here to help, I should say. But they're not the most. These are your literal first level characters. These are guys who are used to fighting bats and kobolds, and they're not really ready for too much more. And there's already some conflict and some issues going on between. Yep. Well, Don Wilson, I think, has already gotten his ass kicked once. Didn't you break his nose or break his jaw or?
I broke his nose. Yeah.
Yeah, cold cocked him one time. So yeah.
I didn't break his fingers for putting them on my stuff.
Your stuff. It's not your stuff any more than it's their stuff. But no, he shouldn't have been touching it.
My toolkit is my stuff.
Oh, I forgot about your toolkit. You're right. You're right. He did actually steal your personal property. I was thinking about the computer electronics and the.
My stuff, he's gonna come back short a finger.
I was talking about the. I was thinking about the computer and uplink equipment in the forward operation base. I totally forgot about your toolkit. And we have Miss Gabrielle Knight, which we've all already encountered several times. Some of us have encountered her more than others. But I'm going to let Brun explain that. But Gabrielle Knight is here, and she is.
I resemble that.
There you go. So there is. She's the actual person in charge. So I know I say this a lot. Take your first drink of the day, everybody. Long story short, we have. Yeah, there you go. We have the officer in charge, and then we have three squads or 3 fire teams. That's the mission. Now, as far as our actual mission goes, again, I'm going over this really fast, guys, because again, if people in the chat are interested, we do have literally a 6-hour video that goes into all this. So I'm not going to propose to talk about it here for another 6 hours. Here is our actual place that we're deployed in. Okay, we have forward operation-based Eagle's Nest, like I was saying before, and so far, this is our actual base. We'll go into what the base looks like in just a second. This is basically home base for this mission. This is our actual hometown, so to speak. We are charged with defending these friendly ground control stations for ongoing navigation, air defense, and air surveillance in this part of Syria. So drones, airbase, I should say aerial patrols, stuff like that, let me think about a catchy way to say this. Traditionally, we always think of air power influencing the situation on the ground. Before you start a big ground battle, you want control of the sky so you can bomb enemy troops, blow up their bridges, and all that stuff like that. And that's absolutely true. In asymmetrical, non-linear warfare like this, non-kinetic warfare like this, especially when you're not allowed by Congress to have an army on the ground, the reverse can happen very quickly. Operations on the ground can affect the situation in the air in a war where there's no front lines. If you're fighting a group like ISIS or the Syrian Arab army that pretty much only has helicopters at this point, again, I'm not putting anyone up against the Russians. What you're left with is you have an air force, you have air superiority, that's all great. Here's what happens. The enemy just walks up to your air base and blows it up. Now they take your air force out of the war via ground operations instead of vice versa. That's usually impossible to do in a conventional war because there's a front line and the enemy can't get to your air bases, which are behind your lines. There's no front line in a battle like this or in a campaign like this. So it's easier than many people think for troops on the ground to take an enemy air force out of the fight. That is specifically your group's job. Defend these sites. And we've already started that in last week's session. Or I should say the session we had 2 weeks ago. So we have how many, these numbers underneath each site. We have Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, Zulu, and Yankee. Underneath each site we have how many additional claymores were set up around the perimeter and what the success rating on that demolition check was. So our characters have already been to these areas and set up additional defenses, and I have the strength and effectiveness of those defenses kind of recorded here in an abstract RPG kind of a way. That's part of the group's mission. Another part of the group's mission is to attack enemy air defense sites. So it's both an offensive and defensive mission. That's these sites. This site, actually, I take that back. That site is not supposed to be attacked. That's a warning. Stay the hell away from it. So do not go into that major town. It's too big. But we have... site number 1. Site number 2 has already been hit, and we have site number 3. So X-Team Sigma has already been in action. You guys have been doing your defensive work, and so far you haven't run across any enemies. I'll get to the tunnels in just a second. Out here on the perimeter. Okay, so that's sort of our situation. And we have 3 teams, one in basic terms that is offensive, one that is defensive, and then the noobs, the cherries, X-Team 220, is there to support either team as tactical situations require. And part of our subplots already have been arguing over what X-Team 220 is actually going to do. The 2 team leaders and the overall mission leader, the case officer, there's been debate about how to utilize our very, very limited resources. Because again, there's only 15 people in this mission, and we're looking, and there's the scale. So there's a lot of ground to cover. That's a lot of ground for 15 people and a couple vehicles to actually, control or even surveil, even with technology and equipment. It's not going to be easy, by design. And this is our actual operations base. You'll notice that this is a sort of a ridge here. Everything's to scale as far as the people and the vehicles, so you guys get an idea of how big this place is. Obviously, the players have already been here for 6 hours, but again, for people in the chat. This is our actual forward operation base. You will see that underneath these 2 flanks here, there are rivers or springs or whatever. There's a water source that kind of flows up from under the ridge, hinting that there's an underground structure beneath this. You can't have an RPG without at least some kind of a dungeon crawl. So directly underneath our forward operation base, there turned out to be this tunnel complex, which we cleared and explored and fought our way through in our session 2 weeks ago. And we found some ISIS survivors, holdouts down here, some fanatics. There was a little bit of firefight, a little bit of wounds. It seems to be clear now. Some of these ruins date back to the 2nd century AD. They're early pre-Constantine kind of Christian, hidden churches. Some of them are much more recent. They've been, hollowed out and expanded as either Syrian army or even later on ISIS have sort of, cleared out this area and tried to make it more of an actual installation. And we have some people in the chat. What's going on? Gaz, how you doing, sir? I am still echoing, but that's okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and try and get rid of that. Hold on a second, guys. I think I know how to get rid of that. Hopefully I don't break the chat here. Okay, sound test. Can you guys still hear me okay in the chat? In the chat, can you guys hear me? Gaz, other people in the chat, can you guys still hear me? Yeah, you guys can still hear me through GoToMeeting. I'm worried about can people hear us in the chat. Yes, and the echo is gone. Yeah, so in my mad attempt to try and make sure that people could hear us before, I turned on more than one audio source. So that was the reason for the echo. Awesome. Because I overcompensated when I was trying to fix it before. Okay, guys. So now that I've rambled for the better part of 45 minutes, that and audio issues, can hear us on Twitch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Awesome. Yeah, guys, that's my fault. We had audio issues before, and in desperation to try and make sure somebody could hear us, I turned on more than one audio channel, and now when I got fixed, you could hear me through more than one audio channel, hence the echo. So I am putting things back the way they were, and hopefully we're okay now. Cool. So again, sorry for the huge the problem, guys, but we're now back, and no more audio issues, no more catch up, no more recap. We're ready to start. Now, what you guys probably remember, one of the last things that happened last session was Gabrielle Knight, the actual case officer in charge of this mission, realized that 150 kilometers of Syrian high desert was a lot of terrain to cover, even with just 3 teams, even with the surveillance, even with the satellites. We're going to need more people. So she called in for reinforcements. She didn't get an additional team, however, she did get exactly one additional person, and that's our returning champion, Mr. Ash. So Ash, a UH-60 Blackhawk picks you up from Mosul. That's in northern Iraq, I'm sure you know. And we are now, yeah, that Blackhawk now lands here. I'm going to go ahead and, okay, so the Blackhawk lands. These are our vehicles. We've already kind of gone through, like, the group can start talking. I'm going to lose my voice in a second here. As far as what vehicles we have and what missions we've done so far and what, basically what our status is. So some additional supplies. Oh, you know what I'll do? Do you guys want any additional supplies? They'll bring that in the helicopter along with Ash. So another 20 claymores. Okay, she'll do that. Anything else? Right. That's this cave structure that she's talking about. But hey, like I said, you gotta have a dungeon crawl in an RPG game, complete with traps. I was actually hoping you guys weren't going to see that entire thing, because if ISIS if ISIS attacks this place, it was going to be fun to have some ISIS guys pop up literally from the ground beneath you. But you guys have already shut that down. Not only have you cleared and explored that, but again, there are now claymores set up in these entrance points. And that number, we have a 3, we have a 3, we have a 4. Those are the successes that Templar has set up as far as how well in place and how well hidden those claymores are. So if anyone decides to enter this ridge from beneath via these access tunnels, they're going to have to make a perception plus demolition check against and get more successes than that in order to see it before they hit a tripwire and blow themselves up. So all this has now been not only cleared, but also booby trapped to keep more people from coming in here. Sure. And I am hearing in the chat that they cannot hear the team members. Okay, hold on a second, guys. Let me see if I can fix that again. Oh boy. Oh, Jen, I can't. Jen, I haven't made the updates yet. Headset microphone. Oh boy. Okay, now we've made the updates. Jen, now go ahead and give a sound test and see if people can hear us.
Hey guys, can you hear us?
Gas, has that made a difference as far as whether or not you can hear the team members and not just me?
We're all ready to kick ass.
Chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Oh, except you brought bubblegum, so...
She can hear the team now. Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the joke? Thanks very much, Rumble and Gaz, for giving us the heads up on that. I appreciate it. Yeah, what was the joke from last session? It's like, you can chew bubblegum, but don't chew this bubblegum, because this bubblegum chews back.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's our boy, literally bubblegum. He's in our NPC chart, which I can't see at the moment. Yeah, that's our boy right there, who actually already fought an ISIS insurgent last session.
And won.
Yeah. I think it was either Jen or Rasmus that actually killed him, but he found it hard to shoot back when he had a husky dog like hanging off of his forearm.
Yep.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks again, guys. I appreciate it. Nothing would suck worse than streaming for 6 hours and only finding out then that nobody could hear half the chat. Or more than half the chat. Alright, so again, there's our group. Let me make sure I'm sure I do. I just have to go bring them up on the table here. The Ash, or I shouldn't say Ash anymore. The call sign is no longer Alex. Call sign is now Cleric. Hey. Hey guys, now that we found out that this mission actually has bad guys in it that want to hurt us, it might be a good idea to have I almost said cleric. We actually have a medic on standby. Oh my god. You guys are like determined to turn this into an actual whatchamacallit, an actual like dungeon crawl D&D style RPG. Not that I would mind doing that, but I'm just.
Cleric brings more medical supplies with him.
Oh yeah, maybe we should go over his loadout. He's got two first aid kits, and like we said earlier in the orders, the forward operation base does carry a lot of or did come pre-stocked with a lot of medical supplies. So as the Army and the Air Force got their orders, this is Staff Sergeant Wilcox that we talked to from 10th Mountain Division last session. As they were getting their orders to pull out, they did leave a couple guys behind to maintain some vehicles and then leave the vehicles here. We had a quick handshake with him, and then he left in an unarmed Humvee. El Shaddada, I think he went back to. The closest thing the U.S. Army still has to a base in northeastern Iraq in this universe. I'm not privy to any kind of classified information, and if I was, I certainly wouldn't put it on a Twitch stream. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, but their orders were also, hey, all that stuff that's stocked in that forward operation base, just go ahead and leave it there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about bringing it back. The writing was on the wall that yes, we are officially pulling out of here, but we're gonna bring in some off the books people to kind of take over. And again, that's where private military contractors come in. So yes, 2 first aid kits he's bringing in personally, but he's also written the orders that this base does have a little bit of a I won't say like a hospital by no means, but like a really well stocked first aid station in the main building, climate controlled building.
More importantly, he's bringing Dotson healing, which means maybe Ajax and I might be able to regain grit at some point in time in this game if he actually gets rid of our wounds.
Right, so what Jen's talking about, for people who are in the chat, is when a character gets wounded, there is, obviously you take a certain number of levels and, down you go and you take these, game effects or whatever. Then you can make a first aid check. 1 first aid check only per wound, so it better be a good roll, especially if it's a bad wound. So we did have 2 pretty serious wounds. We had some grenade shrapnel from an ISIL suicide bomber, and then we had an actual trap down in those tunnels that hit Ajax pretty hard. So his new nickname is Limpy or Stumpy or something like that. But what that means, no respect at all. No way. Now the difference between wounds and healing, again, wounds is stop the bleeding, restore the breathing, treat for shock, elevate the wound, keep it clean, keep it closed, disinfect it so it doesn't get it, pretty much keep it from getting worse, and try to get the person back in the fight, or at least mobile so he can evacuate him or herself. That's what wounds does, and it does get rid of the immediate, this -1, -1, -2, -2, this immediate game effect. However, you're still wounded. And the first aid rules in this game were starting to get a little overpowered, where people were taking multiple machine gun bullets, making first aid checks, healing up, and then going through the rest of the mission without a problem. Again, just because you can get through the rest of that firefight doesn't mean you're okay. These wounds take months and weeks to heal, and there's a mechanic for that. And that's the difference between healing, which is by an actual doctor with a medical facility actually making you well long term, and wounds, which is, getting you back in the fight long enough to get to the end of the scene. So wounds is anybody with first aid training, EMT training, like immediate, trauma and shock training or whatever. But then healing is the actual long-term effect. That's an actual much more difficult skill. And of course there's surgery, which is even worse. Hence it's in the blue field there. But so far, we don't really have anybody in the group besides the newly arrived cleric. I can't believe you guys called him cleric, because now I'm just going to call him cleric. He's not a cleric. That's his call sign. They chose cleric for his call sign. It's all good. To actually start healing some characters. So for now, the scene opens, like I said, with that helicopter landing in forward operation base Eagle's Nest. And out of the helicopter pops all this new equipment. Again, 20 more claymores. You were asking for actual thermal imaging, not night vision. Yes, Scott Dellum will be able to get you in. He'll get you in. Well, let's see. Let's find out what Mr. Scott Dellum can do. That's a pretty rare item, but just to actually get some dice in our actual.
I wasn't thinking that each individual person would get it. Maybe like kind of like a binocular set that had thermographics on it for each team. You know,
Well,
considering it is such a high-end item.
So we're kind of splitting hairs between actual thermal sights and night vision sights, which uses like ambient light or whatever. Because down in the tunnels, there's no like starlight, moonlight, nearby street lights or whatever. It's actual pitch darkness. And down there, with amplified light things like NVGs really work. Now again, if it works on thermal, that's going to be different, and that's what I'm rolling here. So I'm actually making a roll for Scott's education plus logistics. See how many of these he can get. It's a tough item, so I'll make the target number an 8. And he gets 2 successes. So he will get you. Let me get this more of this dice box actually on camera here, so you guys can see what I'm actually rolling. That way, when you die, you can't say I was cheating. No, but in all seriousness, he got 2 successes on that, so there will be 2 full-scale thermal night sights on that helicopter.
Nice.
So 20 more claymores, an actual medic who knows what he's doing. What else did we say? These 2 night vision, or not night vision, thermal imaging sites. And anything else at last chance before the chopper takes off from Mosul?
An extra small or 2?
An extra small or 2. He'll send in 1 additional small, so now you've got 4.
Who? If we don't ask, we don't get.
Oh yeah. No, that's the reason for this logistics base back behind your forward operating base, is to provide long-term support. It's also your evacuation. So what this also does from a storytelling perspective is that if people can't make it to the game, or new people want to join the game, or people that weren't able to be in last time can get in this time or whatever, this is how you get characters out of the table. This is how you put characters back on the table. So helicopters are your friend as far as storytelling games go.
Unless they belong to the enemies, and then it's not your friend anymore.
Well, then it's my friend as a storyteller, not yours. Speaking of which, do I have
you ask for Stinger missile as well?
They don't have those.
Oh, okay.
Now, I did say, in all honesty, because this is all recorded, so I can't lie, that these forward air defense bases did have Humvees. I can't remember the actual name of the system. There's a variant of the Humvee that has a quad launcher. It's either a quad launcher of Stingers, or it's 2 Stingers and a 20 millimeter like chain gun or something like that. It's there's a name for it. It just escapes me at the moment. There's their version of the Humvee that's made for air defense, and what those things, what those 4 forward bases actually are one of those Humvees with, booby trap for self-demolition and so on and so forth, rigged for, remote control or automated control, also rigged to help drones navigate and so on and so forth. It's like sort of like a frequency relay that allows the carriers boosting from, where the hell was that, back at El Shaddadi, or even back at Mosul, but those carrier waves, the ones that aren't, I'm going off on a tangent here, the ones that aren't specifically satellite controlled, they can control them more locally from Mosul to El Shaddadi, or direct from El Shaddadi. Long story short, take another shot, they need those relay stations. So regarding Stingers, I kind of talked myself in a huge circle there, I apologize. There are Stingers bolted to the roofs of those Humvees. So if you want a Stinger, they're available, but taking one means that you're reducing the efficacy of these forward installations, which is literally the point of your mission, is to maintain those stations and make sure that they remain operational. So it's there, but it's kind of a judgment call as far as whether or not you want to get them. But technically there are 10 Stingers at your disposal, 2 of them on each of the Humvees at each of those 5 locations. Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Zulu. So if you want to take one, You can. You just might be filling out a report when you get back to Alexandria, Virginia. And don't let Don Wilson get a hold of it either. Avenger AA Hummer. Gaz, thanks very much. I appreciate the tip. Go ahead, Templar. Go ahead.
Yeah, Gaz beat me to it. I was going to say it's the Avenger air defense system.
I literally saw one at an air show. It was totally. Those are Stingers on there, right? I was totally spacing on the name. But thanks.
I'm looking at a picture right now. It's got two things that look like long boxes with 4 little holes in each of them. So I would imagine it's some kind of missile or rocket.
So there's 8. There's 8 Stingers in there.
Yes.
Shit, I was way off.
4 on either side, with a giant, looks like solar panel thingy in the back.
That's the radar sensor. Yeah, that's the sensor and the uplink. Sweet. Okay, so yeah, you got a shitload of Stingers if you want to grab any of them. But for now, like I said, the helicopter lands. Ash gets out. You guys see Ash. Hello, everybody. And Gabrielle, make sure that all the requested equipment is here. We're good on that. And we are beginning day 3 of our mission. And you guys take it from here.
Wow.
Who ordered Meals on Wheels?
I'm sorry, what about Wheels?
I said, who ordered Meals on Wheels?
Meals on Wheels.
Ajax will raise his hand. I could use some. I could use some attention, sir.
Yeah, you look down at his boot. He stepped in a big old bear trap. Big old ISIS bear trap down in those tunnels.
Okay, can I ask where's the med center?
Yeah, it's going to be back in this. Yeah, so there's 2.
Regular.
Let me actually zoom in a little bit here. So there's 3 basic structures. Well, I shouldn't say structures. The main building is here. That's an outdoor parking lot. Interior. This is actually like a building. We see HVAC units, so it's climate controlled. This is also where we see all of the surveillance. So all of those defense stations I was mentioning earlier, those are all wired in here with cameras, claymores, the whole 9 yards. So that's part of it. This is a much older building that's been here for at least 30 or 40 years. It's taken some RPG hits and so on and so forth. Not climate controlled, but it is a sturdy building. These tents are pretty much unused. These are 2 weapons pits that have fallen out of use. Notice there's no weapons in the weapons pits. And then up here we have some ruins dating back God knows how long. Several hundred years at least. Some of the ruins underneath us had writing in Aramaic, so that shit goes back, or Arabic. That shit goes way back to, like I said, 2nd century. But so that's the basic outline, or I should say the basic layout of this installation. These are the actual vehicles we have, although these vehicles have been kind of split up between the 2 teams. And the main medical center is going to be in this main structure. Let me think here. Like 2 cots, some IVs. Again, not a hospital, but way better than what you carry in a backpack, sort of a first aid kit.
So yeah, I basically I'm gonna point at Taki and Ajax.
Mm-hmm.
Say, you 2, with me now. Let's get you fixed up. And it's good to see you guys.
It's been a while, Ash, but just so you know, I'm not into threesomes.
I was going to say, General Montgomery's arrived. You 2, on me. Let's go. That's awesome. I doubt you'll get any. I doubt you'll get any argument from Ajax. He's I think the worst hurt of the 2.
He is.
Yeah. I even made a note on my character sheet that I currently am not regaining grit due to my wound.
Yes, that is this new blood splatter that's on your character sheet. You are campaign wounded, for lack of a better term. So, yeah, that's sort of the game mechanic thing for that. You may or may not have, in fact, I know you don't, have any actual wound levels as far as game penalties in actual combat because you've made successful first aid checks. But to reflect the fact that you are, in fact, wounded, and it's 1 week per green level. Let me zoom in a little bit here. 1 week per green level, 1 month per yellow level, and then like 2 to 3 months per red level. If you get knocked down to incapacitated, that's like you're in a coma for 2 or 3 months. After that, you're going to be spending the bulk of the next year learning to walk again. We're trying to make the wound system in this game at least a little realistic. As far as what happens when people, God forbid, actually get hit with bullets, rockets, IEDs, things like that. Even if you don't get killed, it's going to impact your life significantly. And again, that's the difference between this somewhat, hopefully not too confusing system between wounds and healing. There are 2 skills and they do 2 different things. Speaking of which, let's try to get some wound things going here.
I believe I had reached a level 3 wound when we first aided me, so that's where I was at, I believe. I don't believe I broke a bone, but I believe it was moderate bleeding.
Yeah, you guys were down to 3, and I think, Jen, you were down to 2 at your worst with that grenade fragment?
Yeah.
Okay. Not that it super matters, our system here, as rudimentary as it is at the moment, is for wounds. Once per day, intelligence plus healing, difficulty of the wound. That's probably not showing up on your window there. Once per day, intelligence plus healing, difficulty equals level of the wound or 6, whichever is higher. So it's the standard difficulty until you get into anything above internal injuries. Then the difficulty becomes 7 or 8 or 9 to actually save somebody who is that badly gone. It gets a lot tougher. But these wounds are in generally pretty light. So 1 chance per patient, and again, it's going to be education plus wounds. Sorry, education plus healing. That's literally the whole. Yeah. So who are you rolling for first?
First will be Ajax.
Okay.
And
anything a 6 or better counts as a success on D10s, right? Okay.
D10s, that's 2.
2. All right, so you were at moderate bleeding was your worst. He got rid of 2, but you're still at bruised. So you're going to remain, whatchamacallit, Ajax, I'm sorry. You're going to remain not regaining grit for the rest of the mission. Because he gets to make that roll once, and he got 2 out of the 3 required successes, number of successes being the worst part of your wound. The good news is, although it won't be immediate, is that when you get done with the mission, you literally will have 1 semi-permanent, wound level. So it's going to be a week before you get 100% better. So if this mission lasts longer than a week, which, spoilers, it won't, then you would be 100% healed. If that makes any sense.
That makes perfect sense. And and logistically it makes sense. I mean, he came in, he stitched me up, so I'm not as bad as I was, but I'm still wounded. Yeah,
now game effects, that literally made no difference because you were already not taking any -0, -1, -1, -2, and that no grit recovery rule is going to remain. If you had gotten 3 successes, you would regain grit. Unless, now I'm going to be a little lenient here because Alex is rejoining our group after a while, unless Alex wants to, or I should say Ash, sorry, unless Ash wants to retroactively declare, which is normally illegal, that he spent a grit point on that roll. A grit point automatically gives an automatic success. So you spend a grit point. Cool. So you spend a grit point on that roll. Normally, again, you're just rejoining the group, so no big deal. But from now on, you have to declare that beforehand. You literally grit your teeth and you say, okay, this is really important, and you use up. It's basically like a willpower point or whatever in other game systems, and you get an automatic success before you even roll dice. So if you spent that grit point ahead of time, now your 2 successes becomes 3 successes. Ajax was down to -3 at his worst. That's all 3, 1, 2, 3 required successes. He's now at 0. I'm going to go ahead and reluctantly remove this blood splatter from his character sheet. You are no longer wounded in any sense of the term. Game mechanic-wise, I mean, yeah. Okay?
Yeah, story-wise, I'm still wounded, but game mechanic-wise, I'm fine.
I mean, literally, you're still limping or whatever, but... And that's going to be for 3
Alex or Jackson were really looking forward to some R&R with his R&R nurses.
That's right. Okay, so
notice I didn't say that.
So next patient. Do you have like a receptionist in your doctor's office? I'm sure Taki will volunteer for that. No.
I got something you can receive right here.
I was about to say, that wouldn't work as you being the receptionist because you are the next patient. I'll say, who's calling in the next patient? I forgot it was actually you. Okay, so she took a little bit of an ISIS, actually it's a Russian, but an ISIS guy had it. They were trying to take an ISIS prisoner captive in those tunnels underneath them. And as Rasmus was taking him prisoner, after he detached bubblegum from his forearm, he started, bellowing out the usual, exclamations or whatever, pulled a Russian RKG-3 anti-tank grenade out of his belt, dropped it on the floor. Actually, he didn't drop it on the floor. He was pulling the pin to blow everybody up. I think Taki shot him in the head. Down he goes. The grenade falls at his feet. Taki kicks the grenade down the tunnel. Everybody else dives for cover.
I shot him in the lower back, and then Taki played soccer with the grenade.
There you go. Okay. Either way, she wound up. That's right. She was the one that actually kicked the grenade. She kicked the grenade further down the tunnel. She did take 2 pieces. So in game terms, she's down 2 levels. So you need 2 successes on this. Yeah, but she's got a little piece of anti-tank grenade shrapnel in her upper left shoulder. So same roll as before, except this time you only need 2 successes because it's not as bad.
Okay, so I'm not using a grip point. I'm sorry.
Okay. Target number 6.
But that's 4 success.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Obviously.
It's like, there's a little bit of, there was a little piece of metal still in there. There was a little sliver of steel still in there, but, you found it, pulled it out, no worries. No infection yet.
It.
Oh, you keep it? Okay.
Just in a little jar.
Well,
I didn't know.
Yeah, the wounds level, the wounds check got rid of most of it, but, again, that's the super fast first aid. The healing check said, here's the infection, here's the actual muscle or nerve damage, God forbid any bone damage. Let me reverse that. Muscle and or bone, God forbid any nerve damage, and any residual shrapnel, or even worse from an infection standpoint, secondary shrapnel. In other words, okay, the shrapnel is easy enough to pull out, but what if it pulled in some of your clothing with it? That's harder to pull out, and that's where infections get started. But he found all that, pulled it out, patched you up. Again, now neither character is still bleeding, so to speak. I'm going to save that blood splattered graphic, though, damn it, because I'm going to slap it on somebody else before the day is out. I promise you that.
Better late than never.
Never mind the evil storyteller. All right. Cool. So, let's see what else is going on with Cleric's arrival. That's going to be Gabrielle greets you as, she's basically the case officer in charge of this forward operations base. She says, hey, how you doing? She asks, what's going on back there in Mosul. Mosul has everybody. Marcus Bryant is at Mosul. The actual case management, or actually case director. Then we have Gabrielle, who's running this op, who's actually with us. And then our logistics guy, the guy who provided us that extra small, the thermal sights, and the additional claymores, is Scott Dellum. He's also back at Mosul, which does not look like this. That's back in Virginia. Okay. And of course, the other person that comes to see you is your boy Michael.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. Last time I saw you, you were on a bed in pretty bad way.
That's right. I was. It was not good. We went to another mission in Angola, which did not go so well. We went over this briefly last session. I don't know if anyone's got any detailed notes, but Michael Easton was not the actual leader of X Team Sigma at the time. That was somebody named, I can't find his name right now because I'm stupid. But I actually had his name written down somewhere. It is no big deal, but it was not him. He is now the leader of X Team Sigma.
Oh, it's
Dale Harris. Sorry, Dale Harris. So yeah, Dale Harris did not make it out of Angola. We're sorry to say. And Yeah. Again, in this room is you, Ajax, again, the two patients, you, Ajax, Taki, and Michael Easton and Gabrielle Knight. So all you guys are in the room. Go ahead, Jen.
And if you have any Dotson social observe,
yeah,
you might notice a little something in the vibe between Michael Easton and Ajax.
That's true. They are both in the room right now.
It's all on his end.
It's all.
Hey, I told you.
Does Gabrielle walk in after the two of them are already in there?
Gabrielle. Okay, so yes, the order of appearance would be. Cleric walked in there with his two patients, Taki and Ajax, and took care of them. While they were being taken care of, it was like, oh, Alex is here. Oh, big news. So in comes in Gabrielle, and after that comes in Michael. So that's when we get all 5 people in there. And again, if anyone else wants to join the group, that's absolutely that's up because everyone's back at the base. It's the middle of the night.
I'll put away the claymores and then I'll check the computer.
Okay.
The remote monitoring.
Awesome.
Just to make sure somebody does that and not
make sure,
overfill the.
Make sure Don Wilson hasn't stolen any of it yet.
Exactly.
We do have a potential thief in the group. And he tried to enlist, in fact, he may have, I'm not going to tell the characters what to do, he may have enlisted Sirius in that little scheme. Maybe not actual theft of property, but things that we happen to find in the course of our mission just might not get reported on the mission book, so to speak.
Well, bitch better keep his fingers off my shit.
He has been warned.
Mr. Toughy Ears, welcome to the chat, sir. Awesome. It's been a while since we've had people outside of our immediate HK Ops / Sitrep group. Thank you very much for coming by. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream by all means. All right, yes, those are the 5 people that are in the room right now. Rasmus is next door checking out those surveillance feeds. Again, it's the middle of the night, so nothing really is going on at the moment there. Are we just going to go back into that first aid room, or did anybody else want to do anything?
I think Templar's the only one that hasn't decided what he was doing yet.
I'm checking equipment, guns, make sure everything's ready to go. After that wild ride, checking out the outposts.
He's staying out of the Days of Our Lives soap opera moment.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, I imagine there's soundtrack playing when Gabrielle Knight walked into the room. It was when eye contact was made with Ajax. It was like, oh yeah.
You guys are never gonna let me live that down ever.
Another social observe roll will have you noticing Taki rolling her eyes the second everybody walks in.
Well, right now it's just 2 old veterans, catching up.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so basically I'm talking with Easton and just seeing how it is.
Easton has been doing, things have gone exceedingly well for Easton after that Mexico mission. The Mexico mission was a bit of a bad day for X-Team Sigma. They got pretty badly shot up. They had another bad mission in Angola. Now, as far as, this is just like, in fact, you know what? Give me a, please, perception plus social observe.
There's 2 and 2. That's 3 10s. I don't think I've ever rolled. Yeah, 3 10s and a 2.
That's awesome. All right, yeah, so you pretty much know everything. In fact, you may, just from like, probably because you're friends with Easton or whatever, you've kept in better touch with them over the intervening months. You might know more about the background than anybody else. Because Gabrielle, well, I was about to say you're better friends with Gabrielle, but that's absolutely not true. So Easton had a tough time, and obviously all of X-Team Sigma had a tough time in Mexico. We were all there for that. Actually, we were there in the aftermath for that. X-Team Sigma's bad day in Mexico is what kicked off our very first mission, in fact. So he was in the hospital for a while. After that, he got out of this. You walked in, if you remember that scene, on a bit of a moment between him and Gabrielle at the time, Miss Knight. So no worries there. You already knew about that. What's been going on since then? Okay, again, there was that mission in Angola where Dale Harris was actually killed. When Dale Harris was killed, go back to our NPC table here. When Dale Harris was killed, it was down to the second person on the team, Samantha Ramos, and Michael Easton, who was actually not even the second person on that team at the time. How Michael Easton got promoted ahead of Samantha Ramos has been the fodder of the water coolers at the Alexandria office for some time. And you can make all the predictable, all the predictable stories out of that. Some will say, well, it's a boys' club or whatever, the whole 9 yards. That's a little bit tough to justify when the woman's in charge of the whole friggin' show. However, again, there's a woman in charge of the whole show, and there's a big relationship going on there. So maybe that's how he got the job. How much of that is true or not, I mean, that's up to you to decide. I mean, you're friends with Michael Easton. I'm going to assume that you would resent that, but that's up to you as the player. But that's the negative part of Michael Easton's reputation around the company at the moment. Then there's the other thing. While Michael Easton was still in the hospital, there was a mission in Indonesia where Knight went out to the friggin' field. Again, that sounds weird, and it is weird. It was meant to be weird. Go back to Phalanx here. That's a picture of Knight. I mean, yeah, she's a healthy young lady. She doesn't look like a heavy-duty tactical operator. Sarah Connor, she's not. Nevertheless, they dropped her out in that Indonesia. That was our third mission, Crossroads. Why she did that is still kind of a mystery, but again, rumors around the water cooler are she's involved in this relationship with Bennett, and she's trying to earn his respect. She wants his respect. She wants to, and of course, Easton is hardcore. He's like you guys. In fact, if anything, he's better than you guys, or at least more experienced. Hardcore, out in the field, badass, shit-kicking, badass, or whatever. So she wanted to earn a little bit of that respect. She kind of pulled some strings and got assigned out to the field once. It didn't go so well.
Let's be honest, it was a complete shit show.
The mission was a bad mission. On top of that, the person in charge as the case officer on site wasn't entirely qualified. She had her reasons. She was also desperate to sort of earn the respect of not just Michael Easton, but operators in general, because she knows what her reputation is around the office. She's an administrator, not an actual, field ops kind of a person. She was trying to redress that, trying to change that. Bit off more than she could chew. Things didn't go well, and Ajax was there to really kind of help her out and bail her out. Physically, emotionally, assertively, as far as her leadership role. They're both badly wounded. They got back to the States after that Indonesia oil wars mission, and one thing led to another. And before you know it, things got horizontal really fast.
To make a long story short.
Make a long story very short. Things got horizontal. Now, that was not me. That was all Brun doing his off the table writing. So I take no responsibility for all the fallout that's happened since then.
But you enjoyed the fallout.
I will let you I will give you all the rope in the world to hang yourself with. It's. But as a storyteller, I definitely enjoy the fallout because it allows me to actually, conduct a good story. Then, obviously, Easton is going to recover. I'm going to pour myself a drink while I talk here. Easton has recovered, and then Gabrielle sort of, reversed course again, realized that what she was doing to Michael was very unfair, and, the reason she went to Indonesia was to earn his respect, and it wound up with her in bed with another man. That didn't really go as planned. So she kind of reversed course, kind of left Ajax in the lurch a little bit, and really kind of doubled down on her relationship with Easton. Next thing you know, they're engaged. The scuttlebutt around the water cooler is that was her idea. He didn't propose to her, she proposed to him. And then, as far as Ajax and Gabrielle's situation, that has been very, very tense ever since then. Michael found out from Gabrielle. Michael found out what had happened between Gabrielle and Ajax. there was a big confrontation between those two, and there's a lot of tension here on this mission because these two guys positively hate each. Well, I'm not going to speak for Ajax because that's up to Brun, obviously. But Michael does not like Ajax one fucking bit. You probably don't want those two in the same firefight.
Yeah, so
because sniper bullets come from weird directions. You know what I mean? It's getting to that level.
Yeah, back and to the left.
But I've been nothing but mission forward this entire time. I've not let it. I've made that clear since the beginning of this.
Yeah, thank you. Jen said it perfectly.
I have been.
I know you have been, but as far as what other people are perceiving, you might actually be making it worse. Because it's like, oh no, that's not over. Look at how well he's behaving. There's no way that's over.
I can't control other people's observations.
This is very true.
It also can give the impression of cavalier.
This is also true. I didn't even think of that. So, many apologies for the big soap opera story, but that's kind of what you stepped into. And that's why I was kind of hoping that you were going to come back to our group, is because as a long-time personal friend since way before the campaign started, with Michael Easton as an NPC, you're kind of right in the middle of this.
Yeah. I'm actually going to just ask Michael, how's it going? I'm going to ask Michael, how's it going? How's he holding up, given everything that's gone on and being new team lead? How's that going?
It's been going pretty well so far. We've only been here for this is now the beginning of the third day. We have, if I can find my stupid map screen here, we've hit, I'm sorry, X-Team Sigma came in here with 3 missions, 1, 2, and 3. This was the toughest one. They hit that one first. Now, what Michael will confess to, and he'll kind of like talk to you about, or in a whisper, like off to the side, is there's been some resistance as far as his ability to like lead the group. So we have what was I gonna say here? Is there like some background noise in the? Oh, no worries. So what we're looking at here.
Yeah, Run had to step away.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so what we're looking at here is 3 teams: Sigma, 619, and 220. And what he tried to do was have both his team and 220 attack all these targets at once, or at least 2 of these targets at once. So the reason 220 is on the mission is to support either 619 or X-Team Sigma as the mission requires. So his position was, this is our first day in country, the enemy doesn't really know we're here yet, we have the tougher offensive part of this mission. I want to hit as many targets as I can with our first opening series of raids as hard as we can, as quickly as we can, up front. So he wanted to hit 2 of these targets at once, and he wanted 2 teams to do that. Leave 619 here back on defense, that's you guys obviously, and take 220 as well as his own team, X-Team Sigma, to come back and actually take out at least 2 of these installations, 1, 2, and 3. Rasmus found out about this and kind of took the case back to Gabrielle, and Gabrielle got kind of caught in the middle between 619 and Sigma, and said, look, we can't guard forward operation base Eagle Nest and our 5 defensive targets. Hold on one second, guys. What we'll do is we'll come back and we'll hit more than 2 of these targets at once. It didn't really work, so we wound up with he was only given half of X-Team 220 is the long story, is a short version of that story. So he's a little frustrated as far as not really being able to to exercise the mission as he saw fit. Sorry, I keep circling the wrong targets. The small
That's
targets.
Okay. Well,
1, 2,
Smaller ones. Okay.
and 3. Yeah. So one of them's burning. He did take out one. He wanted to take out 2. And the reason he's a little pissed off now is because now, I mean, it's bad enough that we're fighting ISIS back here in the backfield. He's across the Euphrates River. That's the Euphrates River right there. He's actually fighting the SAA. He's fighting a formal military that's been in war for 10 or 12 years. He's fighting the real hombres. And he's a little pissed off. Not to mention, he'll admit to you, he's admitting to everybody that he's pissed off. He has no problem advertising that fact. But what he'll admit to you in private is that he's a little worried now. He's a little scared. Because now the enemy knows he's here. And he's worried about what kind of defense and resistance he's going to run across at these other 2 sites. He wanted 2 of these sites when the resistance was going to be relatively light and he had the element of surprise. He feels now that's been pissed away, and he's worried that his team is going to pay the price again. His team has had a rough time in Mexico and a rough time in Angola, and it's like, here comes strike 3, you're out. And it's going to be because of this political bullshit with Gabriel Knight and Rasmus and Brunn and everything else that's going on. You know, he's not. Yeah. He's not. Well, Jen, this was in private. This was in private. Okay. This is the part of this is the part of the conversation where he's like, yeah, everyone knows I'm pissed. Everyone knows my position. But he's also a little nervous, and he'll say that to you in confidence.
Yeah. So you're obviously going to be nervous. The issues that have happened recently are always going to affect everyone. You know, I left the military for the exact same reasons as, you know, failed missions. They happen. Getting back into it and trying to make things work is what we do. You know, you've got a great woman supporting you, and she's by your side as well. That's got to help.
Yeah, except she can't really support me 100%. Otherwise, I would have had 2 full teams on day 1. We would have been looking at 2 of these smoke columns instead of 1, and only 1 major target left. It's just his immediate position right now. Those are the 2 targets he wanted to hit. And in a strictly tactical, again, this is him speaking as an NPC. You talk to Rasmus, you're going to get the other side of the story, and his side of the story is equally valid. But just as Michael's perspective, he's the one you're talking to right now. He's like, it was bullshit that I went into day 1 of this up with my hand tied around my balls. We should have had 2, if not 3 of these already knocked out. Now we're going against. Now we're going to be attacking hardened enemy targets against an enemy that knows we're coming. It's his position.
Yeah.
At the same time, now again, I'll explain a little bit more only because you weren't in the last session.
Yep.
In Rasmus's defense, and you might be thinking this in the back of your head. Oh, so you would have taken 2 teams out of 3 to attack enemy targets. Okay, yeah, the enemy didn't know you were in country yet, but you're still looking at, you're leaving just really 4 people, because you weren't here yet, 4 people to defend a series of targets that are, how many, you're leaving 4 people to 100 kilometers of terrain in 4 different areas. That's absurd.
Not to mention, his reasoning was we could leave our home base undefended because nobody knows we're there. Well, that was all well and good until we discovered ISIS underneath the building.
Yeah. When he was making that case, he didn't know about this. There was a tunnel complex literally beneath your feet that did have... How many guys did we fight down here? Was it like 7 or 9? X-Team Sigma did kill 2, so however many you killed plus 2. There was at least 7 or 9 guys down here with explosives and with automatic weapons. So if this base had been left undefended, with literally just Gabriel Knight sitting in the control room, that's the other side of the other side of the equation. So it's not meant to be an easy. Yeah, it's not meant to be an easy question with a right and wrong answer, but that's Michael's version, and then I leave it up to you to decide what the other side is.
Okay.
And this helicopter is on its way back to Mosul. Bye-bye.
So yeah, it's. I just say, listen, Rabbit. We don't know what's going on in this country. There are sides all over the place. There is no good call to be able to make. Whatever was said is going to be the wrong answer. We've got to make the most of this situation, and this situation is a shit one.
Yeah. How we're supposed to not only interdict enemy air operations, but also protect our own air operations across 100, maybe 150 kilometers of open desert that's at play from at least 3 different factions. So-called friendly Kurds, who aren't very friendly. Ever since the Americans pulled out, they feel a little betrayed. The SAA, remnants of ISIS, and then the only allies, and I stress that term in huge air quotes, allies are with these Turks up to the northwest, in that red and green area. It's there are allies in NATO, but they're also enemies with our friends, the Kurds. And the Kurds don't even like us very much anymore, at least the Americans. In fact, he'll say that, as 2 Englishmen here on the side. Ever since the Americans stabbed him in the back again, we can't forget 1991. These Kurds aren't exactly. I doubt they'll be shooting at us, but we're not. We can't go to them for any help either. And we have the Yanks to thank for that again.
Tell me about it. I'm looking for a new place to live up in Virginia. I've sold my place in Scotland, so yeah, it's always interesting.
So the beginning of day 3 is going to be, again, making sure these areas are safe, the green ones, and attacking another one of these red ones. And, yeah. Here's what he'll say. Michael Easton will say, look, if I'm not asking you, because I would never do this. Seriously, I would never do this. I would never ask you to betray, because I don't think very much of some of the people that you're with over there in 619, but that's not the point. The point is that we're all in this together. So I would never ask you to betray or any of them by any stretch of the imagination. But if anything comes up, and he leaves it to you as far as what would qualify. If anything comes up in conversation where they're actively, I don't want to say plotting against me, but going behind my back again with, in more ways than one, going behind my back with Gabrielle, either Rasmus administratively or Ajax horizontally, I would appreciate it if you let me know.
Who's Rasmus?
Sorry, Sirius. Very correct.
Yeah, of course, but I'm also going to support any decisions that are made that I think are right. I'll fight your corner if I think yours is the right one to fight. You know me. It's the only thing I would do. And I've known you a hell of a lot longer than I've known these guys.
Yeah, like I said, I would never. Like I said, I don't like a lot of them personally, or there's one of them I really don't like personally. Nevertheless, your squad is your squad and your unit is your unit. I totally would never, you get it.
Hey, I'm not that bad.
In trying to explain himself, he's almost sounding like he's starting to insult you. He's like, we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Cool. Speaking of which, the sun's about to come up in about another hour here. Let me go ahead and get my team ready for another sortie here. Try to make the best use of what's left of my element of surprise.
Yeah, I need to catch up my stuff.
Vehicles.
Looks like my guys are in a bad way.
Yeah, so vehicles we have on site. Speaking of sorties, we have 4 total vehicles, and people have already kind of assigned them to the different teams. We have a JTLV here. It's pretty much the best vehicle in the group. Easton straight out snatched that one up the second he landed. It never mind, like bitchy inter-team politics. He is the person that does have to move and drive in enemy territory, so no one made a big deal about that. The consolation prize is that we have the Humvee with the unarmored 50 caliber on the roof. I think it's the M1044 up there on the roof. It's basically your Black Hawk Down Humvee that we have assigned to our team. So far that's had Ajax and Templar in it, but again, it's up to you guys. And there's also the Sultan, if I'm saying that right. Desert off-road all-terrain vehicle. So far that's had Sirius and Taki in it. So we've got Sirius in that one, because at least this way, between Ajax's toy here and Sirius, we have Sirius's toy there. We have 150 cal in each vehicle. And then this last big heavy military lift truck, it's slightly armored. This is a mine-resistant, I can't remember the name of it now, mine-resistant vehicle, mine-resistant armored personnel carrier or whatever. This is with X-Team 220 for basic perimeter security right around this immediate forward operation base. So those are the vehicles as they are sort of claimed. I won't say assigned, but agreed to and claimed between the three teams that we have at our disposal. And of course, we all know the people that are on these three teams. No one's been seriously wounded yet. Now that Alex has actually joined our team, SEAL, I keep saying SEAL team, X Team 619. You guys aren't a SEAL team yet, by any stretch of the imagination. This team is now complete for the first time. So now this page is actually completely up to date. And yeah, I think that's our mission. I think that's our situation.
Yes.
Cool. So, what's everybody doing on day 3?
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, no worries.
The question is if we want to try to play a more aggressive defense, or if we want to play reactionary defense. I've been tempted to go forward and sit somewhere between Whiskey and X-Ray.
There's a certain amount of sense to that. If something does hit Whiskey or X-Ray, which are probably the two most likely enemy targets, you will be closer at least to X-Ray. Just put your best driver on that job, because you'll be off-road.
Yep.
I believe that would be Donovan.
I think Taki's the best driver we have.
Was it Taki?
Best driver.
Taki's definitely the best driver.
Gotcha.
Best driver.
All right.
Best driver.
We heard you the first 2 times. Oh,
vehicle expert.
I should go ahead and remove that.
What do you prefer?
I got grease in my veins.
Gasoline.
You're more of a mechanic than a driver? I thought everything was, if it moves, you can get it there in style and class.
Yeah, that's it. No, what I was saying is the fact that he had to think of another name for our best driver. That's me.
I'm just trying to keep everybody involved.
The one time when I don't play the socialite or the mediator or the politician, I play the quiet mechanic driver, and he forgets I'm the driver.
You're not very quiet.
Let's not stay quiet now. Come on.
Uh-huh.
There it is again.
Hey, when I get my digs, I get my digs. I'm the one on the receiving end of most of those.
The main thing I remember from last session was Taki treats.
Yep. Old Taki treats. Taki treats, and give a little 5-knuckle sandwich to my boy Don Wilson.
Woof woof.
Don Sticky Fingers Wilson.
His name is Don Wilson. He runs Colombia's largest reverse smuggling operation. All right, so
if
yeah.
we can keep 220 or whoever's left of 220 on the radio, then we could take position out there. And which one is Michael looking at hitting of the other target?
Okay, that is an outstanding question. Oh no! Go away, Mr. Highlighter. Sorry about that.
Apparently on the map that we're looking at right now, Jim, you've got one enemy base on our side of the Euphrates?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was there before? I don't
Yes, it
remember
was.
Yes.
Oh, yep.
It was.
Okay.
Okay, so Michael
Hi,
Easton.
G.
Oh, what's going on? Hello, G. Thanks very much for stopping by. Meanwhile, I will fire up. Yeah, G, we had to start the stream twice this afternoon because the first one had some sound issues. It played for like 8 minutes, and then we just, I just wanted a clean start, so we just started over. I think I've already gotten rid of the bad one on YouTube, but no worries. So Michael Easton's intelligence plus his, there's an actual skill for this I almost never get to use. Command Ops. As a team commander, he's got to have a couple dots on Command Ops. So back to our original map and get Mr. Webcam going. Webcam! New dice box. Hopefully it's a little bit easier to read. Ooh. Well, it's not a bad roll, but not a good roll either. Alright, Easton's doing the best he can. He's having a little bit of a tough time, but he has selected this target here. Although anyone who's in that part of the meeting is going to get the weird feeling that it's almost random. He basically came down to flipping a coin as far as which target he should hit next. I just rolled the roll on camera. He did have some actual, tactical factoring into his plan, but it's Montgomery. He's not, at least not this time. That's nothing against Easton as a character. It's just he didn't get the greatest roll there, so that's where he's going. And if no one else has anything else to say or do, he will take his team out there and he will request that he get the first 2 members of 220 to join him. Because again, he is a little nervous that these missions are going to get a little bit tougher now that he is, now that he's more or less lost the element of surprise. So he'll take Eric Mathis and Claudine Trevaux will go with him. So these people here are going to, come on, man. These people here are going on that strike. These 2 are staying back at the forward operation base with Knight. And then you guys can do whatever you want to do. Obviously, you guys control your own thing.
Not to be a downer or anything, but are we sure we want Claudine to be out on the front lines?
That's who he requested, and that's who he's going to take with him.
I'm not a team leader, so just going by observations.
And and it's really between those 2 team leaders. I'm not going to try to butt in between them just because I can.
I would make my observations to my team leader and then let it go at that point. But she seems real skittish.
Yes. And to be honest, maybe that's the only way for her to learn.
Absolutely.
Welcome to the front line. We can't take any special considerations. But
all right, so if you guys if you guys are not going to take that to either team leader, if you're going to keep that conversation completely internal, then we'll just go ahead and leave it there. If not, let me know.
On this mission, I am definitely not breaking the chain.
She went out with him last time, and if they didn't have any problems, it is what it is.
Yep. That's my feeling, and my feeling is if you want to play in this punt, you need to learn sooner or later.
Yeah,
And
I
you
mean,
go
I
down
have.
by babysitting night.
I don't have character sheets for all these NPCs, obviously, but I do have a couple notes as far as like what their skill sets are and what their. There is a reason she's second in command of that team. She does have certain technology-based and technical skills or whatever that make her good for But yeah, from Jen's interaction with her back in part one, when it comes to just straight out ice water in the veins, like tactical field experience, she's not the most steady. She's incredibly smart. She's just not very steady. Then you got Samantha Ramos, who's almost the opposite.
And it makes sense to have a sniper and a machine gun hanging around for defense purposes.
Yeah, those are your two
Absolutely.
longest range weapons, and you're on high ground. Yeah.
Yeah. So if needed be, they should be able to hold a bit better than the normal grunt with the assault rifle.
All right. So they take off in their two vehicles. They actually need two vehicles now. They got 6 people with them. So they take off in the JTLV and the MRAP. Is that the right name of the vehicle? Hopefully now. Sitrep podcast. I could not remember the name of it. Mine resistant armored personnel something MRAP. So they took off in those two vehicles. That's not cool. Oh my god. Come on, display card. Catch up. Wow. The problem is once I select this tool, I lose control of the actual mouse control. Okay, yeah, they take off in the MRAP and the JTLV, leaving you with just these two vehicles.
I think our position will actually be somewhere in a triangle between Whiskey, X-Ray, and the FOB.
Okay, so
Probably.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll grab another counter here, and you let me know if that looks good.
That looks good, yeah.
Okay.
That's just about a good position for getting to all the sides. Yeah, we're a bit further away from a Yankee than we would be if we were in the FOB, but
Yankee
we
seems
got
to
the
be
two most likely covered.
Yeah, Yankee seems to be the most, the least likely to be hit. Again, there's no front line here. I know it looks like there is because of the Euphrates River, but yeah, there really isn't one. That said, the further northeast you go, the generally friendlier it gets. The further to the southwest you go, the generally unfriendlier it gets. So there's no front line, but there is like a bit of a gradient as far as likelihood of having friends or running across unfriendly people.
Yes, so that's our position, and then radio to whoever's manning the computer at the
Oh, that would be Don Wilson.
We'll put Taki on the radio.
There you go. And speaking of shots fired, Gaz, who cares? It's all U.S. junk. I see how it is. Yes, Ash, that is Gaz on our Sitrep podcast team.
Yeah, I mean, there was talk before of grease in the veins, and I was not surprised. You know, the amount of burgers that Americans eat, after all.
It just keeps it's getting worse and worse.
I'll have you know, Taki is South African.
That's true. That is true. I forgot that.
Damn, that's harsh. Hey, Rasmus, from now on, me and Rasmus are just going to play Sons of Liberty on Sundays. We're not going to do any more HK apps. We're going to put lots of musket balls through British Grenadiers for the rest of the week. All right, so cool. So we got. Does anyone else? Oh, I haven't eaten a burger in 10 years. I gotta stay away from red meat. Getting old, guys. I'm getting old. All right, so there's our position. Unless anyone else has anything to say about it, that was Rasmus's call, and he is, with 4 dots in rank, our team leader. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure if anyone else had another idea, he would listen, but that's up to him.
So we're just for clarity's sake, we're positioning both vehicles there to be able to get to wherever.
So responded force, yeah.
10-4.
Okay. Okay, Jen, you're muted again. I can hear you from the living room, but I can't hear you on the chat.
Okay, so
There
I
you
know
go.
the feeds from the sites feed to a laptop at our home base.
Yeah,
Can I jury rig it to where it feeds to a laptop I carry with me?
no.
Okay.
This was actually talked about in part one. It leads into, it doesn't have enough internet.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure.
Now you can get you can get comms so that somebody who sees something at that surveillance station. It's not just one laptop; it's a couple. But anyway, yeah, the general idea. There's a surveillance station back at the fob. Anybody who sees something happening there can definitely call you and say, "Hey, Victor is under attack," or X-ray is under attack.
And can we get it encrypted communication?
I'm pretty sure it already is. If you want to augment it, you can. If you got the right stats for it. No, you're not exactly
As long as
talking
it-
on Verizon Wireless.
Can you hear me now?
No, just don't want to have a repeat of what happened in Indonesia, where somebody were listening in.
Oh yeah.
This
Yes.
is true. That's a good point.
Another
They don't
question.
know what we've named the bases, so even if they just say so and so, I think we'll be okay.
Another question, Jim. Did
Yep.
Easton take Sigma out a pre-dawn raid, or are we doing this?
Well, he said it was like an hour before sunrise, and
Okay.
he needs a little while to get his group together, so it's probably right about dawn when he's leaving. Leaving before dawn probably would have been better, but sunrise waits for no one.
You are correct, sir.
So once we get to our spot, I'm gonna declare that I'm deploying the drone
Okay.
to go further forward and survey farther than we can.
Okay.
Is that drone a palm tops type of drone, or is it a
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like a predator or anything like that, or an unarmed predator. It's what we just actually described it like this 2 weeks ago. We said it was between the sharper image you get for Christmas and an actual militarized drone.
Cool.
So its control station is probably like a pad or a small laptop, and its actual size of the drone itself you can probably carry in the back of a vehicle. Or like the drones that you see where they launch them, but it's like throwing a large kite. Like you see YouTube videos of people actually launching drones. It's not one of those tiny little things you get at the mall or whatever, and it's between that and the actual either the UAVs or the Predators or anything like that. Unarmed, but with high definition cameras, night vision.
Okay, cool.
And Alex, which vehicle do you prefer?
I'll be in with Templar and Ajax.
Cool. So the Humvee.
I believe that's the less armored of the two vehicles, is it not?
Technically, yes.
Well,
Okay.
I figure if Sirius is team lead and I'm technically, I've got the next amount of dots.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think we should separate.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
See,
You don't want your XO and your CO in the same vehicle when it gets hit with a AT3. I mean, I didn't say that out loud, did I?
Well, all I remembered is I was driving the Sultan, I was driving the Sultan.
Yep.
Because it was a more challenging vehicle to drive.
Yep.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
It's definitely
You were
bigger,
doing the more hazardous of driving.
Yep. I can't remember if that was because of the vehicle or because of the route you were taking, but yes. I do have you recorded
it was a little of both.
It's one of those weird questions. It's like, you have to do cross-country driving. Which is a more challenging vehicle, a Humvee or an M1 Abrams? Well, it's a half dozen one hand, six on the other. Yes, the Abrams is tougher to drive because it's a huge, complicated vehicle, tracked vehicle, 60 tons. But once you get driving, it's a lot tougher to throw that vehicle is going to have a much easier time with that kind of terrain. So the Sultan is a heavier, more militarized, straight-out armored fighting vehicle. Neither of them are armored fighting vehicles, but the Sultan's a lot closer to being an armored fighting vehicle. So it's easier to drive in that respect, but again, it's an armored fighting vehicle, and therefore is heavier, probably less forgiving on transmission, on steering. So it's the clutch. It's probably going to be more challenging on that respect. So it doesn't really matter, but yeah. But if we're happy with the crews, so to speak, of these two vehicles, again, we got Sirius and Taki and the Sultan, and we have Cleric, Ajax, and Templar in the Humvee. We'll go forward from there. Last call for changes, updates. Is anyone carrying smalls with them? And if so, how many are in each vehicle?
Well, I have at least one in each vehicle.
Okay. So at least one, what does that mean? Two? Or one?
Well, we'll leave two at the base, one in each vehicle.
Okay, cool. One in each vehicle. Two of them back at the base. I know, let's make sure that somebody in that vehicle actually has the skill for that. Small would be rocket. So Ajax has nothing in rocket. Taki has, oh, for crying out loud.
Nothing.
Taki has nothing in, has one dot in rocket.
Nothing in rocket.
Taki has one in rocket. Yes, you do. It's right there.
Oh, cool. Oh, you know what I did? I bought it last round with the XP.
Ajax has one in, not Ajax, I'm sorry. Ash has one in rocket.
And I think I got one.
Sirius has two in rocket. Okay, so we got three people.
Two? Oh.
Yeah. Somebody went crazy with rockets.
Yeah.
I chose chain gun in that specific grouping of skills, so I figured that was something that, as a recon specialist, somebody would be skilled in chain gun.
You just been watching Predator too much. That's all.
Oh no, I bought vehicle weapons last round.
Okay, yeah, vehicle weapons will work with the actual vehicle weapon. Unfortunately, the Sultan has no vehicle weapons.
No, I know.
Okay.
I remembered I bought something last time and I was trying to figure out what it was.
I mean, for your character, it makes sense. In this situation, it's kind of a unfortunate thing. The best vehicle weapon you have is this turret-mounted 50 on the JTLV.
But the offensive team's got that.
Oh, cool. So Gaz is sending us drones on. There we go. Okay, it's bigger than that. I'm looking at this actual link that Gaz sent us in the Twitch stream. As far as the drone goes. Cool. All right, now I'm just getting a bunch of ads.
Aw, it's cute.
Just a quick question. Am I able to quickly change out my loadout very briefly?
Yes.
I've just done the things. So I would say, rather than the assault carbine, it would actually be the small assault rifle.
Okay.
One of those first aid kits can go, as we have a base of operations.
And you still have 1 point of weight left over. Because right now you are carrying 9 points, and with your new dot in agility, you now have 10 carry dots of weight available.
Oh, cool. I've done the math wrong in that case. In which case, I will get a small pistol. I think
Or go up to a medium assault rifle.
Yes, you could do medium.
Oh,
good. Yeah. Instead, I'll change to a medium.
All right, so that's basically a 30 caliber or a 7.62 assault rifle as opposed to a 5.56. So, boom, there you go. You're carrying a 7.62 of whatever type you prefer, and now that gets you up to 10 carry points, which you now have because you have 10 points in tactical attributes.
Cool.
Sweet.
And yeah, I have both the assault rifle and the sniper rifle in the car, because why not?
Yeah, you can carry them in the car. You just can't carry them on your person without the usual penalties. Damn it. Every time I try and select a new tab on the spreadsheet, it's calling up my task manager instead. I guess I should close my task manager. I was trying to minimize bandwidth earlier. Or not bandwidth, virtual memory load before we got started. Okay, cool. So I'm on... I'm still on the wrong character sheet. Sirius has, yeah, okay, I'm just making sure I've got everything. So yeah, again, for people in the chat, he is grossly overloaded on this sheet, but again, this is like literally he threw it in the trunk. So your weight capacity that you can carry without incurring a penalty is the sum of your tactical attributes. How good you are at carrying heavy loads and balancing those heavy loads and carrying them over ground at speed, hence the agility dependency. So that's the reason for the. It's also easy. It also makes the math easy. And I also hate games where one attribute is more important than all the others, because then guess where everyone spends their XP. If the game was designed where dexterity was the only attribute that actually mattered in game mechanics, then everyone would buy just nothing but dexterity, and before you know it, everybody would have 6 dots in dexterity. And I just think that's kind of cheesy. So, anyway, that's the explanation for that.
And yeah, the revolver is strapped onto Bubblegum.
Bubblegum is carrying a first aid kit and a 44 Smith & Wesson. Bubblegum, bring me my pistol, my squire. Be quick about it. Alrighty. Alright, so any more questions on loadout before we head out?
I'm good.
Alright, cool. Alright, so you guys head out to base Sirius, so to speak, and they head out over here to this, I should say Sigma, and reinforced Sigma heads out to this little base out here. Okay, so that's going to take them probably half the day to get out there. That's a good almost 100 kilometers over ground, and they have to find a place to cross that river. That's not going to be easy. This is way upstream on the Euphrates River, but I'm sure it's still not fordable. They have to find a place to cross. They might be out there for a day or two before they actually get out there. But anyway, that's where they're headed. Meanwhile, you're headed here. You get there obviously much quicker. Tell you what, let's go ahead and have a roll for driving. It's off-road, and there's some terrain between you and them, so let's make the target number a 7, please. The 2 drivers.
I don't think I'll be allowed to touch the steering wheel.
That's going to be agility.
Oh, I will smack his hands.
Agility, not dex.
Okay.
Agility plus... and again, for people in the chat who might be watching, the difference between dexterity and agility, dexterity is small hand-eye coordination, so that's basically you roll this to hit, and anything that is based on full body balance, or, so helicopter pilot would be based on agility because you have to use foot pedals, inner ear balance, so on and so forth. Driving is based on agility, so on and so forth. So that's the reason why we have 2 separate skills here. Again, I don't like games where there's only like 2 or 3 attributes that matter, so I really do try to spread it out. Agility plus drive, target number 7 for our 2 drivers, please.
Ooh. 5 successes for Taki.
All right, you're like doing like the Fury Road. That's your new call sign, Furiosa. Forget Taki.
Furiosa,
It's not
I'll take
Furiosa. That means we have to shave your head and chop.
Good.
That means we have to shave your head and chop off your arm. Just so you know.
I don't like the arm chopped off part, but I will shave my head.
Now, if Jim lets cybernetics...
Jim called Furiosa. There we go.
Who's carrying the cherry soda? I don't actually get that reference, Tough Ears. I do apologize. If that's a joke, it is going over my head. That is probably my fault. Meanwhile, Gaz says, is there an IED threat in the country? Yes, there is an IED threat in the country. That's part of the reason we're making these rolls. So with the 5, that many successes, if there was any IED, Taki easily outflanked it.
And laughed at them as she drove fast.
But speaking of which, who was our other driver?
Dennis.
That would be me.
Okay.
Templar.
Agility
I
plus
got 1
drive.
success.
1 success. Okay. You ran across a wadi, and you tried to cross the wadi, and you're way back up the reverse slope of the wadi. You kind of went straight up the wadi like you're not supposed to do. You got to do that old LRDG trick where you kind of do the slope, the desert slope at an angle. So you got bogged down for a minute. You were delayed maybe half an hour while you dug the back of the Humvee out, and then you're fine. So you do get there safely, but you get there a little late. Not a pretty piece of driving, but you did make it. Now, to answer Gaz's question in the chat, if you had rolled 0 or a negative, well, I can't really roll a negative number in this system because 1s don't count as botches. But you can roll 0, obviously. Yeah, 0 successes, something bad's going to happen. A tire, an axle, or God forbid, an IED. Probably, okay, so Gaz's question is there an IED threat in the country? Yes. Would there really be an IED threat in this particular drive? Probably not, because you're not driving along a road. IEDs don't just get salted randomly out in the desert. Those are carefully planned, chosen crossroads, bridges, buildings, roads, especially if I can find the right map. Yeah, you are literally just driving over open desert. So the chances of hitting an IED out here are practically nil. But when you get to these other sites, the enemy might not attack these sites, but they're going to know where these sites are. Then they might attack a site after ringing it with IEDs, claymores, tripwires, God knows what else. And they'll demonstrate against it, throw grenades, RPGs. Oh, Allahu Akbar, we're attacking your base, come save it. And then as you rush in to save the base, you run across all their prearranged defenses. So, yeah, that's actually a good question, guys. Definitely a good question. As far as near the river crossing goes, yeah, there's going to be bridges and or fords and or ferries. And that is going to be up to SEAL Team. I keep calling them SEAL Teams. Jesus. You guys are nobody on this table is anywhere near a SEAL Team. Sorry. Sigma Team.
Nope.
X-Team Sigma is going to have to cross that river. And they've already crossed it once a couple days ago when they hit this site. Whether or not they're going to have any problems crossing it up here, we'll see. But that's going to be handled off table. But again, great question from Gaz there in the chat. All right, so again, a little bit of a delay for Templar, but both vehicles do make it there to that point that Sirius has picked out, and we'll see what happens. No word yet from SEAL. I just did it again. I'm going to start taking a shot every time I call them a SEAL Team. No problem yet from X-Team Sigma. I'll get it right yet. But again, they're probably only about here at this point. They've got a long way to go. They're going to be driving until probably tomorrow, depending on how well they can cross the Euphrates. Okay, so you guys arrive at your little place. There's not really any shade out there, so how are you guys handling the sun? This is the desert, after all.
Try to find a place that'll have some kind of shade, or else use the shade from the cars.
No trees out here or buildings, but we can probably find some sort of an escarpment or whatever, where you'll at least get some sort of shade for part of the day, depending on the sun's position in the sky. No more
in the vehicles.
No more shot glasses. Yes, there will be. The vehicles come with the basic equipment: spare tires, jacks, radios. We're not going to make you go through an equipment list for stuff like that. But yeah, there's going to be rope, chain, winches, and a tarp.
Stretch the tarp out and make some shade.
There you go. That seal. Oh my God, Gaz has brought jokes. So I was talking in the stream, guy. I was talking about every time I call X-Team Sigma a SEAL team, I was going to take a shot. And Jana's like, oh, so maybe we should make it more shot glasses, another shot glass. And Gaz says, that seals it.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. That's actually pretty clever.
Jokes.
I actually like that. I'll take a shot for that. Here we go.
Taki's going to slip on her bikini and get some sun.
Ooh. I guess your character's used to this kind of desert heat.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, me and Bubblegum is going to find the darkest corner of...
If you're going to get in a bikini, Jen, seriously, where is... Oh, Jason Killings is not here. Damn it.
Oh, but he's wanting to be so bad.
He doesn't know. When he finds out this has happened, he's going to be very upset. For people in the chat,
Seriously.
Jason Killings is on the prowl. Jason Killings wants some of that Taki treat. It's totally up to her whether or not it's reciprocated, but they're...
Unlike J-Jax, I can keep it in my pants.
Yeah. Again, it's probably all this way for the moment, but yeah, Jason Kennings is definitely...
Right to Templar?
Look!
I'm sorry, what? Glocks? Who? What? Where?
I said right to Templar. You drew the little heart, and the arrow in the heart was pointing at Templar.
Oh! That was probably a display
Wait a
issue.
minute.
So sorry.
No, I said I was off the clock. I was off the clock.
Oh. Hey, a
No,
Templar.
I'm not dumb enough to strip down to a bikini in a war zone.
It's a 21st century Templar. You know, I mean, come on now.
Nope.
Negative Ghost Rider. That pattern is very full. All right. Cool. Let's go back to our little campaign area map here.
In all seriousness,
Right.
I will deploy the drone and send it forward.
Okay, you have a skill for that, right? Pilot drone.
Yes, I do.
Now, what I just said, my long-winded explanation about we always roll agility in a pilot. When you're flying a drone, that's going to be dexterity.
It's dexterity.
Because
Yeah.
you're doing that with
I figured.
fingers on a keypad. Yeah, that's different attribute. So that's going to be a weird corner exception case for piloting. That's going to be dexterity plus piloting.
Yep. Well, dexterity plus drone.
Yep.
I've
Oh
only
yeah.
got 1 dot in drone, but I've got 2 dots in helicopter and 2 dots in turboprop. Does it
Yep.
give me any
Nope.
bonuses?
You are rolling
Oh,
drone.
damn.
That's why there's a separate skill for it.
Okay. 3 in dexterity, 1 in drone. Target 6.
Yep.
2 successes.
All right. Cool. Meanwhile, in the chat we have quote: "Guys just wear one sock when sunbathing in theater." I don't know if I should admit to this. I actually have some pictures like that.
I don't want to see them.
They have it blurred out, but it's not from any recent war. It's from German engineers building a bridge across one of the rivers in the early part of the Russian campaign. So they're out in the middle of nowhere in Russia in July 1941. God, balls hot. In the middle of like the Pripyat marshes, trying to build a bridge. And to kind of minimize the threat of heat stroke, let's just say that uniforms were optional that day. They're also up to their chest in water half the time. And yeah, there's a little bit of that German sausage on display there. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, and me and Bubblegum will go through a few bottles of water.
Oh yeah, you guys have the opposite problem. You guys are not used to the hot weather. You guys like the cold weather. All right, so tell you what, let's get a. Yep. Can you hear me?
Are
go
the
ahead.
comms open? Are we hearing live intel back from Sigma, or are they like radio silence?
Not from Sigma, no, but you can talk to the forward operation base whenever you want.
So we can check in on if Sigma has reported.
Yes, you just probably don't. You probably don't have comms directly with Sigma because Sigma is about to infiltrate into overtly hostile territory. They probably don't want to be talking on the radio while they do that. But if you want to talk to them, you might be able to relay something through Eagle Nest.
Or if they want to talk to us, relay something to us, they can do it that way as well.
Yep. But as far as signal security goes, they're probably the most. They probably have the highest profile as far as their, or I should say the lowest profile, the most careful. They're being the most careful with their signal signature right now. Everyone knows where Eagle's Nest is, so they're just like, hey, they might as well be watching, VH1 at this point. They don't really, I guess everyone knows where they are. You guys, I guess it's up to you what kind of signals security you guys want to be implementing, but Sigma is not playing around because of where they're going. And again, Easton, personal feelings. Again, people have different ideas about that, but he is doing his best. He's definitely a competent operator, absolutely, and he's doing his best as a competent unit leader, team leader, because he's only been that now for one mission. This is his first time out as an actual mission, as an actual team leader. So he's doing his best. Well, how good a job he's going to be doing, that's up to you guys. But
Well, I guess it's up to him really how good a job he'll be doing. But yeah,
well,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, he's not updating his Facebook profile right now.
What's the range on this drone?
Yeah, the reason we made a big deal about how big the drone was, how big the size was, is that it's pretty long range. It's probably longer range than those really small ones that we were looking at before. So we're gonna say the range on this is at least a couple kilometers.
Okay, but not enough. Like if we're between whiskey and X-ray, yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah,
So
you're marked right there on that green.
The drone wouldn't have the range to go to either whiskey or X-ray.
No, it would not. It wouldn't be that far.
Okay.
So if I say like, well, each one of those is 10. So if we go out as far as like 10 kilometers, that's only going to be a circle roughly like that.
Okay.
And it's got to maintain.
I'm going to send it out to its range.
Okay, cool. And again, it depends on its altitude. It has to maintain direct line of sight with you because that's where it's getting its signal from. You can't have a mountain between you and the drone or whatever. So.
Yeah.
It's not like a satellite uplink thing where you have like unlimited curvature of the Earth kind of thing. So as far as its range goes, it's probably going to be roughly that. It's going to be dependent on its altitude. The lower the altitude, the shorter its range. So the further out you get, the less good visuals you're going to get. But at the most, it's going to be roughly that yellow field there.
Okay. But that's just what I'm doing. That's what Taki's spending her time doing. Using that as a remote scout.
Yeah, a little. Okay, so I got another a link here from Ash in the chat. A little smaller than that, but we're definitely getting warmer. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Definitely.
Do you, Sirius, do we want to adjust our staging area to be a little bit closer to whiskey so we can actually use the drone to monitor whiskey, or are we good with where we're currently at?
Problem is that it'll take us way too far away from X-ray and Zulu, just in case. I think whiskey is the most likely one to be hit, but still.
Well, also Sigma is going for that northernmost red box, right, close to the Euphrates.
Yep.
Actually, they're going to the red box close to our stay away from yellow zone.
Yep. Those are your Turkish air quote allies, unair quotes.
So I have to agree with Sirius that this is a good location to be, because if Sigma gets in the shit, we can also support them.
Yes.
Simple.
But from what I understand from you guys, a lot of military is just standing around and waiting. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, defensive tactics are, try to pick the best pot to be at and stay there.
Now, both cars are in that green spot?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so
not to divide and conquer or be conquered too much.
All right, so there goes. Marked generally on the map is the progress of X Team Sigma. I said it right that time. Okay, now
go ahead. The other thing with our current location is we can defend the forward operating base as well if need be.
This is also true. Okay, so bringing up Mr. Webcam here, we have Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Zulu at a number from 1 to 10. So yeah, as Sirius / Rasmus has been saying, Whiskey and X-Ray are probably the two most likely areas to be hit, but they're by no means the only ones on the table, so to speak. So that's going to be our chance on a D10. Which one is actually getting hit right now? Yes, one of these places is getting hit right now. We're finally getting ready for some action. Where is, I won't say who precisely, so right now I'll just say the enemy. Where is the enemy going to be hitting us at? They are going after Whiskey. Rasmus, you chose correctly. And the dice have confirmed it.
You chose wisely.
You have chosen wisely. You did not turn into ash with a little swastika hanging out on the ash afterwards. Okay. Boom. That area is under attack. Alright, so Don Wilson will come over the radio. He'll be like, look, I guess you guys want to know about this, like whatever. No, he's not Beavis and Butthead. I mean, he's like,
FYI.
just kind of, FYI, I'm picking up a lot of vibration traffic along the southwest perimeter of Disney. The ground sensors, Whiskey, the ground motion sensors are kind of going a little crazy over there. So I don't know if you guys want to do something about that, or holy shit! Yeah, one of those claymores just went off. Yeah, Whiskey is hot. Say again, Whiskey is hot.
Off to
Okay.
Whiskey.
I toss the drone remote to Rasmus
Okay.
so he can send it on ahead so we can maybe get some early visuals, and I start driving.
We probably, well, it'll take 2 minutes to get into the car. So if anybody is good with the drone, take it.
Yep. Can I take that?
Sure.
Sure.
All right. So you're gonna be flying the drone from a moving vehicle.
Yep.
Cool.
I'm guessing so.
That's just going to be a +2 difficulty number. That's going to be agility. I'm sorry, I just corrected myself on that. Dexterity plus plus drone specifically.
Okay.
There should be a skill on your actual sheet for drone.
Yep. So I've got 1 in that. I've got 4 in dexterity. So.
Oh yeah.
Jim, the question: if the vehicle has a laptop mount, would that reduce it by 1 point?
I actually don't know. That's actually a good question, though. Tell you what, I'll handle this democratically. Odds, yes. Evens, no. No, you're still rolling at +2 difficulty.
It was worth a shot.
It's a good question. I literally didn't have an answer for it. Any question that the storyteller doesn't...
Difficulty?
Driving difficulty? Depends on how fast you want to get there.
Fast.
Well, if you go too fast, you're going to leave Templar behind. Choices. Tactics.
Fast-ish.
Okay. So basically, what you determine the target number. There's going to be one speed, my speed. Okay, so Jen's doing her Chronicles of Riddick cosplay here. She's setting the pace here. Whatever you want to roll, you want to make, you can make. But Templar has to make against the same target number. So you guys talk that in between yourselves.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Templar, I'm going to say 2 words to you. 3 words. Excuse me, 3 words. Spend a...
What's the third word?
Grit. We're going target number of 8.
Okay. That'll get you there within... Okay, so here's a quick way to do it. It's 10 times kilometers per hour times the target number. So 8 means you're doing 80 kilometers an hour. That'll get you there. It's 100 kilometers. No, I'm sorry. It's 20 kilometers away in a quarter of an hour. That'll get you there in 15 minutes. 80 kilometers an hour overall speed. You're probably going a little faster than that, but you're not driving in a perfectly straight line. But distance is 2 of those white-black markers on a 50-kilometer spread. That means it's 20 kilometers. You're doing 80 kilometers an hour. That's target number 8. That is going to get you there in 15 minutes, a quarter of an hour. A quarter of, 20 being a quarter of 80. So, target number 8, you got to get at least 1 success to make it.
I got 3.
Okay.
I got 1.
Is that one with the grit point?
No, I did not spin a grit.
Oh, but you
Not
got
for
1.
driving.
Oh, it's not important, are they? Okay, he got away with it, though.
It was the one direction I gave you.
Who says you give directions, Jen? You are not in command here.
The cars? You bet your sweet little ass I am.
That reminds me, I've been doing a lot of American Revolution research lately, and I'm watching the Crossing. It's a great made-for-TV movie where Washington's crossing the Delaware, and he goes to Colonel Glover, and Colonel Glover says, while we're crossing the river, he's in a room full of generals, including Washington himself. While we're on the river, I am in supreme command. All respect to General Washington. General Washington is like, yes, nobody listens, nobody disobeys his order. He is the supreme commander on the river. So when we're in the truck driving, apparently Taki thinks she's in charge. I'll let Rasmus figure that part out. All right, so both that's your new catchphrase, right? Okay. Let me get our vehicles over here, and we'll get started.
And yes, all cheese included, Taki will yell, "It's the Fury Road!"
Witness me! What a lovely day!
We're in a desert. We're in a desert, driving hell bent for combat. What else are we gonna call it? I'm not looking for sandworms.
Oh God. That movie comes out later this year, doesn't it? The remake?
Another remake.
Yeah.
You talking about Dune?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're remaking Dune?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Big time. The guy who did The Arrival is doing it, so the fans are hopeful. 'Cause he's actually done it. He did the Arrival, and he did the Blade Runner 2049 remake or sequel.
They're gonna make it too serious. It needs the cheese. It needs the De Laurentiis cheese.
It doesn't need the De Laurentiis cheese. Okay, so you guys are approaching from this side of the table. Obviously, so you can enter from anywhere along this edge of the table here. Is that showing up, or is that too far over? That's too far over, isn't it? Sorry, guys. I will move the map over.
I see the yellow line.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I see it.
Okay, there it is. I see. There was a latency issue. Okay, cool. Because the Twitch window is not actually showing my entire desktop, so I have to keep that in mind. Okay, cool. So, no worries. You guys can see the old... Yeah, coming in from the east side of the map. Okay? Now, what does the drone show you? I don't know. What did Mr...
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Yep. So I got
Target number is normally
4.
a 6. Now it's going to be an 8.
Yep, there's +2.
Yep.
Yeah, so I got 4 successes.
Against an 8? Hot damn.
Again, I've put the photo in Discord just in case. So I don't know what's going on. I'm rolling. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on. I never roll well, so yeah.
That's
I just have to say, no, we trust that to be a real roll, because if you were going to cheat, this is not the roll to cheat on. You know, the
No, exactly.
bullet in someone's life is the roll to cheat on, so...
Also, is cheating really even a thing in role-playing games? I mean, I guess it technically could be.
Cheating.
But you're really just...
Yourself.
Yeah, I mean...
It shouldn't be.
Now, in war games, that would be different, but... Alright, let me get some enemies on the map here, because there will be some enemies on the map. And they didn't walk here. Let's just say that much.
I was gonna ask if we had any intel from the ops base on like number of enemy targets.
They're just seeing like web cameras or whatever, and they saw one of the claymores actually go off. So actually, I should probably mark that on the map as well. One of the perimeter claymores did go off. Get my little explosion counter here. That explosion should be vectored. It is not, because I don't have a perfect counter for everything. But it went off on that part of the bridge, probably killed some of these guys. But there's plenty of them left. And now they are fording the river. How many vehicles do I want to hit you guys with here? Well, it's the first battle of the night, so let me not get too crazy. We do have some technicals on the table. This Jeep that Jeep does have a 50 cal on it. I know it's not in the actual image, but do bear with me. There is a Jeep. There's a 50 cal on that Jeep. That Jeep, okay, so one Jeep blew up. How about that? How about I do this? One Jeep blew up legit when it hit the Claymore. And that's going to have killed several occupants. Okay, and now another Jeep saw what happened and said, hey, we should probably not drive across the bridge, because apparently the bridge is mined. That's going to be one...
Would a Claymore take out a vehicle?
If he was driving right over it, yes. So a Claymore is basically a vaguely or a slightly curved piece of... I'm going to be rough and call it plastic explosive, embedded with a million little... like 700 and something extra BBs. Slightly bigger than a BB. And it does explode. It explodes mostly in one direction, and it's mostly fragmentation damage, if that's what you mean. But there is a little bit of plastic explosive that does detonate with it. So if the Jeep was driving like over it, it's definitely going to knock the Jeep out. It's going to put enough holes in it where it kills the driver and any other occupants. Probably shatters the radiator and the engine and who knows what else. But as far as blowing up the Jeep goes, okay. If he was driving over the Claymore when it went up, yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
Okay.
If you want,
I just remember in Commando when he blew up the 3-story building with a couple of Claymores. That's one of the scenes where you laugh.
I tend to groan when stuff like that happens.
Sort of like an 1/8" BB.
Yeah, so like it's between a BB and like Napoleonic grape shot. It's
Yeah.
like a pellet.
And there are
I guess.
700 in.
Seven something. I can't remember the actual number. They used to tell us in training. It was like 775, or it's a weird number. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure any information I have is literally.
Like I said, I didn't know. I thought claymores were anti-personnel. I didn't realize they could also impact technicals.
Well, a Jeep isn't a technical, but yeah, a very, very small vehicle. Jeeps are tiny.
Hey, come on! Don't I get points for using phrases like anti-personnel and technical?
You don't
I'm
get
proud of
phrases
myself.
for interrupting me when I was saying that any information I do have is probably at least 30 years old. So there's that. All right, but in all seriousness, come on, please. Am I great in the world again? Oh my god, it's so annoying. Every time I try and take a shortcut, while talking to people in the stream, while talking to people in chat, it goes disastrously wrong. Copy and paste, please. Thank you so much. I think I have an extra copy of the map. Yep, sure enough. And now I have three friggin' Jeeps.
Well, this just got real bad.
I have 4 Jeeps. Oh my god. I'm not this cruel. I'm just apparently having an XL moment right now. The problem is,
if we get hit by a troop, we might actually be better off with talking about paper pushing in Excel.
Yeah, I'm also having a little bit of a rough time with latency on my keyboard here, or not my keyboard, on my Excel spreadsheet. All right, cool. All right, so that's what we see from the drone. We see 2 Jeeps and a bunch of guys just dismounted from the Jeep. A third Jeep has pretty much exploded, trying to get across that bridge. That didn't work out too well for him. And then we have a much heavier technical on the other side of that little creek there. That creek is literally splashable. It's a couple rocks. You jump across it, your boots might get wet. It's by no means any kind of it's there more or less for decoration. As far as like this little wooden footbridge that they try to drive across is the only thing. But as far as any kind of an obstacle to an all-terrain vehicle or foot traffic, no, not really. Then we have 2 vehicles. The Humvee is hidden. In fact, let me go ahead and put the Humvee on there. I have a camera for that. Because of course I do. It's right here. The little air defense Humvee. The Avenger, as some people, as Dennis and Gaz have helped us out with, is actually parked inside the courtyard there. Okay, so that's the map that you guys see with the drone. And then you guys arrive like a couple moments later. Because again, well, I should say more than a couple moments. Again, it's a 10-kilometer range, and you're driving at 80 kilometers an hour. So you get whatever an eighth of an hour is as far as pre-warning between what you see and what you when you actually arrive. So it's like 8 minutes, less 7 minutes of warning. As far as the delta between what you see here via drone feed versus when you physically arrive on the map.
I think that I would like to come in behind the high ground to the north.
Okay, so I'm looking at the chat here. Yeah, cool. Sitrep, thanks. Yeah, as far as like what exactly Claymore carries. Do the enemy see them coming in, do the dust being kicked up, making them aware? Well, they are driving 80 miles an hour, and they are expecting a fight. They do know the place is defended now that they've hit a Claymore, so that's actually a good question, Gaz. Okay, so as far as whether or not the enemy's aware, Gaz, I can't actually say that because they don't know whether or not the enemy knows that they're coming. But given the speed with which that they're approaching it, and given the fact that they have a drone over the imminent battlefield, I think it's safe to say that that these unidentified hostiles, we don't know yet if they're ISIS or SAA. It's going to be tough to say whether or not we can pretty much safe to say that they know the good guys are coming. again, Claymore. Number 2, they know this is a good guy defended target. And number 3, there's dust, like you mentioned, because they are driving 80 kilometers an hour. And number 4, they have a drone over the area and they see the drone. Okay, so Rasmus, you were saying you want to come in from behind the high ground to the north?
Yeah.
So, like up here?
Yeah.
Okay. I lost track of who was in what vehicle. I think you and Taki are in that vehicle.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Jen, if you're cool with that, because technically you are driving. Hello, Jen.
Yes.
Okay, just make sure.
I will take his leadership until I do not want to take his leadership.
Okay, yeah, cool. That dresses up a quick point, and I'm going to keep mentioning the same point over and over again. Number 1, this is a paramilitary game, and there are commanders. At the same time, it's also a role-playing game, and I never want to take away player agency. You know, if a player wants to do something, just because well, you guys have been really cool about this so far, so I won't belabor the point. So where is the Humvee coming in?
Well,
Humvee, where's the Humvee coming in?
The main point is.
Yeah, but Jen, where's the Humvee coming in?
I don't know. I'm not driving it.
I know. I'm saying, let the people who are in the Humvee talk.
Are we on radio silence, Rasmus?
With the drone overhead, no, I don't think we need to be.
All right. So I asked Ajax to contact Rasmus for the battle plan as we're approaching that area, so we know where to come in at. So I'm just trying to keep it, upright. Somebody's gonna have to tell us where we're coming in at.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you guys are within, again, this is mostly for people in the chat. As long as the characters are within, like a couple, like a kilometer or so, they're all considered to be in constant communication, because they all do have like the throat mics and the headsets, the usual tactical gear. We don't really play that thing where it's, oh, you're not there, you can't use player knowledge or whatever, Again, as long, so to Templar's question, good question, whether or not we're in radio silence. Once we're no longer in radio silence, yeah, information is free on the table.
I would say either come in with us, and we'll go in as one group, or come in behind the trees to the south of the road, the high ground there.
I was thinking, what if we veered off from each other off the map and come up the north side of the river, because there's a lot of coverage down there.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
You mean coming somewhere down here? Is that what you're saying?
No, somewhere north of that river part, in between the high ground and where the river is, kind of coming in as almost like a triangle from the right side of the map.
So you're talking about coming in from somewhere like this?
Come in where the river come in on
north of the river. I see what you're saying.
Right there.
I got you. Sorry.
That last yellow line is perfect.
Senior moment. Okay, yeah, whatever you guys want. There's a
that way we still have coverage, or as much coverage as you're going to get to cover a vehicle.
Yep.
Okay, well, it's up to ultimately it's up to the driver.
Our only goal is to protect that vehicle.
Yep.
Now, Jim, what's the deal if I get in that Humvee and drive it? Does it become useless, or?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
You save it.
Okay.
Well, two things are going to have to happen. Number 1, you're going to have to disarm it. It is rigged to blow. Anyone touches it, it explodes.
Okay.
Now, if you can disarm it, and then it can drive away, it's meant to be evacuatable, or whatever, if that's a word. It's meant to be able to be evacuated. You just have to disarm it first. But if you do that, yes, you save the property, but that there's now a hole. There's now a hole in the air control grid.
Okay. Well, that's like last case scenario.
Yep.
That will be my goal. If it looks like we're going to lose this place, I'll hop down to the Humvee and get it out.
Okay. So have we made up our mind about the Humvee's approach pattern? or approach vector, I should say.
I definitely like high ground.
Well, like I said, you're technically behind the wheel, so at the end of the day, it's up to you.
I mean, we can come in through the high ground too, Templar. I mean, there's trees up there as well. So, well, my only reason by that is we give ourselves like a pinch point, so that if one team takes a bunch of fire, the other team has kind of a crossfire, so to speak.
But even if you come in down on the river, it is only a few hundred meters up to the high ground. You're almost on the high ground anyway. So I don't know if dropping somebody off down there and then going up onto the high ground where you can work the 50 cal or your own saw.
That's what I was going to talk about, Rasmus. I didn't know if you wanted preferred long range, because I could drop you off at the high point and then keep driving down further.
I was going to drop out up here. That's the reason why I wanted to approach this way. So grab one of the saws and my sniper rifle, and then flat onto the high ground.
Okay. Well, so that's what we're doing while the Humvee decides. I'm dropping Rasmus with the saw and his sniper rifle on that really high ridge.
Yep.
And then I'm continuing to drive down towards the target.
Okay.
Yeah, don't draw too much
Probably
fire.
where that big tree is right next to the target.
All right, you get that far so long, or I should say, get that far so far. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Syrian turn.
And put bubblegum with me, please.
Okay, we'll do. Damn it, I selected these four guys. I should probably just start grouping these guys together. Make them a little easier to move. Oh my god, what the hell exactly? Okay, there we go.
Oh, that's a good point, Gaz, about kicking up dust.
Yeah, Gaz makes a couple good points. I'll address them in just a second. It's just I'm also trying to update these enemy positions here. This guy is going to spend the turn.
To. You can keep them stagnant. I'm fine with that.
Oh, I thought you meant I didn't really need to address Gaz's questions.
No, you don't really need to move the enemy. They can stay stuck where they are. I'm good with that.
It took that technical a little bit longer to kind of back up out of that explosion zone, so to speak. Oop, I left behind one guy.
Can I draw a line to it?
In just a second, let me finish enemy movement.
Yeah. I'll let you finish it.
Okay, now. Personal radios are usually hard to pick up when they need direction finding gear. Right. Yeah, so how we're using them, Gaz, is pretty much once the firefight starts. So they're on the table. This map is true scale. So as far as like how big the people are versus how big the vehicles are versus how big the terrain is. So the distances here are not long. This is a pretty small map. It also makes the game just run a lot smoother. So the distance between, say for example, Taki and Sirius right now, if I can zoom in, is exactly as long as it looks. So what is that, like 20 yards tops at this exact moment?
2 car lengths.
Yeah. So yeah, the question was in regards to how effective, especially at what distances, these kind of throw mics really are. He makes a good point. They are very short range, and that's why we really want to use them when we're, on the table in a firefight. You can't talk, between different areas like this, obviously on these little throat mics. You have to be pretty much on the same game table, mechanic-wise, firefight table. Okay, so that was everyone's first action. Back to the Humvee. Have we come up with a way we're coming in, for sure, or are you guys still thinking about it?
I like the idea of coming in at the top of the map, behind the building where our air defense Humvee is, just right over there, so we can cut off those guys that are coming around that side over there, because surely they're sending in foot troops to try and attack that building.
Now, the trade-off is, again, we said that we had to come in on this side of the map. However, if you want to take an extra turn to sort of outflank this position along the northern side,
correct.
Come on, OBS. That's legal. It's just going to take an extra turn or two. So as long as you're cool with that.
Well, I'm good with that.
In on the top and drive along the top.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, if you come in along with me and Taki and just drive straight on, that'll give the same effect.
All right, but he's behind the wheel, so Donovan, it's up to you.
Yep.
As long as you're cool with being off the table for the first actual combat phase, yeah, you can come in along the north edge of the table.
Well, I don't have a problem with that unless people in the Humvee jump out.
They don't want to jump out before you actually get on the table, so I don't think they will.
Yeah, we're with you, Chief.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm landing the drone further off.
Okay.
And you're going to want someone in that vehicle operating that vehicle 50. Does anybody in that vehicle have vehicle weapons?
Vehicle weapons or MG at a +1 difficulty.
Donovan.
Nope.
I have chain gun, but I don't have vehicle weapons.
Yeah, I've got chain gun. I got machine gun at 3, so.
Okay, so it'll be machine gun at a +1 difficulty.
Okay.
Because it is a machine gun.
You can pop up and take the gun.
I'll try again. It is a machine gun, but it is a machine gun that's mounted on a vehicle, so it would technically count under a. It's almost one of those areas where it's like, okay, it can be multiple skills. But vehicle weapons is specifically for operating the vehicle pintle, operating it on a that ring that it's mounted on or whatever. As far as how you actually operate that vehicle weapon, it's not like using a saw on a bipod. So it's close because it is a machine gun. It's just going to be at a +1 difficulty. With your dexterity and machine gun skill, I don't think the +1 difficulty is going to be a problem. And it's a mod base, man. I mean, bring it.
Yeah.
Now it is on a pintle, so you. I actually never did make this rule before. It's our first big vehicle combat. However, it is on a mount, so you'll get the bipod bonus.
Oh, all right.
In other words, it is technically mounted.
Cool.
All right. Awesome. So, cool. All right, so they'll be off the table for the first combat phase. So that's our first movement phase. Okay, back to the actual people that are on the table. Rasmus had a question about his line of sight. Okay, so Rasmus. Also, let me also get Bubblegum on here before I forget again. Bubblegum wants in this action. He says, I want XP too, damn it. Wow, he looks small from up here. Okay, so from this exact position where you're standing right now, not really any line of sight on that because those trees are too close. And here you're running across the building. Yeah, you clip the corner of that building right there, and those trees. You're on high ground. You can't. Well, I didn't really say how tall that building was. As far as
is that a building or is it just a wall on the?
It's a high wall.
Courtyard.
It's a high wall around a courtyard, and there's trees there. 1, 2, 3 levels of elevation up. You can take it at +2 difficulty. Because you can see it, but not really. or yeah, it's partially obscured behind the wall and behind the wall is definitely an obstruction, but you're high enough where you can see some of the technical through the trees and over the top of that high wall because you're on elevated ground.
Well, here goes nothing.
Okay.
We'll fire the rocket.
Oh man. Okay, you are in range for a small. A rocket. I think we were talking about the sniper rifle.
Serious is serious.
If I can't draw a line of fire with the rocket, I'll use the sniper rifle.
Yeah, I would go. Yeah, because you have to shoot through the trees. The rocket is going to get fouled up in the branches of the trees and so on. The sniper rifle does not have that problem.
So we'll take the sniper rifle.
Okay. So so you got a bipod, a scope. The bipod gives you 1 automatic success. The scope gives you +1 on your dice, right? No, it was +1. I can't remember. The scope is +2.
The automatic success.
The bipod's the automatic success. The scope gives you +2 on your rating. Okay, and you're using the anti-materiel rifle, the very large sniper rifle.
Yes.
Okay, so the rating is +2. The scope, I'm sorry, +5. The scope gives you +2. You're not gonna have a hard time hitting the vehicle with a sniper rifle at this range. That's gonna be a joke. You're gonna be actually trying to hit the guy inside. Is that what you're trying to go for,
yep.
Or are you just trying to hit the vehicle itself?
Let's shoot for the driver. Let's make it an epic first fail.
Alrighty. Driver is moving, so it's a -5 off your rating.
That'll
to actually
definitely get their attention.
Hit the driver. Now you have +5 for the rating, +2 for the scope. So net you're at +2. So sniper rifle is going to be stamina. Jesus. Dexterity plus sniper, +2.
So that's 8 dice.
Yep. Now he is going to roll. First, I'm going to roll my dice box ops check. And 2 cover for, well, yeah. Okay, go for it. Holy crap.
6 success.
I think you still hit him, but not by much. Look at that roll. 4 10s. Yeah. All right, so you hit him for 2.
So that's 2.
Yeah, that's 2. The vehicle does carry some armor, so let's use our new armor chart. Come on, vehicles. 50 cal against an armored truck 2, 4. You need to roll a 4 or less to get through the, well, we'll say 1 because you're trying to put it through the actual, put it through the glass. So the glass is bulletproof, but again, it's 50 caliber anti-material rifle. So it's an armored truck. It's got an armor rating of 2. You've already rolled to hit the driver though, so obviously you're shooting through the windshield. So we're talking about bulletproof glass, not exactly 50 BMG glass. So we'll knock the armor rating down to a 1. Minus vehicle penetration of a 6 means you have to roll a 5 or less to penetrate the glass. This is fortified glass. There you go. You got him. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and do the damage because we've already rolled the hit, obviously. Okay. So the damage on the very large sniper rifle is +10, plus your net 2 successes. That's 12 dice.
8 and 12. And is it again 5 or 6?
That's actually a good question. 6, please. And that's, the reason that's variable, people in the chat, is that it's based on the target's stamina. So that's usually the group's first indication of what kind of enemies they're up against. Are these trained soldiers or are these insurgents?
7 successes.
Okay, so that knocked him down to organ damage. Hardly surprising, given the fact he just got hit by a 50 caliber sniper rifle. Even a light hit, air quotes, is going to be pretty horrific. So yeah, he's hit at -7.
Poor Rasmus. I know Rasmus was aiming for the gear, and he missed the gear and hit the guy.
Oh yeah.
Poor guy.
Oh yes.
Better
No,
luck next time.
he was. Hey, you were according to the Geneva Convention, which I don't even know if that's a rule anymore. That's just what they used to tell us. You're never supposed to use 50 caliber ammunition versus personnel, only their equipment.
Yeah. So
And the story,
I was definitely trying to stop the truck.
Yep. I was
And you
shooting at.
missed.
I was shooting at
Better
his
luck
web
next
belt,
time.
sir. I was shooting at his helmet. So Gaz is saying in the chat that the first tree explodes, the vehicle explodes, the building explodes. He wants to fire the rocket. Probably, if you want to shoot through the terrain with multiple rockets, the problem is we have a finite number of rockets, and he's trying to be cool about how he's using them.
That would be cinematic, though.
And it's only a small, so it's not like a tow or a javelin or anything like that. Although technically those would be missiles, not.
Jim?
Yep.
Remember how I asked if we move the vehicle, it becomes useless, yada yada, for radar purposes?
Yeah.
What happens if I were to, say, get in the vehicle and use the rockets in the vehicle?
The rockets would be useless in this particular scenario. Those are Stingers. Those are air-to-air, anti-air missiles. I don't think that the Stinger would even, regardless of what you see in Miami Vice, that famous shot where he blows up Sonny's Testarossa, I think that's I don't know. I've never been qualified on the Stinger. I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. I can't say for certain.
I was just checking.
Okay, so Taki, meanwhile, where are you driving to?
Let's see.
And this will complete.
Let's try some bowling.
Oh, really? Okay, where are we going?
Let's try some bowling.
I know. Where are you going?
Straight ahead.
Okay. Well, straight ahead is a tree, so we will avoid the tree.
Well, obviously I have to avoid the tree.
Okay, so are we heading north, south? I mean, you have to tell me where you're going.
South and then due west.
Okay, so where are you aiming? You're aiming across the river at these group? All right, you know what? I'm just going to start moving the truck. And tell me when to turn. I'm going very slow because of the latency.
Okay.
You're about to hit another tree.
Okay, I'm turn south.
Okay, keep going.
South. Oh, the latency, sorry. Keep going, keep going.
You're about to hit the wall.
Can I drive through? Can I drive between those two little trees?
If you don't mind hitting the wall. That's a stone wall.
Oh, is that a wall?
Yeah, it's a stone wall.
Oh, I didn't see the wall. Okay, I'm going around the wall.
All right, cool. Okay, enemy movement. This driver's been badly hurt. He's going to try and make a roll at a -3 difficulty. So agility plus drive. Take off 3 dice. He's spending a grit. The enemy gets grit too, goddammit.
No, I'm just reading Gaz's comment.
Uh-oh. There you go. You can tap the metal plate and heave it. He got 1 success. He barely made it on that drive check.
I'll go and bleed some more.
Oh, jeez. Come on, man. I forgot I already had all this kind of pre-grouped together. So he kind of like almost crashes the truck there. But that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and zoom this bad boy in real fast. Everyone pretend to be very impressed right now. This was actually pretty hard to do. Notice I said pretend to be impressed. I can find the stupid thing. Come on,
Ooh,
Excel.
look at all that detail. You normally get to see it when it's far away.
Oh, no. I'm talking about this. The fact that this gun is aimable. He's got open fire. with his twin 23 millimeter. That's a chain gun. For all you guys that have the chain gun skill, that's the chain gun. Tug, 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 tug. All right, so there's multiple guys in the truck. That was the driver's turn. Now the gunner's going to go ahead and open fire. He's got a vehicle right in front of him, i.e. Taki. However, he also has the sniper that he took fire from up here in the open. So he's got two good targets. Who do I want to kill? I'm going to let the fates decide. Odds, he's shooting at Rasmus. Evens, he's shooting at Taki. Odds for Rasmus. Sorry, Rasmus. All right, twin 23mm autocannon is coming up at you. Okay, make an agility plus cover check. Is that the right roll?
Tactical evade?
No, because he's not moving. So tactical evade is when you're moving. Cover conceal is when you're not moving. So yeah, agility plus cover conceal. You're kind of in the open, so you get no additional dice.
Well, that was why I said I wanted to lay down, but yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
5 successes.
Alrighty. Oh.
Once I picked it up from the floor.
Yeah, I just threw a dice as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. And on our new charts here, if I can figure out where the hell I'm at. 20, 23, same basic thing. Rating is +2. Alright, so he hits you on the normal rolls. If he misses by 1, it's medium. If he misses by more than 1, it's further away. So here we go. Oh, webcam time. Webcam time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes.
Ooh. Ooh.
2 successes.
Oh
Ow.
no! 2 net successes. Oh boy. Okay, what is your stamina, Mr.
Bad
Rasmus?
It's the lowest one in the group.
Uh-oh, which is a 2?
Yes.
Okay, so target number's a 5.
How do you have that low of a stamina?
You put it all in strength and dexterity. I'm just kidding. What am I here? Alright, so that's gonna be...
Isn't that why he's got several X lives?
Several X
Yeah.
Ah.
Harsh. Harsh.
But I'm bump.
You did say shots fired.
Shit, look at that. Well, there's the first 10 dice. That was a 5. Okay, cool. If he gets lucky again. Shit, Rasmus, you are just a lucky 1, 2. Alright, so that's a total of 7. Roll your 3 dots in armor.
3 successes.
Cool, so that got you down to 2. That's not bad for getting hit with an automatic cannon.
Oh no, I'll
So
take
for a guy his size.
Psst. So that gets you down to a broken bone. Yeah, so there's a broken shoulder or something.
3 is moderate bleeding.
3 is moderate bleeding. Yeah, you took 7, and then you took.
Okay,
you absorbed 3 with the armor. So you got
Oh,
that
yeah.
before.
Oh, okay, yeah. I heard 6. Never mind.
Guys in the chat, did I say 6?
No, you said 7.
Okay, I thought so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. That's what Gaz says. Gaz, I agree. Then there's also the idea this is a kind of a role-playing game. So there is a bit of a cinematic element to it.
Suspension of disbelief.
And again, he's also shooting through trees and so on. So cool. Okay, so enemy movement. That Jeep is going to pretty much stay where he's at. He's trying to cross the river. This is pretty much their turn. They're not really going to get a chance to shoot this turn. Because they're not in a vehicle like the vehicle was. So what that kind of, yeah, he didn't get physically hit with a 23mm cannon round. That would be, okay, he's either dead or anything, I mean, fuck your body armor, you're dead. Or anything that did hit you, you've lost. hand, arm, leg, or whatever. For comparison, I actually have a 25mm cannon round on my person right now. So there's my hand. Let me go ahead and zoom this out a little bit. Yeah, here's my hand. There's a 25mm Bushmaster round. So again, there's my hand for comparison. One of those just blew up near you and threw enough fragmentation and shrapnel around, broken rock and so on, to give you those 3 levels of damage. He also rolled really, really well. The enemy, the rolls were on camera. He rolled a shitload of fucking numbers above, or I should say below a 5. It was a really bad roll for the Syrian. And then he rolled all 3 successes on his armor. Even with all 3 of those factors in, he is still down quite a bit. He's down like half. Not quite half. Well, yeah, about half. Once you get down here into the red, you are basically mission killed. You better have a first aid person right there. And Sirius right now does not. So, word to the wise. He also is going to take gas. He is also going to take additional 30 millimeter. What do you mean 30 millimeter? I deal only in 30 millimeter. Gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Took me a second, guys. I caught up. Yes. You would survive being hit by a 23 millimeter. Those are Russian guns. So ZU 2330s. ZU 23.2s. He should be happy surviving. I'm just reading the chat right now. Being hit by a 23 millimeter cannon round, absolutely. Again, in this game, alive is a relative term. Number 1, he's down half his levels, basically. And number 2, he's down in the yellow. He's going to be taking an additional level of wound damage every turn until he gets a first aid check on himself. Because he hit bad enough where he continues to bleed out. There are 3 levels. There's the green, there's the yellow, and there's the red. So, again, once you get into the red, you're in real trouble. You're losing 2 additional levels per turn just for being in the red. So if you get knocked down to 7, next round you're down to 9 just because. And then the round after that,
which
you're just dead.
The driver will be.
Yeah, totally. This driver's in a bad way. For damn sure. Holy crap. Come on, machine. Okay. Last but not least, this team's moving there. Okay, so that's going to complete the Syrian turn for now. I did not move this vehicle here. This vehicle is going to kind of cozy up through here and try and get some kind of cover / position to fire that 50 caliber at Taki next turn. At the same time, he doesn't want to get in the way of that 23 millimeter gun, so he's going to kind of do his best to get that way. Except I just moved the whole piece. There are dangers in over grouping these little Excel elements. Cool. Okay, awesome. That completes the Syrian turn. Again, the only vehicle-mounted weapon they have that can fire. Well, I did say that thing had a 50. All right. The Jeep has a vehicle-mounted 50 in it. That's going to be 3 for machine gun, 3 and 50. Point-blank range. All right. Oops, sorry. Webcam.
Stop rolling all those 10s.
These dice are kicking ass today. I'm glad I'm not playing Darkstar today. That is 4 successes, so they definitely hit the vehicle.
Can I dodge with my vehicle?
Nope. 6.
Ah, come on.
You can dodge. You can dodge if they called you as the target, which they did not do, personally. When I say dodge, it's not really. You can't dodge gunfire. Fuck the Matrix. You roll a cover conceal check or a tactical evade check. That's not the gun bolt. It's not the gun as fired, because there's people in the chat who actually know what they're talking about. So I'm trying to explain the rules here. There's no dodging gunfire in HK Ops. This is not White Wolf. As much as it steals from White Wolf, it's not White Wolf. In White Wolf, you can dodge gunfire, which is absurd. Now, it's supernatural characters, so fine, play the Matrix. But what the role is here is cover conceal if you're standing still or sitting still, or tactically evade if you're moving. And that's how difficult you are making yourself to hit just naturally. That roll is technically made before the enemy shoots at you. I know we don't really do that in the turn sequence, but that's kind of what's happening. So once in a while, we'll just say dodge gunfire or whatever. I just want people in the chat not to think that I have a game where you can actually dodge bullets. I mean, Neo is not in this game. But for now, right? So for now, I have a vehicle penetration of 6. That's definitely an armored vehicle. He hit. We're going to call that one a 3 for the Sultan. So it's going to be 6 minus 3 is 3. 3 on a d6. He hit 4 times, so he gets 4 chances at this. God bless. Hold on, guys. OBS is being OBS again. And again, this is the one time you want to roll low, and this time the enemy rolled high again. Nothing there was a 3 or below. So that front of that Sultan was hosed down with 50 caliber machine gun fire, and nothing got through the armor. Those Sultans are actually pretty heavily armored. Okay, so
be the lady.
Yeah, they also didn't roll
you
very well.
You shot at my car.
Oh yeah, it's all the grill is all kinds of messed up. That concludes Syrian turn. Now we begin the new turn. So we start with Sirius. But tell you what, because we got like half the group down on the table right now, let's start with Templar in his Humvee. So Templar in his Humvee, you guys can join from anywhere along the northern side of the map.
Bowling for Syrians.
Yeah, we want to come in up at the top corner of that facility there that's got our air-covered Humvee.
Okay.
And
so like
Ajax, are you mounting the 50 right now as we pull up so you can squeeze off a shot, or?
I mean, either way, we're going to be rolling at negatives. It can be me or Ash or Cleric. I mean, last game I was manning the gun, so I guess I'm there again.
It's up to you guys.
But,
I mean, it's not often. It's not
often.
I
want to plow through them?
You could probably do both. You can probably do both.
Bowling for Syrians.
We're gonna get so flagged on this Twitch channel.
Okay, I'll change it to bowling for bad guys.
There you go. All right, so yeah, whatever you guys want to do. Whoever wants to operate the 50. There's going to be plenty of vehicle combat in this game, but it's not every day that you get to...
You guys keep talking about how big and bad these guns are. Nothing is more big and bad than a multi-ton vehicle.
Continuing, it's not every day you get to, get both hands on that butterfly trigger and just throw down with an M2 HB.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, I'll fire the cannon as we're driving in at them.
Cool.
Or the...
All right, Ash, you can also fire a weapon outside of one of the windows. So if Ajax is standing up in the cupola, so to speak, through the hatch, firing the 50, he's basically standing on the back seat. So that means you're in the passenger seat, because obviously Donovan's in the driver's seat. Ash, you're also in the passenger seat. Whatever weapon you want to fire, you can also fire. You're going to get one good opening crack at these Syrians. They have no idea you're there because you're entering the table from an unexpected direction. And if whatever you fail, that's good news. Bad news is whatever's left, you're going to be right in the middle of them. So kill a lot, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So where do you guys want to start? I guess we'll start with the driving. Oops. And we'll see how many of these guys Templar can run over here.
What happens if the two vehicles collide?
Well, we'll have to make up a rule for
drive
that.
Drive the Humvee into the Jeep.
You might very well lose both vehicles, so maybe not do that. Crash is a crash.
Can I aim for at least the front two guys there?
Oh, yeah.
And, jam the brakes before I hit the Jeep?
I literally can't fit you. That's the actual top of the map there. I cannot fit you on the table without hitting that first Syrians. How about we call that first Syrian automatic? All right, he's toast. Oh no, they're all grouped together. All right, so I'll just go.
Side swipe.
He kind of gets bounced over. He lands in the dumpster, and that's the end of him. All right, now it's going to be dexterity.
Templar stealing my thunder.
Yep. It's going to be dexterity. No, I'm sorry, agility plus drive, please.
I got 2 successes.
All right, I'm going to roll there. agility plus tactical evade, because they're moving. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First guy. 1, 2, 3. You missed him. Second guy. 1, 2. Technically, you missed him because a tie is always a miss. Third guy. 6 is a miss. 8, yeah, shit. Third guy you missed as well. Shit. And that's a hit. Cool, so you hit one of them. We hit the first guy automatically because I literally couldn't put you on the map without hitting him. I'm not even going to worry about vehicular damage versus an unarmored person. He's pretty much just going to be dead. Okay, so boom, there we are. These guys have kind of successfully done their best to move out of the way. Now it's up to the machine gunners. So we already know what Ajax is operating. So Ajax, go ahead and make your roll. First of all, what are you rolling? You have a couple choices here. Chain gun or machine gun, either one of those will work at a +1 difficulty.
Then I'll choose chain gun because I actually have a dot in chain gun.
Okay, cool. So it's going to be dexterity plus chain gun. Add 2 to your dice because you are beyond point blank for a 50 caliber. I mean, if anything, you're within the weapon's minimum range, for crying out loud. Look at what the barrel is. The barrel is halfway between you and the nearest target. In fact, it may be even a little bit more than that. You can almost hit him with the weapon. If you swing it really hard. Alright, so dexterity plus... I'm sorry?
No, I was just saying, how did he die? Well, he got concussion.
There you go. Dexterity plus chain gun plus 2, target number 7.
Can he split it up?
Yes, because he's an automatic weapon and he has a bipod.
You're saying...
Yeah, I'd rather do 3 and 3.
Okay, so your total pool winds up being 4 dice?
No, the total pool was 6 dice.
Oh, no, no,
dexterity plus
yep.
chain gun, and then the 2 additional dice.
Oh,
so
right. Yeah, that 2's not gonna, yeah, that 2's not going to count for. Okay, so your base pool is dexterity of 3 and chain gun of 1?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say 3 and... So, yeah, so 4 is your base pool. If you want to take 2 shots, that's going to be not 1 shot at 4, but 2 shots at 3. But then that +2, whatchamacallit, applies to both. So you wind up with 5 and 5.
Okay.
Did that make sense, everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 5 and 5, and you get 1 automatic success on both of those because you're firing an automatic weapon from a fixed mount. This is literally why they make pencils, tripods, and bipods. This is why the machine gun was invented in 19 whatever the hell. Technically 18 something. But the first time it was effectively really used is World War I on a bipod or a tripod. Massed firepower, close range, multiple targets.
And since is there any, obviously there's a plus to my target number because I'm not actually using a chain gun?
Yeah, well that's why it goes from 6 to 7. So two separate die rolls, 5 and 5, target number 7.
Okay. I wish you guys could see this because it's pretty damn impressive. First shot, 5 successes. Second shot, 4 successes.
Oh no.
Awesome.
That's a 50, baby. First tactical evade was 2, so you hit him net of 3. Second tactical evade, you hit him for 4. He rolls fuck all. He rolls 1. You hit him also for 3. Oh god. All right. The damage code for a 50 cal, I believe, is what do we say? A 12. A 12. Yeah, 10 or a 12. For a machine gun 50 cal, I think it's a 12. Charts. Automatic 50 is a 10, or it's a 10. The 12 is for the 14.5 millimeter. So it is 13 dice twice because you hit them. Yeah, because you hit them both for 13. Target number of 6.
First roll. Target number of 6.
Yep. These guys are trained Syrian regulars.
8 successes on the first.
Okay, and on the second one?
Ten successes.
Oh my god. Splat.
Hamburger for supper.
I was going to say that's definitely red mist.
What are you doing, Mr. Machine?
You
Hold on.
said to make sure these guys all die.
Well, yeah, to kill
Absolutely.
as many
I'm
as
really
you can.
doing my best.
Only because you're literally in the ant pile now. And that Jeep, again, I know it's not drawn in there, but that Jeep has a 50 cal in there as well.
Oh boy.
Their mothers are genuinely wondering if the kids ever really existed.
Oh, for crying out loud, please change the picture, Excel. Damn it, man. Yeah, we got to put a little bit of artwork on that one. All right, so one of them is literally killed because there's only 10 levels on the chart, and the other guy might as well be killed. He's at -8. Okay, that brings us next to Mr. Cleric. Long time.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So if you need a brush up on the rule here, but there's literally one guy left unless you want to shoot at the driver or the gunner in the Jeep. So technically there's 3 guys that you're immediately
No, I'll
facing.
go for the closest ones. We're literally about to debark, so whatever
Okay.
you want to call it. So yeah, where am I? So
it's looking like 6 dice, dexterity plus assault rifle. And if you're using the medium assault rifle, you get a rating +1. So it's that, because some weapons are more accurate than others. There's that, plus your dexterity, which is really high. That's your money right there, and then 2 in rifle. So it looks like 7 dice.
7, cool.
Make that 9, because again, we're at point blank range.
Okay, so 9 dice, yeah?
Yep, you have the skill, so it's a standard 6. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for his tactical evasion. Agility plus tactical evasion, I should say.
1, 2, 3, 4 success.
I'm wondering seriously what's going on with my webcam right now. There we go. I'm sorry, you said you had 4?
4 success, yeah.
You did hit him, but barely. He got 3, because that 5 doesn't count. So your net success was 1. So it's 1 plus the damage code of the weapon. It's a nice big 30 caliber 7.62 millimeter NATO full metal jacket. So it is 1 plus the damage code of the weapon. Damage code of this weapon is 6. That's literally the size of the bullet. So it's 6 plus your net successes. You got 4 successes. He got 3 to evade. That means you hit him for net of 1. So it's 7 dice against his stamina plus 3, which is 6.
1, 2, 3. That's an 8, not 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Success.
Cool. So he is wounded, but not. He's down to broken bone, -2. So he's still operational, but he will be firing at a pretty nasty penalty for sure. All right, let me write this down. So he's at -8, which means he's pretty much toast, and he is at -4. He's still a little bit of a danger. So, dead, hella dead, 50 caliber through the brain pan. He's literally decapitated. This guy is down -8. This guy is down -2. 2 guys in the Jeep are fine. Okay? So, that concludes our little Humvee turn up here. We go back to Sirius, who is probably still saying, ow.
Yeah. Let's see. This is the second, or is it the third action?
This would be second action because they just came on. So I would either move or first aid if I were you, seriously. Or unless you think you can silence that gun with your next shot.
Let's see. They moved, so yeah, I'll pull back behind the elevation.
Okay.
Unless I can fire the rocket at it.
You can fire the rocket at this vehicle. Oh wait, he moved. He moved.
And he's now giving me a nice broad flank.
And he fired at you, so it's only fair to say that. But again, he's not firing a rocket. He's firing bullets. If you want to fire the rocket, you can do so at a +1 difficulty. I leave it to you to make the decision.
Fuck it, we'll fire.
Yeah! Yeah! Rocket plus blast!
Oh, it's about to get real now.
And we'll burn a grid on it.
Oh, there you go. Is that shit from Razor Fist? He always posts in his videos. Rocket launcher. You know what had to be done. Alrighty, so okay. Let me find your character sheet here because I'm clueless. Rocket is 2 plus dexterity. Oh, so you got 5 dice. Now you are down to broken bones, so you're taking 2 dice off.
Yep, and burning a grid. I should have all the grid back.
Oh, that's right. You have 1 of the grid back. So hold on.
Okay, yep.
Starting over. You 1 night of sleep. You're back to this, and now you're respending that grid on this rocket. Oops.
Yes.
On this rocket attack. Damn you. I know how to type. All right, cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Knock it down to 3. 3 dice only, but you get 1 automatic success.
It'll be 3 successes altogether.
All right.
An 8 and a 9 and a grid. How does the vehicle dodge?
It gets cover bonus because again it's behind those trees.
Okay, yeah.
But not many dice, obviously. And you only got 2 successes, so you got. Also, I have to come up with a number anyway for you to roll against. Unless it's a surprise attack, which it isn't. You hit him for 1 because you had 3, he had 2, so you hit him for 1. So you did hit the vehicle. I don't think penetration is going to be a problem. If it is, the game is broken. So let me just. I'm now just checking more for the game health rather than the small hits on a 20. The truck has like a 1 or a 2. We said. We said the truck had a 3 and the truck had a 2 and the windshield had a 1. So the truck has a 2. 20 is your penetration value. The delta between those two is 18. You have to roll under an 18 on 1d10. Kaboom! You did it. Yeah.
You could roll a 10 and you'd still be under 18.
I'm literally like I'm kind of thinking. We literally made up that chart in the pregame meeting, so I'm literally just trying to kind of figure this out. As far as and why? Because it's fun to put an explosion marker on the map. Yay! I'll put a big one for that one.
Let's blow stuff up.
Well, serious just got serious, everybody.
That's why I jumped out here. I'll teach you to shoot at me.
As long as I got to show off that gun was rotatable at least once, and as long as I hurt at least somebody with an automatic cannon, I'm fine. I'm happy.
It's a shame. I was hoping we'd be able to salvage that weapon.
Yeah.
That's
not going to happen.
No, not going to happen.
I do have a piece. I mean, you guys laugh. I am prepared for that. I did think you guys might try to do that. There is a detached 23mm cannon piece prepared. It's not going to be this one, however. Thank you, Sirius.
Yeah, that's why we can't have nice things.
Because Sirius brought a rocket launcher.
The Sirius
Boom.
gets pissed off and he just blows it up.
Okay, so we now go down to Taki. Taki, what are we up to? I think, Taki, you are still muted. Or I should say, Jen, you're still muted.
Now that Templar has stolen my thunder, I need to show him how to properly go bowling for bad guys.
Bowling for bad guys. Is that another one of our little... I'm trying to make this a little bit more clear. There are enemy infantry here in this tree line, so kind of be wary. I thought there was 4. Oh, here he is. He ran himself over. Get out of the way, damn it. All right, yeah, so there are 4 enemies on foot. Hopefully that you can see that on your screen.
So I have... Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I have 2 sets of... I have a set of bad guys directly in front of me, and I have a set of bad guys to my right, correct?
This is correct. You have Tango number 1, Tango number 2, the Jeep, which technically has 2 more guys in it, and a 50 cal. Tango number 3, Tango number 4. I just like drawing things with my little highlighter tool, so.
I am going to go for the tangos directly south, or no, north, because they've already crossed the river, north of the Jeep.
Okay, so those guys there. Looks like they're right in front of you. You're literally just going to roll. Okay, cool.
I'm going to hit the gas.
Yep. Or, yeah, I should say like roll into them. Gotcha. Okay.
Can you do a U-turn or a skid mark into them and then straight towards the other group coming up the road?
Oh, you want to do
That's
a
what I'm
fishtail?
going to try.
Oh, I
was
see.
wondering if that was what she was doing.
Gonna do like a fishtail?
I'll spend a grit. Yeah. Hit him with the back end of the car and gun him to the other one.
If you guys look, let's just cut to the chase. If you guys really want to play Car Wars instead of HK Ops, just let me know, and we'll start playing Car Wars. They have rules for that. They have rules for sideswiping people with fishtails in Car Wars. There's literally a mechanic for that. All right. So add Car Wars to the list of games that HK Ops is ripping off here. Okay, so we'll add 1 to the difficulty number for that sideswipe. We'll add 1 to the difficulty. No, we won't. We'll add something to their dodge roll because of that cover they're in. They do have some cover with the trees. So yeah, it's going to be agility plus drive against their cover conceal.
And my difficulty is now a 7?
Yep. Cover conceal. Hold on.
Okay.
Cover conceal plus agility. Yes. All right.
Jim, you left Taki on the
And
map
then
behind the car.
Yep, I see it.
That's okay.
Webcam.
I'm spending a grit, declaring it in advance.
Oh God. You guys told me to stop rolling 10s. I've stopped rolling 10s.
5 successes with the grit.
Okay, there's the first one. Here comes the second one. The grit can only account for 1 roll. So are you spending 2 grit or just 1 grit?
Yep.
Are you spending 2 grit?
Yes.
Okay.
1, 2, 5 successes, including the grit for the first one. 4 successes, including the grit for the second one.
Okay, so you hit them. You hit one of them for 4. You hit one of them for 3. See, the second one only got 3. That's with his. It's with his cover conceal bonus there. It's tough to dodge a truck. Actually, that should have been dodge. That's one of the few times you do get to roll dodge. So for people in the chat, there are 3 ways to avoid damage. There's tactical evade, there's cover and conceal, and there's actually dodge. You cannot use dodge against gunfire. You can use dodge against trucks. Because trucks, anything thrown, trucks, melee, a sword, a club, a baseball bat, anything smaller than a bullet, anything that you can conceivably see and try to get the hell out of its way before it hits you, you use dodge at. That does not include bullets, so dodge is not applicable towards bullets. Again, I know it sounds like I'm splitting hairs here, but again, I'm trying to make sure that you don't wind up with 1 skill that gets rolled 82,000 times an episode. Needless to say, you hit both of them. I'm not even going to try and figure out, again, what the dodge roll or what the damage roll is for a truck against the human body. I'm assuming it's pretty heavy. So just to kind of move things along, I'm just going to say that these two guys are splattered, and that's it for them too. So not only did Jen kill two guys with her overrun check, she did it sideways. She did it with a side swipe.
When your character has one major skill, she tries to use it as often as possible.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah, what I was saying before is I just don't want the game to only have one skill.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay.
But to be honest, it was my suggestion that he go bowling for bad guys in the first place. It was my influence. Everybody else has got many other skills. I'm the very focused character.
Oh God, you're looking down the barrel of 5. I just noticed you looked down the barrel of 5 other guys coming down the road at you.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's
It
still
works. She could be looking down the barrel of a 23,
Yeah, this would be a bad
millimeter
time.
cannon.
Nope.
This would be a bad time to take flanking fire from a 23 millimeter. That's for sure. Point blank range. For a 23 millimeter, yes, that is point blank range. Okay, so I think
What I would have liked to have done was,
Go ahead.
sorry, if it was truly a movie, I would have sideswiped the bad guys and flung a grenade out my window at the same time at the 50.
It's all about how many times
But-
you want to split your dice pool.
Yep.
Ironically, that was one of the times that Brun couldn't make it. But his character was already in the story. That second half of that Mexico mission, he was riding in the back of your pickup truck and threw a grenade out of it. He did basically a drive-by with a grenade.
Yep.
I was playing his character as an NPC, and I thought to myself, is this something Brun would do? And
Oh, hell yeah.
you can guess what the answer was on that one. Okay, so up here, we're back up here to this part. Oh wait, no, that's all good guys have gone, right? The enemy does get a turn, believe it or not. Okay, enemy gets a turn. I'm gonna do this a little bit faster.
A third turn. Yay!
Yep. Well, the enemy might get a third turn depending on their number of actions per turn, but spoiler alert, they don't. I mean, these are regular troops, but they're not like good regular troops. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, second guy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesus, another 4. Okay, now the 50 cal. Oh, I don't have the webcam on. So it's 8 hits so far. Here comes Mr. Webcam. 1 automatic hit because he does have a pencil. Let's be fair, they get the same bonuses you guys do. 1 automatic hit because of the pencil. Agility, dexterity plus heavy machine gun, or plus machine gun. And the 1 automatic hit, that's 4. So that's 4 hits with a 50 cal, and 8 hits with assault rifle fire. These are from basically the 4 guys now behind you at point blank range. So here we go with the 4 50 caliber hits, which are going to penetrate on a 3 or less. We've already figured that out. 3 or less. 1 has penetrated. So there is a little bit of steel bouncing around inside your vehicle right now. That's the 1. Okay, you have 8 hits with 30 caliber. They are only going to penetrate on a 1 because obviously their bullets are a lot smaller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 chances, but only a 1 penetrates the armor. 1. So you have a little bit of bullets flying around in there. So that's 2 bullets that are now indoors. First, I'm going to do the 30 caliber bullet. Come here, Mr. Vehicles chart. And it hits number 6, weapon. That vehicle doesn't really have any weapons, so it hits the car. It hits like the car's body. The 50 caliber bullet hits 10, the body. So that's 2 hits on the body. That vehicle is down 2 points as far as damage goes. It basically has 10 points of damage. What's the best way to do this? That's the least aggravating for me because I don't like to be aggravated. Come on. Any day, machine. Any day. Would be lovely.
You don't have any bullet hole type
yeah,
artwork?
You know what? You just got hit by a nuclear bomb. Gaz, you got your wish. We did have weapons of mass destruction in the game. I know you were only hit twice, but I'm going to count that 50 cal twice because it's a huge bullet. So that vehicle is down 3. All right, and that's it for that group of enemies. Now there's this group of enemies. This group of enemies sees you driving straight toward them. They say, "Holy shit, man!" We're gonna do this shorthand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of them there. Webcam.
If anything, I'm drawing fire away from the target.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20. Alright, luckily for me, I have exactly 10 dice. So picture those scenes you see in like cheesy Arnold Schwarzenegger movies where the entire front of a truck is just enveloped in sparks. As like, you know, a minigun opens fire on it. That's no penetration. Second group of 10. Again, that is no penetration. You should have been penetrated twice there, Jen. No. You should have been DP'd there.
That's the tale of things.
That's what she said. Yeah, right. No, but seriously, 20 dice, chance of 1. There should have been 2, but you got 0. They literally just emptied half their mags into you, and it's literally a flurry of sparks. All right.
I think that is an armored car.
Oh God, yeah, dude. If that was a civilian vehicle, he just got hit by a 50. She just got hit by a 50 cal and 7 guys with assault rifles at point blank range from 2 different directions. Can we say hell no? Okay. Meanwhile, Humvee.
Yeah, but I'm cute and a good driver.
Okay, one guy is down -8, so he is taking. He's not taking anything off. He's not going to go ahead and shoot. He's going to try and stabilize himself with a first aid check. Taking 3 dice off of his roll. So hold on. Here is his wits plus his wounds. Hold on. We get the webcam going here. Again, a Syrian regular, but he's not exactly Einstein either. Wits plus wounds. He is at -8, which gives him a -3 to his penalty. He gets 1 dice. He's going to spend a grit on this. And he is going to try and roll his wound level, which is an 8. Remember, it's either a 6 or a wound level, whichever is higher. So it's usually a 6 until you get hit really, really bad. This guy's been hit really, really bad. This is Ajax's second 50 caliber victim. He needs an 8 or better to stabilize his wound. Okay, he rolled an 8 exactly. That plus his grit was 2 successes. So the first success stabilizes the wound. He is no longer losing additional levels, which means he doesn't die right now. In number 2, he gets 1 wound level back, so he's now down to -7, which still isn't great, but that was his turn. This guy here, and while he was doing that, he was kind of also falling back a little bit. He's trying to get under some kind of cover. This guy's going to try and do the same thing a little bit. I'll take 2 dice off of his pool because he spent some of his time moving. Damn it. I'm throwing dice all over the floor here, like I always do. I need a bigger table or something. Okay, so agility. Sorry, not agility. Dexterity plus firearms or plus rifle. Minus 2 dice off for his movement, plus 1 dice off for his wound penalty. Use him with 2. He gets 1 success. Negative. Okay, now the 50 cal. Here's the problem. 50 cal gets 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1 automatic success. The driver is going to back up a little bit. No, he's not, because he's got people taking cover behind his vehicle right now. 1. Shit, that's it. 2. Plus the 1 automatic success for being on a mounted weapon. Bipod bonus, basically. So that is 3 successes. This Humvee is only armored to 2, so this is 4 chances out of 4. He hit for 2, right? And it was 3rd was the automatic one? Is that what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I almost rolled too many dice. So 3 dice against a 4. That is 2 penetrations. Looks like you guys got DP'd as well. I'm gonna get us thrown off a Twitch. On vehicles. Now, unfortunately, this vehicle does have passengers. We're going to count passenger internal as Cleric, and we're going to count passenger external as Brun, or as Ajax. So, first penetration. This is a 50 caliber bullet. Hits number 10, hits the body, so the vehicle's down 2 points. Second one. 1 driver.
Negative. It just impacted on the side.
Oh shit! The damn thing wasn't coming. What was 1? That was a driver. That was my friend Mr. Donovan. Just caught a piece of a 50 cal. Went through the block of the car, went through the dashboard, and part of it went into you. So 1 success. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold on a second, Templar. You're not. Don't despair yet. That's the base damage code. It did go through armor, so I'm taking 3 off. What is your stamina, Mr. Templar?
4.
So your target number to damage you was a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's mostly secondary shrapnel as the 50 caliber goes through the block and through the dashboard. And then some of that secondary shit went into you. Now you do get you are wearing tactical armor, so you get to roll 3 dice against the 6.
Two successes.
So 2 of those are off. You're left with 2 levels of damage.
You got some light bleeding. Very similar to what happened to Taki with the grenade.
It's almost exactly what, yeah, it's just, secondary shrapnel. Alright, cool. You're at -1 until you get a first aid check on that. From bleeding and shock and everything else. Cool. I think that's it for enemy turns. Because he did. The driver is like, what the hell? He was going to move, but again, now people are kind of like, well, let me see what he does. Hold on. Odds, he leaves. 5. He starts, right, these guys take cover behind the Jeep. The Jeep says, you know what? He starts pulling back. He's just like, what the hell, man? We just took cover behind the Jeep. It's chaos in combat. They don't know, they're going to have to get behind the wall for cover, but that's going to be the next action. So I think that concludes. And these 2 guys are both very dead. And I think that concludes enemy action for the turns. Everyone else has already moved. So now we go to friendly third actions. So we start off here with the Humvee crew. What do you guys want to do for your... Everyone has a third action, right? I'm assuming? I'm almost...
I haven't updated my character yet. I only have 2 actions.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure I have 3 actions.
3, 2 actions. Make sure that's actually still correct. Actions. Dexterity plus agility divided by 2 round up. Dexterity plus... Yeah, you still have 2. Okay, so Donovan's out of actions, but everybody else has a third action, I think. Yep. Cool. Let me go back to the Mr. Map. Alright. So that means that Ajax and Cleric, what are you guys doing?
I'm going to do the 50 cal against the Jeep, because it seems like we need to take that other gun out.
Okay. Same roll as before. So that's going to be dexterity plus chain gun minus plus 1 difficulty plus 2 dice because of point blank range.
And are you splitting them?
Well, he's already rolled it. Sounds like.
Well, no, I'm more rolling against the Jeep, so it's one target. And that's target number of 7, correct?
Yes, because you don't quite have the right skill.
1 success.
All right, cool. That's going to be a hit because the Jeep. If you're just shooting at the Jeep has no cover here, and also point blank range. So the Jeep basically is unarmored. So the weapon automatically penetrates. Also, it's an open-topped vehicle, so, I mean, come on. It's just silly at this point. You didn't call the shot, so we're just gonna roll. Yes, roll a d10 to see what you hit. Because all we determined so far is that you hit the Jeep. As far as what you hit. Two. Passenger internal. That's the gunner. Holy shit! Look at that. Good shot, man.
That's the way to do it.
Lucky lady, right?
the only thing that would have really mattered. Oh, hitting the driver would have helped too, but. Okay, there's no armor because he's standing up in the back of the Jeep. You hit him for 1 plus the damage code of the weapon is 10 is 11. 11 dice versus a 6.
Eight successes.
Okay. Noted. Cool. Then we go on to Mr. Cleric. Mr. Cleric, what are we doing? You have this guy who's trying to bandage himself up in front of the wall. We have this guy who's still pretty operational. Behind the, like also he's wounded, but he's not badly wounded really. And then we have a driver and a very badly wounded gunner in the back of that 50 cal.
I'm going to continue firing at the guy I fired at.
Okay.
First round.
So he's at -4. That's a -2 bonus, right? Or penalty on my side. So you're still at point blank range for a assault rifle. So add 2 to your roll. I'm going to subtract 2 from my cover and conceal. Covering because he's not moving. Cover and conceal plus agility. Cover and conceal plus agility -2 for wounds. That gives me only 3 dice. Pretty sure you're going to hit him. He's very close and he's wounded, so he's not moving terribly fast.
And I'm rolling.
Especially with that roll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Alright, he only evaded for 1, so you hit him net for 5. So it's 5 plus the damage of the weapon.
Which is 6.
Which is 6. So it's 11 dice against a target number of 6 to damage him.
Cool.
You can stop counting at 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Boom. So here's why. Oh, did you get exactly 4?
Exactly 4.
So he was already at 4. All right. So you do 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Now he's at shock -4. We're now at the end of the turn. Everyone takes bleeding damage. He's in red, which means he loses 2 more. Incapacitated, killed. Yeah, so he didn't die instantly. He wriggles around on the ground for a while, but yeah, he's done. He is checking out. So I think the only person left with actions... Actually, we have 2 people left with actions. And one of them includes Jim finding the map. Okay, so we got Sirius and we've got Taki.
I'll spend a grit and do some bandaging on myself.
Okay, are you carrying a first aid kit? Because that gives you a bonus.
I'm carrying a dog with a first aid kit.
That'll do it. That will do it. Cool. So that adds 2 to your dice, and you're spinning a grit, so it gives you an automatic success. Your target is still a 6 because you're not at past 6 yet. You're down 4 if memory serves. So it's going to be wits plus wounds plus 2.
So that'll be 7 dice.
Yep. 1 automatic success with the grit. Alright, so let me mark off your grit. 5 successes. Alright, you are now officially no wound penalties, but you are actually wounded.
Walking wounded, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can put the...
Hey, I get to put a little splatter on there too. Now I can't find it. I shouldn't have deleted it before. Let's see. Alex does not have one. Templar, unfortunately, is going to have one. And so is not Ajax. Oh, Sirius. Sorry, we were just talking about that. I'm with it. I know what's going on. All right, cool. So I think. Oh no, sorry. Taki, your turn. You have more actions. You have one last action, Taki.
Yes, I do. I would like to hit the gas pedal.
Oh, okay. Simple turn. It's always a simple turn.
Strike?
Follow the road.
I was gonna say now she's got to go for that 7-10 split. Here comes.
There we go.
Let's plow the road.
Bowling for bad guys.
Oh my God! All right, they see you coming. They're gonna get a full tactical evade. Some of them are gonna jump into the creek. Some of them are gonna jump over that wall.
A grit.
Okay, how many grit do you have? Because you spent 2 that I forgot to take off before. So let me take those 2 off. This isn't the last firefight of the game,
I
Jen,
should
so
be.
You got 2 left.
No, well, I should have gotten 1 more back because I got healed, so I got some sleep that night. I should have actually earned that grit back.
That happened in the morning. You haven't been to sleep since then.
Oh, okay.
You'll gain 1 tonight. Yes.
Okay.
Cool. So, oh my God. All right.
Chunky salsa?
I believe that might be happening.
I am still spending another grit.
Okay, I got it marked off. Yeah, so it's the same roll as before. For 4-wheel vehicle plus agility, 6 dice, plus a grit, 1 automatic.
Target of 7, correct?
It's all Pocky.
No, because you're not doing a side swipe. That extra difficulty was for the side swipe, or for a fishtail side swipe. Now you're just driving straight forward. So the target number's back down to a 6.
Oh, I wish I had a camera.
Okay, what'd you get?
Including the grit, 6 successes.
Okay, so here's how we'll do this. So I won't make you roll 6 times because number 1, you also have to spend 6 grit points, which is just dumb. So 6 successes, the first guy. You got 6 successes on the first guy. So that's 1, 2, 3. You hit him for 3. Let me make a note of that. Okay, the second guy, you got 5 successes. 1, 2, 3. You hit him for 2. The next guy after that, you hit for 4 successes. 1, 2. You hit him for 2. Jesus Christ. The next guy you hit for 3 successes. You guys see how I'm doing this? I'm just staircasing it down.
Yep.
That guy you still hit. Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Shit, I'm not rolling. All this dice roll is not on the camera. Sorry. That 5 doesn't count. That 1, that 2. 2 successes, you got net of 3. That still counts, although only as 1. The 5th guy there, you only got 2 successes on. Okay, that guy you finally missed. So you hit 4 of these guys.
My numbers say 3, 2, 2, 1, nothing.
Yep, that's exactly what I have. 3, 2, 2, and 1 and nothing. Oh boy.
The first guy is not doing so hot.
Yeah, again, I don't have a damage code of a truck running over somebody, so I don't have anything to add that to, like a regular firearms check. So I have to come up with a shorthand system just to kind of make this game run a little smooth. These are D5s.
I'm happy with saying I killed everyone but the one I didn't hit. Save time.
That is... Okay, so 3 versus 5. These are D5s, by the way. 3 versus 5, he's still alive. 2 versus 3, you killed him. 2 versus 1, you killed him. And 5 versus 1, he's still alive. No, you... Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay, cool. Not the most elegant solution there. What we wound up with is 2 killed and 2 wounded, and 1 missed.
Okay.
I believe Taki still has the highest kill count so far.
Technically, Rasmus killed 3 or 4 inside that technical, but yeah, I think you might still be right. This guy successfully dodged. He managed to roll over that wall. Oops, it's too far away. Won't let me roll.
Mental note: don't piss off Taki.
As long as she's not in like a truck.
At least not if she's behind the wheel of a car.
She will run you down.
Furiosa. Seriously, there's my new nickname. I will wear it with pride. I will even shave my head.
Why do you want to do that? I have to draw the counter again if you do that.
Hey, if I get that nickname, I will shave my head.
Okay, you get to draw the counter again then.
She's hardcore.
I gotta start doing a better job of keeping track of these wound levels. Did I just copy the map? That's not what I had selected, Excel. Don't even tell me otherwise. I have witnesses now. Yes, I talked to Excel. We have a complicated relationship.
I spent all week cursing at Excel, so I know exactly what you're going through.
The problem, I think, comes when I try to use Excel as a graphics tool, which it's not really designed to be, obviously. This guy was down hell of levels. Oh, and then this guy was just dead, because, yeah, we already know that. Sorry. Cleric hit him to the point where he can't survive the turn.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Alright, that pretty much wraps up
There
the
was
turn.
damage to the gunner in that Jeep.
That's what I was thinking of. Okay, the damage to the gunner in the Jeep, he is dead. So I'm going to put a blood splatter in the back of that, because he was down 8, it's now the end of the turn. He takes 2 levels of bleed out damage, he's done. This guy is basically mission killed. He's not technically dead, but he might as well be dead. He's at 7, he's down to 9, because he's also red, even after his first A check. So if he lives, it's going to be because you guys save him, i.e. you want to take a prisoner. Other than that, he dies like almost immediately. He's incapacitated anyway, so he can't fight back. He literally passes out. He's unconscious. So the only 3 enemies we have left on the... Oh, then there is a driver. So let me put an actual... Before I forget about the driver again.
And then there's the other Jeep and...
Yep. So the battle's not over, but it's getting there. Look at that, he fits right in the back of the Jeep. That's awesome. Alright, then we got these 3, technically 4 clowns, because there's 2 guys in the Jeep itself, a driver and a machine gunner. And Taki is actually not there. She's actually here. So we know where everybody is. Obviously everybody in that technical is toast. Alright. Sweet. So that is that. Okay, we begin technically turn 3. So this guy is now actually down to -9. So we'll start up with the... We'll keep doing that triangle. We'll do Humvee, Sirius, and then Taki. So meanwhile, the 2 wounds that Donovan took, he is not yellow or red, so he doesn't take additional bleed out damage, but he still has the -1 wound penalty. At least for the
yeah,
moment.
I'm gonna 50 cal the Jeep again.
Okay, are you calling a shot, or are you just gonna try and hit the or are you just gonna try to riddle the Jeep in general?
No, I'll call the shot on the driver. I'll try to take the driver out. I don't want the Jeep to be able to leave to,
Call a shot on a driver while it's moving, and technically it is moving, is -5 off your dice pool.
Well, then I couldn't do it then because I only have 5.
You could spend a grit.
Yeah, I guess.
Or you don't have to.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, rules wise.
No, yeah. At this point, calling a shot's probably not the best idea. It's probably just pepper the Jeep and hopefully disable it.
Cool. So that is going to be a, in that case, go ahead and just take your normal roll.
How many ways can he split it up to get shots into the Jeep?
It depends on how many dice he has. So what do you have in chain gun plus... Sorry, chain gun plus dexterity. Brun.
4 dice, and then
4
you've been
dice.
adding 2 dice for point blank.
Okay, so you can roll twice at 3, 3 times at 2, or 4 times at 1.
Twice at 3, I'll go.
Okay, so you roll twice at 3, and you get 2 dice for being point blank, and you get 1 automatic success. I'm stacking dice like you can see what I'm doing. Sorry. So here's your normal dice pool. You said you had 4. So you can roll once at 4, twice at 3, 3 times at 2, or 4 times at 1. Hopefully now you can actually see what the hell I'm doing on my webcam. I keep forgetting to turn on. All right, cool. So twice at 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And you get 2 for point. Is he still point blank? Yeah, for 50 cal, he's still point blank. 50 cals have like 1,000-yard ranges. So it's 5 dice twice. Target number of 7. I see what Rasmus is trying to do here. It makes sense. I'm sorry. What was the first one?
First roll 1 success.
Okay.
Second roll 3 successes.
First roll was a miss. Second roll was 3 successes. So that becomes net 2 successes. So it didn't work out, but I could see what Rasmus was going for. He was trying to double that damage rating, which is the point. I get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I was actually aiming for the big one with get 4 shots into it, and then hope for 2 or 3 hits, and then hope for more damage.
Here you go. Yeah, it's okay. So one well-aimed 50 caliber bullet is 4 plus 10 for damage. A spray with 4 individual hits is 4 plus 40, 44 dice of damage. The problem is the enemy gets to make that evasion roll every time as well. And if there's armor involved, that armor gets multiplied. So it's not a fail-proof tactic, but it does work. For a point-blank machine gun burst on an unarmored target, though, it's a pretty good idea. He just didn't get the right successes. But I do have, according to my calculations here, 12 dice of damage. So it's automatically going to penetrate, so don't worry about anything like that. What the hell am I doing? Hold on, let me think. Again, this vehicle weapons part of the game, we literally designed right before we started streaming. So the Jeep has an armored rating of 0. Vehicle penetration of 6. You're automatically going to penetrate. There's no way the 50 cal is not going to penetrate a Jeep's quote-unquote armor. It's completely unarmored. So that doesn't even come into it. Yeah, roll 12 d10s, please, Mr. Brun.
Target number of?
We're just going to go through the actual results. The Jeep is toast. I mean, a full double-fingered butterfly trigger blast at point-blank range, a Jeep with 50 caliber belt of ammunition. Yeah. So, did you get any 1s?
No.
Okay, the driver is ironically not hit. Did you get any 2s?
No, the lowest number I got was a 3.
Passenger external. There is no passenger external anymore, so it goes into the body. So how many 3s did you get?
1.
All right, so that's 2 there. We've been counting 50 cals as 2 points of bullet damage. Did you get any 4s?
2 4s.
2 tires are shot out. It's not going anywhere. Did you get any 5s?
1 5.
There's a 50 caliber bullet in the engine. That car's not going anywhere. Did you get any 6s?
3 6s.
You literally shot the 50 cal off of the pintle mount. So you already killed the guy behind the 50 cal. Now the 50 cal is just kind of dangling there. And now you blew the 50 caliber apart into scrap metal. Did you get any 7s?
No 7s.
Oh, I wanted to put another explosion counter on the map.
Sorry.
Yeah, still, long story short, take a shot. That Jeep is toast.
Then there's 2 more 8s and then 3 10s.
All right. So the guy inside who's actually driving the Jeep might actually be okay because you didn't score any hits on the driver. But the Jeep is definitely toast. So he'll probably be bailing out of that Jeep and running down or trying to run away down the desert on his first action. But the Jeep itself, we can safely say is beyond toast. Now we could have just said that in just narrative terms. Hey, you just put a 50 caliber burst into the Jeep. The Jeep is done. But again, I'm also trying to test out this this vehicle weapon system a little bit because it's literally hours old and it's by no means complete. So I'm really kind of going through the numbers here on. Come on, man. Really? I'm being super anal about my map here. God damn you to hell. Alright, cool. Alright, Mr. Donovan and Mr. Cleric, your turns.
Has the driver actually left the that Jeep yet?
We'll say that he's like tumbled out and he's kind of rolled off to the side. So technically, yes. If I can select it, which it won't let me do because I hate my life. Come on, Mr. Machine. Give me a break here. Here we go. That only took like way too long. Sometimes these graphics are a bigger pain in the ass than they're worth. Alright, cool. So are you going to engage the guy that just bailed out of the Jeep, or?
Yep.
Cool.
So it's still picking or not?
No. Not for an assault
No?
rifle.
Okay.
For a heavy machine gun, yes. For an assault rifle, no.
Cool. Okay.
But he doesn't have any cover bonus, so I'll say, yeah, I'll give him his usual. He's technically moving. Tactical evasion plus agility. I'll tell you what, because he also spent some of his well, he's not spending any of his action yet. So I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself here. Yeah, usual roll then.
Cool. 1, 2.
That is a
Not
miss,
good roll.
because he had 3.
Yeah.
Okay, Templar, what are we doing?
Well, since all my companions have taken their shots, I'm going to put the Humvee in gear and try and nail the guy that's at -9.
Oh, that's easy, because he's literally unconscious. So there's no dodge, there's no nothing. It's literally
That works for me.
Yeah, he is crunch. He's done.
Using his torso as wheel chocks.
Welcome to the Taki School of Driving.
See that, Jet? Everyone's trying to steal your shit. Everyone.
You've passed the first course there, Dust.
I'm flattered.
It's getting kind of grim with these little blood splatters. I may stop doing this, but for now it's fun. When I get an email from Twitch, I'll go ahead and stop.
People.
Yeah, I guess there's blood in video games. Yeah, but he's done. Sometimes I get too paranoid about that stuff. Alright, cool. There you go. There's a blood splatter on the Humvee now. You gotta go back to base. That Humvee's gonna be all coated in gore and shit. Knight's gonna be standing outside the base going, what the hell did you get?
Need some cleaning.
She could be like, you know what, I never mind. I don't want to know. Alright, so that wraps up first actions here. We'll go down next to Sirius.
Well, there's a guy in a Jeep down there with a 50 cal.
Yep.
Oh,
Alright, so
Lord.
you never moved. So, and he hasn't moved yet either. You know what I forgot to do? Oh, he was out of actions anyway. Never mind. I keep forgetting the enemy only gets 2 actions. Okay, cool. Yes, there are 2 infantry down there, and there's a driver and a 50 cal still in that back of that Jeep.
And the guy manning the 50 cal.
Yep.
Is what I'm aiming at.
Alright, he is an external passenger, so to call your shot against him in a vehicle is a -4.
Wrath, correction. You're aiming for the gun?
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
I was aiming at his equipment, sir. Alright, so we're talking about the sniper rifle, right? Or the anti-materiel rifle? So,
yep.
So yeah, scope. It's dexterity plus rifle plus 2 plus the scope of the rating of the weapon. Oh my God, there's a lot of dice here. Sirius is a mad sniper. It's not even funny. Very large sniper rifle, rating of 5. So dex plus rifle is 6 plus 5 plus 2 for the scope is 7. 13 dice, 1 automatic success because he's got the sniper. He's got the bipod.
And
For
was
people
it
in the chat,
-4?
yeah, for the people in the chat, this allows for called shots, and as long as he's using that bipod, he's not allowed to move.
-2, Ras.
-2.
Yeah, you're a broken bone.
Oh yes, wound penalties too. Thank you.
I'm not broken boned anymore.
No, it's true. He made the first aid check. Yeah, he made the first aid check. Now right now he's going to be not regaining grit every night because he's technically campaign wounded. So what do we say? 13 minus 4 is 9. 1 automatic success, and he gets a slight bonus on his covered conceal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. So this is a difficult shot, but Sirius with all of his bonuses is probably still going to make it.
I think I'm going to make it, unless he can dodge an 8 plus 1.
He only has like 7 dice, so I don't think so. 1, 2, 3, 4. He got 4. All right, so how many did you get after all your bonuses? And
9.
9, so you hit him for 5. 5 plus damage to the weapon is 10. That is going to be, that's a called shot, so you don't have to worry about penetrating. That's going to be no, because he's an external passenger. That's why you don't have to worry about penetrating. Also, it's a Jeep. It's too much unnecessary conversation on my end. Sorry. Yes, it's going to be, what do we say, 10 for the rifle, plus 5 for the net. Yeah, 15 successes. 15 dice. Target number 6.
10.
Yeah, he's dead. He died like instantly. He never heard that shot. It hit him in the head, and his decapitated head falls down on the back of the Jeep. No huge surprise there. The only other surprise I have is, can I find the map? So in the chat we have double tap. Yeah, there you go. Oh my god, splat for the driver. Driver's done. Okay, we're back to Taki. What are we doing?
She gonna start firing out the window? Fast and Furious.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess. That's my best bet.
Used to do what?
Fire out the window.
Okay. Cool. Dexterity plus firearms.
And we said.
And which guy are you shooting at?
Up a gun.
I don't understand what you're.
Well, we'll shoot at -5 because he's right by my window.
Okay, cool. Well, I have to ask. All right, cool. So when you mean up a gun, I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you changed what weapon you're firing?
Remember, I had SMG, but I was using the gun that was 1 level up. You said technically it's a similar gun, but it's a heavier ammunition.
Yeah, it's assault carbine. It's right there.
So did we make that a higher difficulty for me? I don't remember how we worked it.
Oh, because you have SMG and assault carbine. It's so close that we were adding like 1. It's really close.
Okay.
There are assault carbines that are technically smaller than heavy SMGs. The difference is ammunition size. So, yeah. That's a real corner case.
So if my target was a 7, I got 3 successes.
Okay. One, 2 only. You hit him for 1. And I wish the whole box would appear on the damn. There we go. All right, cool. So that's 1 hit, and the damage code for the now. This is why you want to carry the assault carbine. The damage code of the weapon is 5, so it's 6 dice against the 6.
6 dice against the 6.
Now does Jen say something witty before she shoots?
I don't know. You have to ask her after she rolls.
No.
No, just a blam.
No, maybe
Okay, there you go. 6 against a 6.
4 successes.
Okay, he is down 4. Because these Syrians, they are
But
regular
he was down
troops.
5.
Oh, in that case, he's dead. He's effectively dead. He's at 9, which is incapacitated. Like I was saying before, the Syrians are regulars, Syrian regulars, but they're not wearing body armor. So they're like cheap regulars.
You're in the wrong spot, Jim.
I'm in the wrong spot.
Yeah,
oh, yes, I am. Thank you.
Should be up by Taki. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, he's toast. Now we go to the Syrian's turn. Okay. This guy is going to shoot back at a cleric who just shot at him. So he's going to go ahead and give that a shot. Internal passenger -4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hitting people inside vehicles is hard. All right, this plus a grit. Because he's got to, man. All right, he still hits for 1, but I don't think he's going to do that. Okay, give me a cover plus agility, cover conceal plus agility, please, Mr. Cleric.
Headset muted.
No worries.
There's dexterity, which is 4, and then cover conceal, which I think is only 1. So,
yeah, but you only have to get at least 1 success.
oh yeah, I've got 3.
All right, cool. So you're good, but that was an extra bullet in the Humvee, which means the Humvee is now at a -3. All right, cool. And we were counting this as 10.
Will have work.
We're counting this as 8. So this Humvee is getting pretty badly shot up. Gaz says, our pilots carry carbines and carry them on aircraft and ops. Yeah, carbines were for the Soviets used by the AKSUs. I think sometimes you see like M4s, which some people consider a carbine, some people consider it a light assault rifle. So what kind of caliber does that, Gaz, what kind of caliber does that carbine carry? At least the way again, just as a game guy or whatever, so correct me if I'm wrong, 5.56, okay, yeah, I thought so. The difference between a carbine and a large submachine gun is that large submachine gun is usually going to carry pistol ammunition. 9mm, 45 ACP, something like that. 38, who knows. But the carbine, by definition, is going to carry usually a light assault rifle round. That's going to be 5.56 NATO ball for friendly forces, and for typical bad guys who don't like us very much, 5.45 comp block. But for now, okay, I've got that Syrian done. We have 2 Syrians down there to shoot at Miss Taki, or to at least badly shoot up her truck if they can. Okay, he's going to get on the other side of this wall, but that's going to be part of his action. So I'll take some dice off for that. He's also going to take some dice off for being wounded. For being wounded and for jumping over the wall. Leaves him with 2. 9 and 3, that's 1. And the other guy is fine, so he's going to roll 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to go... Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's his basic. He's going to roll twice at 3. How high can an AK go? Twice at 3. 1 on the first one. 1 on the second one. So that's going to be 3 total hits plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need more D10s. Now, this sounds like a lot of dice.
I counted out 40.
40 is what you got? I don't know if it's going to be...
I counted out 40 dice.
Oh, you counted it. Okay. I was going to say, this attack against Taki is a lot of dice. It's not 40. But okay, no worries. Alrighty. That bullet is again going through a car wash of bullets. That's my new phrase. But out of that car wash of bullets, only one got through. It's again, pretty heavily armored vehicle, not quite a tank, but against just basic assault rifle bullets. Alright, so vehicle chart, please. 4. Tire. You lost one of the tires, Jim. Any driving check is going to be at +3 difficulty for the rest until you get that tire fixed.
That sucks.
Well, the enemy does get a turn too. Now, if we
No, they
look,
don't.
we will see that the vehicle does have literally drawn on its counter a spare tire. But right now, yeah, it's going to be a +3 difficulty for any driving check.
Okay.
And we have that gunner is dead. This driver is still alive. So this driver is going to back the hell up. Sometimes I overgroup these guys. I'm trying to save myself time, and I wind up just causing myself more aggravation later on. Jesus, machine, give me a break, please. Alright, these two guys stayed on the other side of the river. Okay, so he spent his turn kind of backing up. He's going to go ahead and kind of K-turn. So he backs up that ridge a little bit. He's kind of in a panic. This is the driver, not the gunner. Obviously, the gunner's already dead. That's that big tomato splat in the back. And he's trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Again, he was backing up that ridge. Now he's driving almost sideways down a pretty steep incline there. So he's not going to terribly good ground, at least right now. Now we got these two clowns way down here in the back. They're going to take a long-range shot versus Sirius. Sirius, please give me 2 checks on a... you're not moving, so cover and conceal plus agility, please.
Three on the first one.
Oof, you got hit again. Jesus
and 4 on
Christ.
the second one.
1, 2, 3. The second one missed you because the second one only got 3. The first one, 7, 10, 9, 7. The second one did hit for 1. Holy crap. Medium assault rifle, i.e. AKs. Your stamina is a 5, I believe, or I should say your stamina is a 2, becomes a 5 target.
Yes.
Again, with the luck, you get hit a lot, but then when an enemy comes to do damage against you, you're like bulletproof. Look at this roll. You only took 2 levels of damage, and you get 3 dice of
2
armor.
armor.
Boom, you got it. You got hit, but just like punched your armor, and you're fine. It skipped off your back armor plate, because your character's prone right now, right? In a sniper position.
Yep.
Yeah, so it literally like creased the back plate of your armor. It probably went through your backpack or something. Okay, so that was these two guys. He drove. They took a shot. He took a shot. He died. Cool. So now we're back up to the top of the order here in the Humvee.
I'd like to bail out of the Humvee with my saw and start heading for these 2 guys down here pestering Taki's.
Time to get that saw going. Just don't hit Taki right behind. Or don't hit Taki's vehicle.
Shoot low.
What the deuce? I just deleted the whole Humvee.
Hey Wyatt, we got ourselves a little crossfire here.
Yeah, it's in a little it's in like a little corral too. That should be your catchphrase. You bail out of the Humvee with the saw. You say, "I'm your Huckleberry." Except Doc Holliday never had a saw. Can you imagine Doc Holliday with a saw?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
You would have liked a saw.
You're so drunk you can't hit nothing. I got 2 guns, 1 for each of you.
1 for each of you.
He used 38 lightnings. He didn't go for the larger caliber.
The big Colt Peacemakers, yeah. The big 45s. He wanted speed.
Mm-hmm.
Where I don't know how historically accurate it is. I've heard this, that they actually, when the actual OK Corral gunfight happened, they gave him the shotgun on purpose. The slowest. They're like, look, at least everyone will know he'll shoot second if we give him like the biggest, bulkiest weapon. And he still cleaned up with the shotgun.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll take 2 dice off because you spent some of your action getting out of the vehicle, getting around that tree and into the wall there. So basically, you've got the saw now. Just take 2 dice off, and 1 dice off as well because you're wounded still. But cool. So go ahead and take your shot. Are you going to split your dice pool at all, or?
I wanted to take 2 shots, yeah.
Okay. So we have Templar. We have Dexterity 2, Machine Gun. So we have a total pool of, I get from what, Mr. Webcam again. So we start off with 5. Alright. Okay, I'll say 1 for getting out of the Humvee, 1 for being wounded, and now you have 3. So if you take 2 shots, it's going to be 2 shots at 2.
Okay. I can at least draw fire so they're not,
You also have grit.
I can only use 1 grit.
You can use
Even though I'm splitting the shot, I can only use 1 grit, right?
You can use 1 grit per roll, so you're making more than 1 roll. If you want to get crazy, you can spend 2 grits, 1 on each roll.
All right, let's do that.
Okay. There's not 1 per turn, it's 1 per roll, and sometimes you make more than 1 roll per turn. Cool, so 2 dice and 2 dice, please.
I got a 10 and an 8 on the first one. And I got 2 6s on the second one.
That is 2 hits at 3. Okay. Enemy agility plus, or not, I'm sorry, that's the agility. I'm doing that like you guys can see. Damn it. Alright, so it's a 3 and a 3. The enemy has 2 in agility, 3 in combat evade. You're coming up behind him, though, and they're engaged in a firefight against Taki, so I'm going to take 2 dice off for partial surprise. So 2 evasions at 3. Are you sure you get the same guy twice, or are you trying to hit each guy once?
Each guy once.
Okay, so the first guy gets 1 success, you hit him for 2. And the second guy...
And the second guy is wounded.
Second guy is wounded, that's true. He's wounded for how much? Can you guys see?
-4.
-4, so that's 2 dice off. So he basically only has 1 dice. 6, that's 1. So you hit him for 2. So you hit them both for 2. So 2 plus damage code of the weapon, which is 5. It's a light machine gun. So 2 groups of 7 dice, please, for damage. Target number 6.
I got 3 on the first.
Okay.
Plus the grit, right? Or was the grit for just hitting?
The grit was for hitting, yeah. You can never spend a grit on a bullet damage. You can't will the bullet deeper into the...
As soon as I said it, I thought I was wrong. So,
Alright.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5 on the second one.
Alright, so one guy was already down 4. He's now down 7. The other guy was down 0. He's now down 5. And that's from Mr. Saw Crossfire here. Okay, Mr. Cleric, what are we doing in the back of the Humvee?
So I'm also going to get out and I'm going to try and get that guy that's next to the burning jeep.
Okay.
So
Cool.
shoot at him again.
Go ahead and make your dexterity plus firearms check.
6. I can't count. 5.
Okay, cool.
5.
No worries. And here comes the enemy's evasion check. Not twitch. God damn it. He rolled really well, but you still hit him for 1. He got 4 successes. That 5 doesn't count. Okay. So you hit him 1 still for 1. 1 plus, I think it's 6 is your thing, so 7 dice.
Yes.
Cool.
7 dice.
One, 2, 3, 4.
Alrighty.
4.
Alrighty. Over to... Do we get... Oh, no, sorry, we skipped Brun. Okay, Brun, what are you doing? Or Ajax, what are you doing?
10. Do I have line of sight on those guys over that wall, or no?
Yes, that wall is pretty low.
Then-
It's like a garden wall.
Can he see the jeep?
Can he see the jeep? Not really, because she's shooting right through all that brush.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yep.
And then I'm assuming that thing's not on a turret, is it? So I can really only get what's in front of me, right?
No, it does. You're on a complete swivel mount. You can have a 360-degree arc of fire.
Yeah, I think the best bet would be to support Taki. She's got 2 on her, so actually no, because she's armored. So I'm gonna spin the 50 around and take out that dude that's probably gonna take a shot at Alex.
Cool.
Yeah, cleric.
Dex plus chain gun against a target number of 7.
Cleric is now deaf.
That's true. You're firing a 50 cal right over his head.
I'm hoping that we got the good earplugs.
All right, cleric, you're gonna have to make a dodge for hot brass casings rolling off the roof of the 50 cal, like off the roof of the Humvee, landing inside your body armor. I've had never with a 50 cal, but I've had that happen with M16s. It's not pleasant.
So I can do two shots, right?
Yes, if you want to split up, because you're gonna get crazy. Okay. You guys just want to get like 50 dice pools here.
No, I'll just take 1 shot.
No, go for it, because it just didn't work out for you.
Because I mean, it's 1 person. There's really, I would have split my shots if I would have went after the guys behind the wall, but it's 1 person.
Okay.
One success.
-4 is 2, right? Yeah, -2. So I gotta take 2 dice off for that.
Did not roll well.
Oh man, it's a good thing you didn't split your dice pool. What did you get? You said 1?
1 success.
Unless he rolls just as bad. Let's see. That's gonna be a miss. Nope, he rolled 2 successes. He saw that coming, and he rolled out of the way. So unfortunately, you did miss him. So that's gonna wrap up the Humvee crew. We go back to Sirius.
Can I see the jeep?
I'm almost positive you can, because despite the intervening terrain, he is on high ground and you are on high ground.
We'll take a shot at the driver.
Okay, same rolls before. Just take 4. Oh, it's internal passenger. You know what? That Jeep is open topped and basically doesn't have a door. I'll count it as an external passenger, even though he's driving. So take 4 off, not 5. Dice pool. And quite frankly, I don't even remember what your dice pool is. It's insane.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 successes. I doubt he's going to evade that in any kind of way. He got 2 on evade, so you hit him for 2 minus 9 is 7. 7 plus the damage code of the weapon is 10. 17 dice.
There was a reason why I counted out 40 dice.
Oh god. See, Sirius can really only attack 1 enemy a turn. He just attacks it really, really hard. And from a really far distance away.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9, and at the end of the turn, he's going to be incapacitated. Well, already he's incapacitated. So there's literally nobody close enough to save his life.
Double splatter.
Yep.
Well, we got an extra vehicle if we want.
Just, might want to hose it off, It kind of like trundles down the rest of the thing. He was going very slowly so it doesn't blow up or anything when it hits this bundle of trees. Okay, Taki, your turn.
Okay. Let's see. Can I try and shoot both guys out my passenger window?
You can. Yes. So you kind of lean over and you shoot through the passenger window, effectively.
Yep.
All right. Yes, you can split your dice pool because you have an assault carbine. Are you familiar with the rules on how that works?
Yep.
Cool.
I gotta take one. I split it. I take one off each, right? For splitting it?
Yep. That is going to be dexterity plus SMG versus a 7. 2 rolls at 4 dice instead of 5.
Yep.
Now they are going to get covered concealment, and they get bonus because they're both on the other side of a stone wall. So
but they're both wounded.
Oh yes, that's very true. So hold on, let me get the webcam going here so I can count my way, or kind of, explain my way through the rules here. Agility plus cover and concealment plus 2 for the wall. One of them is down to 4, one of them is down to 5, so that's both down to back down to 5 for wound penalties.
One of them is down to -3. It's -7.
One's down to -7. I thought there was 4 and 5. I could be wrong. I probably am.
No, the one's worse off.
One of them is definitely at 7. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Cool. So you're gonna try and put one shot into each, Jen?
Yes, please.
All right, cool.
I got 3 and 3.
Here's the first one. Damn it. That is a hit for 1. That was against the guy that was wounded at 5. So that's going to be 1 hit. And then the other guy is going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. That's for the wall. Then -3 for his wounds. He's only rolling 4 dice. And you got how many successes on the second one? You said 3?
3.
All right, so that's another hit for 1.
Yes.
You hit them both for 1. Was the long and short of that. So 1 plus 5 against the 6. So it's 6 dice against the 6 twice. Don't combine them. They're separate rolls.
The only reason, the only reason why I was willing to do it is I saw they were both severely wounded. So, the first one, 4 successes.
Okay. He's now down to -9 as mission kill.
The second one, also 4 successes.
He was already down 7. He's now down to 11. He was killed twice. He showed up at heaven and the bullet followed him. He got shot again. Welcome to heaven, Mr. Oh, you got shot again. Sorry about that. Don't worry about it. You're already dead. Alright, so that's it for those 2.
So according to the map, we still have three unfriendlies.
I think you have 1.
No, there's the driver of the Jeep up by us and the 2 in the bushes.
Oh, I forgot about these 2 clowns. I forgot about them.
Yep.
You shouldn't have said anything. In fact, it's now their turn. Well, let me get the guy up north first. Alright, so he is going to take a submachine gun shot at Mr. Cleric. However, he is wounded, so I'm taking 2 dice off for that. Alright, Mr. Cleric, roll a... technically, you were moving when you got out of the Jeep, so...
Yep.
Okay, so roll tactical... agility plus tactical evasion.
Cool.
As opposed to cover conceal.
Cool. It's 4.
He missed you. He only got 2 successes. So that is just going to be another 1 point into that Humvee. Alright. That's it for him. These 2 guys, they're gonna keep trying to pin down Mr. Rasmus. That's their only hope at this point.
As long as they're shooting at me, they're not shooting at the cars.
Yeah, I just have to figure out all this dice again. So let me go through the motions here. I'll just keep it simple.
Cover and conceal.
Yep. Cover, conceal, plus agility, please. Yes. Oh, that was a pretty terrible roll. His weapon jammed or something.
4 successes.
You missed him he missed you by 3. In his buddy. Roll again for a second attack. Roll better on this one.
3 successes.
He hit you for 1, because the enemy got 4. So it's going to be 1 plus 6 against your 5.
2 successes on the armor.
That is 1 actual damage point, because he got 3 on his stamina check, or his target to damage versus your stamina. Rasmus is drawing all the fire today, guys. What the hell? You're letting him get fired up there on that ridge. It's a vulnerable position. He's up there with no cover, and the whole battlefield can see him. So he was down to 4. He's back up to 0. He's back down to 1. That didn't even like break the skin, but it's like, God damn it, man! How many more bullets do I have to take today? All right, cool. So that's it for enemy turn. That was all action 1, right?
Yep.
Cool. Action 2. Start off with Mr. We'll start off again up at the top. That is going to be Mr. Cleric. Mr. Cleric, kill this fool!
Yeah, he's still not down. So
You've been dancing with this guy for like 2 turns now.
like, it's been ridiculous. So yeah, I'm just gonna shoot at the guy. So
Gaz says, yeah, but Rasmus is prone to being hit. Mr. Gaz, you are awarded Joke of the Day. Congratulations. If you were in this game, you would have just gotten an XP for that. All right, so
next time we'll find something harder than juicy to paint.
There you go. I'm just glad he's not making fun of me for a change.
3 success.
You hit him for 1. That's his roll. He was down 2 dice for being wounded. So 1 plus assault rifle, heavy assault rifle is 6. You're down to 7 dice against a
medium assault rifle.
Yep.
I think.
6. 6 plus 1 is 7 dice against a 6.
Yep. 1.
Oh my god.
Trash roll.
This guy's still alive. He's going back to Damascus to get like the Syrian Medal of Honor. I fought that whole team to a standstill.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think Ajax is about ready to settle this argument.
It's the Syrian version of
Audie Murphy.
Syrian Sirius.
I've been hit 92 times, but I'm still alive. Okay, Mr. Ajax, your turn, sir.
Oh, I'll open up again on the driver.
On the driver? Oh, yeah, the driver who bailed out of the truck. All right, cool. Go for it. Target number 7, because you don't quite have the right skill. He only gets 3 successes to dodge, but he keeps getting 2 successes. Or I should say 3 dice to evade, but he keeps getting 3. He keeps getting 2 successes.
I only got 2 successes.
You missed him. This guy is crazy. Syrian Special Forces, man. Mr. Templar, please.
Let's recruit him.
Yeah, right? Bring this guy back. Mr. Templar.
It worked in Japan.
Yeah, by the way, that guy's dead, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember that. So it didn't work that well.
Yeah, he made it to the next mission.
Well, now Templar will come up and sort him out.
Yep. Mr. Templar, what are we doing?
That's what I was thinking. If I can cross back to the back corner of the Humvee, I'll take 2 spray shots at the driver of the Jeep.
That is absolutely nowhere. Look at these beautiful buildings. If only there was a YouTube video that showed how they were drawn for wargaming. Yeah, I'm totally repurposing these from our 13 hours to 13 days project. Whenever you're doing this kind of stuff in wargaming, never build anything that you can't use in more than one project. Otherwise, you will literally drive yourself crazy. All right, so Templar doubles back. He kind of braces up against that wall, so we give him the bipod bonus. Because he's going to also be shooting through the corner of that Jeep, so he's going to get a bonus on his defense as well. So, dexterity plus machine gun, I think, is a 5 for you.
Yeah.
You're still wounded, so it's now down to a 4. So you're going to take 2 shots at 3? No, 2 shots at 4? Is that correct? Okay. Meanwhile, Mr. Syrian, bad guy here, is going to Say, oh my god, man, I'm the last guy standing. Agility plus dexterity.
Oh, that's the two that keep shooting me.
Oh, I keep forgetting about them, right? Damn it.
They could surrender, Jim.
They might just run away. He gets 1 dice because he has like partial cover, but very little partial cover. Also, that Jeep is pretty much riddled. Okay, so
I got 2 hits on the first one.
he got 1 success on the first one, so you hit him for 1. Second one?
I got 3 successes on the second one.
He got 2 successes on his evasion, so you hit him for 1 again. You hit him 1 twice. Damage of that weapon, I believe, is a 5 as a light machine gun, so that's going to be 5 plus 5 plus 2 is 12 dice of damage, please, against a 6. Half the reason Rasmus plays this game is just to keep me straight. I'm always making mistakes. Oh.
I got 4 successes.
Alright, that does mission kill him, because now he's down to incapacitated.
So unless Cleric run over and save him.
Exactly, that's literally his only shot at this point.
So north side of compound is clear.
Pretty much. We go back to Mr. Sirius.
Well, now I'm shooting at people on the ground, not in vehicles.
Yep. They are a little tough to spot because they do have pretty serious cover. So that will not affect your roll, it'll affect their roll positively for a cover conceal. But I still think they're pretty much toast.
Let's see, how many dice do I have? 6 plus 5, 11?
It's 6 plus 5 for the rifle, right? And then
yeah, plus 2 for the scope,
yep.
13.
Pretty sure you hit him, because he only got 3 successes on his cover check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11 minus 3 is 8, so it's 8 plus damage of the weapon, which is 10, 18 dice of damage. Or do you just want to call him killed? Or do you just want to roll 18 dice for fun?
Let me roll 18 dice for fun.
I don't want to take that away from you. Go for it.
Just to see if I can double kill him.
Go for it. Target number 6.
One more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just 10.
Oh, you killed him once. Outright. Alright. Then we have Taki, and that will wrap up this this round of turns. Alright, so Jen, it's up to you. What are you doing?
So the question has to be, does Taki see that dude in the bushes in her rearview mirror?
Jen, we can't hear you because you're muted again.
I don't know. Do I see that guy in the bush in my rearview mirror?
If you want to back up, go for it. We can't let Sirius have all the fun.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Now remember,
Front-end's taking enough damage. Let's do a little bit of damage with the rear.
It's 2 dice off because you're doing this all in reverse. -3 for because you're missing a whole tire. So it's -5 dice. Are you that good?
-5 dice?
Yeah. 2 for the bing back.
Vehicle lost a tire.
I only have 6 dice.
Well, then you have 1 left.
I have 1 left. You know what? I say, fuck it.
A little bit of grit never
Give it a
hurt
try.
nobody.
Jen's almost out of grit.
Oh, is she almost out of grit?
I'm almost out of grit.
Doesn't she have like the highest grit of the group?
She used to until she
I
spends it all.
do.
Don't you guys know what a grit is? Remember that line from My Cousin Vinny? Yeah, I heard of grits. I just never actually seen a grit before. All right, so
I got an 8.
He's trying to run away. One success. Turn on Mr. Camera here. Let's see what happens. Do it! That is a 6. That is a success. You did miss him. Because you're driving a 3-wheel jalopy. And he's like getting in the creek going, hey, leave me alone, I'm running away. Ah! Alright, so that concludes the Syrian turn, because that's literally the only guy, and he was literally running for his life. Let me see if we can make it
Can
up.
I draw a beat on him?
Let me see if I get. Well, he gets a turn, so hold on. He starts off here, and I'm gonna see if I'm gonna say. You know what? He's gonna roll his agility. I keep hitting the wrong button. That's very annoying. Okay, webcam. Agility plus terrain navigation. He's gonna try desperately to get into that house. He needs at least 3 successes to reach the house. 1, 2, 3. He did get it. He's in the house. Or he at least is in this rubble. He is running like no man has ever run before. They're literally throwing trucks.
I still see him?
It's going to be a tough roll because he's in cover now. But yeah, you can see him. That's going to be the end of our turn. This guy now expires. Oh no, we're on third action now, right? This is the beginning of the third action?
Yep.
Yep. Alright, so... Yeah, that's going to be you, Sirius.
So, how many dice do I take off for him being in cover?
Well, that cover is going to be a bonus for him on his conceal, cover and conceal plus agility.
Yes, so...
It's 1 too many. I want 5. 7 or 10 total dice plus a grit point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With a grit makes 6. You hit him for 1. You barely got him.
Yeah, I'll teach you to run away.
But now that you hit him with a 50 cal. Now it's pretty much game over. So it's 1 plus 10 is 11 dice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Target 6.
5.
Okay, he is definitely toast, or not toast, he's definitely wounded. I'll borrow this 5.
Heavy bleeding.
I'll borrow the 5 from this guy up here. Okay, meanwhile, back up to the Humvee, what are you guys doing? If anything. Templar, no one's done a first aid check on you yet.
Nope. I ain't got time to bleed.
There it is.
I was waiting for that line.
It's only a matter of time.
That was actually going to be my next, because the guy by the Humvees minus 9, he's pretty much out, right?
Yeah, he's. In fact, I already put the red. I already put the red splat out on.
Oh, you have. Sorry.
I just didn't get rid of the 9.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, I would be going over to.
Technically, the reason I left the 9 on there, now that I think about it, technically he's alive if you chose to save him. Other than that, he's dead. At the end of the turn, he loses 2 levels, and that puts him at -11. So technically, he's not dead yet.
Injured.
Okay, no worries. I just want to make sure.
Yep, no, I appreciate it. But no, my guy's injured, so I'll probably more likely to help him.
Wits plus wounds.
Wits plus wounds.
Target number 6.
And if you have a first aid kit, you'll get extra pluses.
You get 2 dice for a first aid kit. Which I think you do have.
I do indeed.
Yep.
Wits is 3, wounds is 3 plus another 1 for. Is it 1 for?
2. These are the first aid kits are 2.
Cool. So that's 8. 1 fail, so 7.
7. You feel marvelously refreshed.
Doc. I feel great.
I'm gonna go get shot again, man. That was awesome.
Be healed.
I think I have turbo boost now.
Tagi gets out of the truck. She comes across the courtyard. She sees Templar on like a massage table. He's like working. Can you get that kink out of my shoulder blade? I appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Here, you get a lollipop.
Oh my god. Here you go. Lollipop for seeing the doctor.
Yep.
Lollipop in the staker.
Alrighty. Taki, your turn.
Changing attire.
Okay, so you start working on that. That's going to be a well, you're not really in a rush, so either use wits or intelligence or education plus craft repair.
I will use wits.
Cool, go for it.
1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
All right, the tire is back on there. The new tire. You are now fresh out of tires. All right, and I think we skipped Ajax. I shouldn't have done that. Ajax up there by the Humvee. What are you doing? Because we know what Templar's doing and we know what Cleric's doing. You don't have to. I just don't want to skip anybody.
Yeah, I've got no shot on anything, so the only thing I would do is maybe climb down from the turret and make sure that Cleric and Templar are okay.
Yeah, everything's cool. So that was the end of the first part of this turn, if I'm not mistaken, right? Do we start a third turn? Fourth turn? I'm losing track of that shit.
There's only one enemy left, and he's beelining out, so.
Yeah. I think he's going to get away. Well, let me make a roll.
Too bad we don't have another rocket. You could just put a rocket into that house and blow it up.
God. We got one in the Humvee, but we don't waste it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, don't waste a rocket on one lone die.
Now.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's wounded and he has to walk back across the desert because all their vehicles are blown up. I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Except for one, but he's not getting to that one.
What vehicle is not blown up?
The
Jeep, technically? Yeah, that's true.
But he's not going after that Jeep because he'd be dead.
He's literally, he's beelining the other way. If he gets, alright, so again, 3 successes. He's going to spend a grit. He only has 3 dice left now because he's down 2 levels because of his wound status. So 2 of these have to be successes. 2 of them are successes. He's out of here. I don't think it's realistic that anyone's going to get a shot on him. Because if I can find
if he used the building correctly.
Yeah. If he goes like that, that was his 3 turns, and now there's buildings between him and other people. By the time anyone realistically gets to him, he's going to be off the bottom part of the map. But again, he is badly wounded.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What now? I take it the Humvee doesn't have like a loud hailer or something like that.
A loud which?
So we can just like a megaphone.
So just, if you want to yell at him, yeah, you yell at him if you want. Sure. What do you want to say?
Yeah. So can we basically stop where you are with you're not getting anywhere in your condition in the desert. Lay down your arms.
Do you do have dots in Middle East? You can actually speak language. Okay. 2 rolls, please, Mr. Cleric. That is going to be 1. Actually, they're both going to be charm based. Charm plus Middle East, and then education plus Middle East to speak the language correctly, and then charm plus convince to actually convince them.
So 4 for the first one. Education Middle East is 3.
Okay, you definitely got the language down. So now it's just whether or not to get through to them. It's going to be charm plus convince. 3 dice.
3 dice, okay. 2.
Okay, cool. So, what we see here is, once I get on the right map, is after about 30 seconds, you see like a silhouette of... He is not popping out from behind this building. He knows where Sirius is, and he's not even playing with that. Okay, but what you do eventually see, like, he's like at the corner of a building, like behind the building, and you see his hand extend. So if you want to blow his hand off, I guess you can take a shot, but I wouldn't suggest it. He's holding his assault rifle out by the muzzle, So you see like the entire assault rifle, if that makes sense. Am I describing that right?
Yes, it's like
Okay.
with stock first.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, it's my inclination to go, obviously, detain him, but I would also give him some aid, because that's just the kind of character I am.
But right now Rasmus can't see him, so it's up to I never tell a character what a character should do. But he knows where Sirius is, and he's keeping out of his line of sight, except for that hand and that weapon. Again,
I'm not gonna shoot at it.
Who knows if he's carrying a second weapon, or who knows? I mean, so when you see that, do you call out in the megaphone again, or just yelling in general?
Yeah. So yelling in general, whichever it is to drop the weapon, and I will give you first aid.
Okay, make another convince check, because you're telling me to drop the weapon with Rasmus out there in the sniper scope. Welcome back, Sitrep Podcast.
So that's what, 3 dice?
Yep. Ash is trying to take a POW here.
1.
Okay, he drops the weapon.
Cool.
And now he's kind of like half out of cover, with his hands up.
All right. Over comms, I would try and I'd say that don't shoot him, and I would start to approach him.
All right.
I'm assuming he's not going alone. That I'll go with him if Templar wants to stay with the vehicle.
Oh no, I'm definitely gonna cover the doc. He just bailed me out of being injured, so can't let the doc get hurt if it's an ambush. If it's like a suicide thing.
So are you going with him, or take cover him from a distance? Whatever you guys want to do. So here's Cleric. He's crossing the road right now. He's getting ready to head to the creek. So then we have Ajax and we have Templar. Where do you actually be?
I'll stay with the vehicle. I'll actually get in the driver's seat and try to drive it around the building.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I want to stay pretty close to Cleric.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so up we come, and
I'll keep on overwatch.
Yeah, it's a difficult shot if you do have to shoot at him, but that rubble is low cover, and that trees, you can kind of put a bullet through the trees, especially a heavy bullet like yours. All right, so he kind of comes out. Yeah, he's surrendering legit. And as far as whether or not it's going to be like a suicide bomber, again, you guys are fighting in this particular firefight Syrian army regulars. So probably not an ISIS, suicide vest or anything like that. Still check him for that, but
Right.
There was a reason you guys were shooting against staminas of 6 the whole game and not 5s.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. In which case, it's detain and also do some medic work.
All right, cool. Wits plus wounds. Target number 6.
Wounds, so it's 4 on my wounds, and wits is 2. No, wits is so 3 and 3. Is that right? Plus 2, yes. So it's 3 plus 2. Yeah, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
It's the best. It's the best. It's the best field dressing he's ever had. Game-wise, he's now down to 0.
Cool.
All right, so it's up to the group now, like what they want to do. The firefight's over. There are no enemy reinforcements approaching or anything like that. Site Whiskey has been successfully defended. The building took no damage. The vehicle took no damage.
I would like some medical attention.
Yeah.
That's true. He's been shot twice.
You want me to go around and pick Ras and Bubblegum up and drive them down to where Taki is?
Well, yeah, whatever you guys want to do. At this point, the battle's over, so we're not gonna move pieces around. So yeah, we can just say that you drive down there, you grab them with the Humvee, drive up the hill, and then give them the first aid check.
I mean, I'm on mine. I'm not even on. I'm on 1 wound, so it is not.
Oh right, okay. Well, yes.
There you go.
I think that's fact, that's 6.
Change your name from a cleric to Lazarus. I mean,
I was gonna say, yeah.
the way you're rolling all these checks.
I've rolled really well.
Cool.
But yeah. Bearing
What's
in mind
not
it's
so
big,
hot are the vehicles. Again, that vehicle's down -3, and that Humvee is down -4. Now that's not going to be that's one thing to change a tire. Fixing those vehicles is going to require parts and arc welding, because it's a lot of body damage and frame damage from bullets and so on. That's going to be the kind of stuff that only gets fixed back at base camp.
We can limp them back home then.
Yeah, but just don't get into a battle. Don't get in a battle until then.
Right.
And we can take a Jeep as well, right? Because the unharmed Jeep, admittedly, it might be a bit sticky.
Yeah, you might want to take a bit of a pressure washer to it real quick, but there is technically a Jeep.
A Jeep with a 50 cal.
Yeah.
I mean, potentially we might even be able to move the 50 cal to the other vehicle we got.
That's true. It does have a little sunroof or an overhead hatch there, and if you could figure out a way, again, that would be like you have to like make parts. You have to almost be Baracus that shit to successfully mount it to especially if you want any kind of a pencil. But
I think we have somebody with grease in her veins.
It's true. We might have somebody with that skill. That's if Don Wilson hasn't stolen her.
We can't do that. We can park it in one of the dugouts that we got, and we got a stationary 50 cal.
That's true. That's assuming that Don Wilson hasn't stolen her toolkit.
Oh.
She did not declare that she was taking it with her. I'm just saying.
I pray that he does, so I can just.
I declared a long time ago that I go nowhere without that toolkit.
I am kidding, Jen. I know. I'm just trying to get you off mute here in the stream.
And we might as well collect all the weapons and stack all the dead guys up by the other house. Have Templar set some new claymores.
Okay. Yeah, whatever you guys want to do. Just tell me what you're rolling, and then go ahead and make the roll. So to set up new claymores would be more education plus demolition checks.
Okay.
That's all Templar.
That is true. That actually is a good point. So technically, Whiskey has now used up one of its claymores.
So to set up 3 more.
I got 5 successes on the first.
Okay, 5 was what was already there, so that number didn't go up any. But what I will do is I will increase that 1 to how many did you want to set up? How many claymores?
3 more.
4? Is that good? So now the Whiskey has defended 4 claymores at rating 5.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Very nice.
Yeah. If anyone comes near Whiskey again, they're gonna have all kinds of problems.
Well, especially all the death and dismemberment laying around.
Yeah, they're gonna show up at this
battlefield. We're not burying bodies.
If the smoke's not bad enough, I'm pretty sure the vultures are.
Yep. There are at least 3 burning vehicles here. One of them a pretty big vehicle. Yeah. 2 more lightly damaged vehicles. This one's just damn messy. But yeah, there's a lot of problems here.
Should we possibly throw a bunch of sand on the burning vehicles to put them out? I mean, we don't really want to attract any more attention, do we?
Yeah, that's
I know they know where they're at, but still.
Yeah.
Don't make it easy on them.
Yeah.
That's true. We could at least put the fires out.
And who knows? I mean, there's enough palm trees here. Who knows? A brush fire might get started, might burn down this fucking vehicle. You know, it's a stupid thing to leave. Yeah. Plus, there's ammunition laying around here. Check those vehicles for intelligence. Yeah, they're from the 12th Mechanized Division of the Syrian Arab Army. You're actually up against like trained Syrian regulars at this point. This is not ISIS. So in some ways better, in some ways worse. Better training, somewhat better equipment, more vehicles, more heavy weapons, but without that fanatical, religious aspects. Yeah.
Suicidal.
And we got somebody for Miss Knight to interrogate Vols if she wants.
Cool. All
I
right,
got
so
to blow stuff up.
we got to rocket into that.
Yeah.
Rocket into that technical.
I don't think they were expecting that rocket.
I don't think many people were.
Well, I knew you guys had
They
it.
got hit with the rocket, and kind of their morale just kind of went into the tanker.
I don't know. There was a couple of them there that stuck around for
We
longer
just-
than they should have.
We just lost the biggest weapon we had. Yeah. That and Templar just driving down the road and smashing over the first two of them. And of course, Tacky doing her usual Tacky shit. Not only am I going to run people over, I'm going to do that with a fishtail side swipe. Literally smack it back into that creek. All right, Mr. Gas, take it easy. I know it's late where you're at. Sweet. Guys, I'm beginning to think this is going to turn into a 3-game session. Because there's at least two major firefights left in this thing. Do you guys want to power through it, or do you want to make it a 3-game kind of a thing?
No,
I mean,
I'm up for 3-game.
It's approaching 10:30 here as well, and I've got work in the morning, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Okay.
have to dip out.
Okay. When's the next time everybody can meet up?
Probably the other side of Adepticon. Well, I might be able to do next weekend. But
Well, okay.
Let's see.
I won't be available again until the 22nd.
Okay, so the 22nd I think is definitely out for Erasmus.
well, when is Adepticon?
Adepticon is the 26th through 29th.
So we're leaving here at the 25th. I can do the 22nd.
Does the 22nd work for everybody?
Works for me.
I can do the 22nd.
Okay, I want to make sure it's good for the guys going. You have 2 people going to Adepticon. Is 22nd okay?
Yes.
22nd.
Only.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ash.
Yeah, it's fine, but fine for me.
Okay, I'm assuming you're flying over here, so I wanted to make sure that. I know. So when you were flying.
Yeah, I'd fly over on the Wednesday, so I'm good.
Epic, cool. So, man, I got triple I got triple money out of this game. Shit. See, it's not so bad when you do like a half a week's work and then you get 3 games out of it. It's bad when it's 1 game for all that update. All right, so yeah, you guys get back to Eagles. Or I shouldn't say. Are you guys going back to Eagles Nest, or are you guys going back to your mid-desert station?
Eagles Nest.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
You guys head back to Eagles Nest, and
Yeah, we got vehicles to repair, blood to clean off, all sorts of stuff.
you guys are bringing back 3 vehicles, right? You're bringing back that Jeep.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Prisoners to hand over.
Okay, cool. So now we go back to the base map. I'll add a Jeep to that.
Because we know that she'll love the moral dilemma of what she. I know Miss Knight will love the dilemma of what she's gonna do with a prisoner. So let's bring her a prisoner.
Here is Mr. Jeep. Okay, so just quickly wrap things up here, because again, it's getting late for some people, which I totally get. We've also been streaming now for the better part of, shit. Some of us have been in the meeting for going on 6 hours now. So, cool. Let's talk about the campaign. So, halfway through that night, we do get radio chatter that a second big battle has taken place across the river, and they've taken out their second installation.
Yay!
Hold on.
Let me get a D. I have this pre-staged, so damn it, I know it's here. I'm just now having a hell of a time finding it. Oh my god, I hate my life. What the hell? Exactly. A D. I have it right here. I just suddenly can't find it. Let me find a different one. Super
A
fast.
D8? I got one.
Okay.
Hold on.
I got one as well.
Yeah. You got it? Okay.
Yep. So, Mr. Webcam. Actually, Mr. NPCs. All right, so the results of that battle. Okay, Michael Easton rolled a 10 to a 6. He's fine. Connor Pierce, 9 to a 5. He's fine. Samantha, 10 to an 8. Holy shit, man. X-Team Sigma's not playing around. Jason Kinnings.
He was in the middle.
Jason Kinnings was close, but he's okay because, again, he got a higher roll. All right, now I'm going to get rid of that I'm going to roll double D6s. Now for Eric Mathis. Eric Mathis is okay, 4 to 3. Claudine, 5 to 2. Yeah, that mission went down pretty hot. They come back in a damn good mood. They fucking blew the shit out of that place. They come back without a scratch. I mean, you guys have like some first aid wounds or whatever. They come back, they don't even need to change their camis, man. They came back just. The only thing they got to clean up is they got a little bit of enemy intestines in the tread of their boots, man. That's it. They just kicked the shit out of them.
Nice.
That
Well,
raid
if they look at
went
the front
really
end
well.
of the Sultan, they're going to see something.
Yeah, but their vehicle doesn't even need to be washed, man. I mean, they just. We just rolled the dice on camera. They just got hella lucky.
I know.
So if anything, Michael Easton's might start getting a little cocky, a little overconfident. You know, like Friedrich Nietzsche used to write, "War makes the victor stupid." The group keeps kind of ruling against him as far as how many people he can take on these raids, and despite that, this is just his view, despite that, he keeps winning pretty easy victories against pretty long odds. So if anything's worrisome there, Mr. Rabbit is starting to get a little big for his BDUs, so to speak. He's starting to feel a little invincible.
That's okay. When we've got to come in and pull his ass out of the fire next game, he won't rub it in much.
Much, right?
When we
Cool.
have to
Well, I'm
come
glad
to his
everyone
rescue
could make it.
again.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad we had Cleric back this time.
Yeah,
That's very
especially
nice to have
especially
everybody here.
especially with those rolls. Hell yeah, that was awesome.
Genuinely ridiculous.
That's good though.
I haven't rolled a dice in so long though, so I'm kind of happy.
And Taki's got some pretty good rolls she has to make at the beginning of the next adventure for the vehicles, which is nice.
Cool. Yeah. So Sitrep Podcast says 3 games works for me. That's awesome. Yeah, because it gives Sitrep Podcast one more chance to get her character into this game. We've been talking about it. She has ideas. The character's basically already built in her head. We just haven't sat down and created actual stats for the character yet. It's just tough because she's been out of town for a little bit. So who knows? Maybe there'll be another helicopter come in with some additional reinforcements for the next big battle. Not that it's going to be any more battles.
I expected her to be in this one.
Yeah, we were trying, but again, she was out of town, and then there was I can't remember all the details. There was weather; she was delayed getting back into town, so it was a whole thing. Then I had some problem getting into YouTube earlier, and yeah, it was just a whole thing. A bit of a rough week for a couple of people, but we got through it, and yeah, who knows? We'll see what happens 2 weeks from now. The only regret on my side is that I just put up all those graphics on tabletop that said Part 2 conclusion. Turns out Part 2 was not the conclusion. But that's okay. I don't think anyone's going to complain too much, right? Period 2. All right, so
Three-part mid-season finale.
There you go. So yeah, they're really awesome as far as their attitude right now. They're absurdly. Did someone just pop in the meeting? They're absurdly confident as far as their general attitude at the moment. I'm just going through my notes here, see what's going on here. Oh, cool. So, did we want to make any actual permanent healing checks on our characters that needed that actually took wounds? We have, I think.
Yes, please.
How many characters are actually wounded right now? Is it just Sirius?
For once, even with all that shit, I made it out lucky.
Oh, no, it's Sirius and Templar have wounds.
Yeah.
They're fully healed, but in order to start regaining grit points, just strike if it just put up. Oh, okay, cool. That's a good idea. I should probably do that. Sitrep Podcast. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is going to be education plus healing target number is either 6 or the level of the wound, the worst level of the wound, whichever was worse. So I think the worst one was...
And mine were only 4.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ash.
I was going to say, do we get any benefit from first aid kits or the first aid station?
The first aid station, I'll give you 1 extra dice. None for the kits, though, because we're literally not doing first aid now.
It's not wounds.
Yeah.
That's cool. 2.
All right, so we'll say that one was for Templar. So Templar, you were only down -2 with the worst. He just did 2 on his one and only chance to do a healing check. So now you are completely unwounded in general.
Cool.
For any rules mechanic wise. Now, in order to pull that off again for Mr. Serious, you're going to need a 4. This is serious because the guy took the better part of a 23mm cannon round. Actually, he was down -4, and then he was down -1. So you're actually going to need 5. You're going to need 5.
Okay, I'm going to grit this then. I'm only rolling 5 dice anyway, so I'm going to use a grit.
Okay. The odds are not great, but you never know.
No, they're not.
Appreciate it.
I got another 3.
Okay, so 3 plus a grit is 4. It's not quite enough. You need to get 5. You have no wound penalties, but you are going to be not... Oh, wait, what am I doing? You're going to be not regaining grit for the rest of the game, which we thought was going to end today, but it's going to be till tomorrow. Or, I'm sorry, till 2 weeks from now. But it was worth a shot. Again, 23mm cannon round. That's not nothing. If the game allowed you to kind of shrug that off at the end of the day, the game's almost unrealistic at that point. Or I should say 23mm shrapnel. You didn't get hit by the physical round. Cool. All right, so all we've got is Mr. Killings. Mr. Killings, Jen, Mr. Killings is following you around camp. He's feeling very good about having survived that battle, and he's finally working up the nerve to ask you if you want to. He says, I would take you out to dinner, but there's not a lot of restaurants around here. He's got some rations, and he's got a heat tab, and he's got some some heat tabs, some water purification tablets, and some MREs. He says it's not the most romantic meal, but after today, I'm feeling pretty brave. Hello, Jen.
Crickets.
Sorry. Sorry.
You're ruining the moment here. you
I'm so
have no sense of romantic timing. No, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do. If you want, I'll figure out how good he's doing on a charm plus convince check. He only has 2 dice in each, but he is trying.
Yeah.
So
let's
see how bad he's doing. Yeah, he's not doing that great. He's Don Juan, he is not. He only got 1 success. So now it's almost, do you feel sorry for him?
I'll make him work for it.
Oh, really?
I toss him the keys to the Sultan.
Uh-oh. Okay, and what? You want me to drive the Sultan around?
I go, no, make her look pretty for me.
You want me to wash off the Sultan and get it all patched up, put back together? We'll save those rolls because we're trying to wrap things up. We'll save those rolls for next session. We're actually repairing these vehicles. Okay. Cool. So he's, you got him chain gang to the...
That's what I said. I said, make him work for it.
She's cruel and
How
vicious.
badly does he want it?
Is that not just the same as Taki proposing to him? Like, giving him a keychain?
Oh boy.
There you go.
Leading them on.
In Taki's world, it might be, because remember how seriously she takes vehicles. He's gonna be walking around the camp. He's gonna be asking, so like, what should I do with Taki or whatever? Like, what is she like? Dude, she's Miss Vehicles. All she cares about is vehicles. All she cares about is vehicles. You know, she got grease in her veins. Now that you put him to work on one of her vehicles, he's gonna be thinking, wow, I'm so in there, dude. I made it. She's entrusted me with one of her vehicles.
Well, if he thinks just washing it's going to be enough, baby's got dents. She needs to be fixed.
She had a lot of damage. Remember, that's oh frig, I forgot to actually record the damage on that.
I know.
It's negative
-3.
-3 and -4.
And
Negative.
the Humvee had 4.
Oh, okay.
Because the driver was taking pot shots at the car, not hitting us, but hitting the car.
That's true.
I did want to actually record that because that's going to come into play next session. All right, cool. So Sitrep Podcast says that she is. I will put it on my calendar and I will be there live. Okay, so Sitrep Podcast, what we're gonna do before that is we're just gonna get together, hopefully for literally like 15 minutes, or maybe we can even do it through emails or something, and get that character created. That's the wrong vehicle, dumbass. Get that character created before gameplay, because everyone here had their character built before the game actual session. So we can do that between that. We got 2 weeks, so anytime between now and then 2 weeks. All right, guys.
Damn! It just dawned on me. I missed a prime opportunity. I should have
that?
just gone.
Oh, there you go. Poor Jen.
Or
Needless
get
to
him to clean the Jeep.
Yeah.
If it's just cleaning.
He missed his opportunity. He should have said, "I got Taki treats. Who needs some?"
Oh no. Well, he only rolled again. There's his die roll. He only got 1 success, so he didn't get the
I was
best.
gonna say, if he came up that arrogant, I would have reached up, grabbed him by the balls, and done a shoulder throw and thrown him over me.
Oh, there you go. Over you. Oh, Jesus Christ. What are you, like Beth Phoenix at this point? We don't even know how big this guy is. All right. Speaking of these kind of things, I would not go knocking on the door of Gabrielle Knight's quarters tonight. Because like I said, Easton's feeling pretty much on top of the world, and he strides in there like General friggin' Patton himself, and he's like, "Hey, babe, call it over here one time." Yeah.
Please tell me Brun's headed that way.
I don't know. It depends on what Ajax is doing, but it's.
Well, before they come home, we'll give Miss Knight a prisoner to play with.
Okay, cool. You know what? I'm gonna start taking notes, because I'm gonna forget some of the stuff before 2 weeks is out. Insert text box. Any day, Mr. Machine. Any day. All right.
And the bookkeeping. How many XP?
So we got prisoners, and we got vehicle damage. And we have Michael Easton doing his thing. He's doing his thing all right. And I think that's going to be it for right now. And then we'll pick up the rest of the plot lines. Okay, so we have been streaming now after my sound issues since 1:30. It's now 6:30, so 5 XP total. We will say this is mostly a tactical game, so we'll say 3 tactical and 2 street as far as XP goes. So let me keep track of this now. What I say, 3 tactical.
In which case, just give me a point of stamina.
All right. And that's going to be that. That costs 6 total points. This goes down to 0. All right, I'm being super careful because if I lose track of this, it's gone. All right, cool. Next character, Ajax. 3 becomes 6, and 2 becomes 5. Okay. Taki. 3 becomes 6. Nobody's spending XP. And 2 becomes 6.
Oh yeah, and I got 6 more.
Oh, that's true.
Street.
6 street. Let me put that down before I forget. For the writing. And then we have Alex.
No, Jim. Last time
Go ahead.
I had myself down as only 5 in tactical because I spent that 1 in vehicle weapons.
You only had 3, Jen. I gave you 3 plus 3 is 6.
I know. It
Okay,
should be.
so
I had myself as only having 2.
well, you
I don't want you to
just
overgive me XP.
All right. You literally just said 6, but don't worry about it. All right, so 5 should be the new total, is what you're saying. All right, Donovan, this is what we can't screw up, guys. All right, so were these 12s here already, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So
Unless Dennis has spent some
50.
XP, he has.
I don't think
have
he
not.
spent it. He hasn't
He
spent an
hasn't
made any
XP.
decisions yet.
He hasn't spent an XP since the game started.
Ton of XP.
And then
Can we change the nickname from Templar to Smaug?
Smaug.
Or hoarding all
He's
of the things?
Hordes of gold. I don't know. As Gaz has left the stream, so guess what, Gaz? You have just been demoted, and now Ash has joke of the day. Smaug, the XP hoarder. I have a giant gold hoard of XP. All right. Although prone to getting hit was still pretty epic. God damn, look at that. He's almost got 30 total points. That's crazy. Because technically he's still a beginning character. He hasn't spent a single life. No, he shouldn't. What are you talking about? All right, so do I have?
He starts spending XP on his attributes, and it'll go fast.
Yeah.
He'll buy a grid for everything.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's also that's something else I have to keep track of. He's also the only guy in the game that only has 2 actions, so he's gonna want to buy at least one more tactical attribute in either dexterity or agility. But yeah, we'll come to that when we come to that. All right, so now back over here. Everyone's filled up on wounds except for Sirius. Well, everyone's filled up on wounds. Sirius is the only one who is
not regaining grid.
Yeah, still.
Is that true? No, I think Brun also is too, right?
No, I got healed up. That before today's session.
The grit.
Who else didn't? Someone failed the roll earlier today.
Yeah, it was Brun, but you allowed me to use a grit.
That's right. Okay, that reminds me now.
Retroactively spend grit.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So speaking of which, everyone gets a night's sleep except for he gets a night's sleep, but he doesn't get the grit point back. Ajax, your grit is good. Taki, your grit is a little better, but still pretty bad. Templar, you have now spent 1. And Alexander, you are now back to 0. Cool. I should say,
Cleric.
Cool. All right, so I'll put up a copy of this sheet, and if you guys want to spend any XP over the next couple of weeks, just let me know. All right. Cool. Well, thanks everyone.
Right.
Thanks very much everyone for coming by.
See everyone on the 22nd.
22nd, we are on for part 3 of this. I can't believe this. Can you believe this was supposed to be a 1-session game? I really am not very.
All good things are a trilogy.
I'm not
That
very.
is true.
I'm not very realistic about my my planning here. But that's cool.
But just some of these larger firefights do take time, so.
Especially once we get into having 5 PCs.
Yeah, it's true. When we have a full crew, it does, which is a good thing. It's a good problem to have, but it does kind of slow the game down a little bit. But again, that's a good problem to have by all means.
Well, it's good that way you don't have to build a new game every time.
Oh yeah, this is shit. If I had to put as much work into all 3 of these sessions as I put into part 1, like that Venezuela thing or whatever, that stupid boat map. Holy crap, man. I won't be doing that again anytime soon. But again, that's just me getting used to running things online. I've run games for decades, but running something online is new to me, so I'm still kind of getting the hang of it. Sweet. So, I'll go ahead and close out the meeting. Again, thanks very much, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for the Sitrep podcast. We appreciate your support. I'm going to play the ad here real fast, and then, we'll see you. So, okay, for Sitrep podcast, we are talking about what's going on here. Yeah, part 2 conclusion, my ass. We got part 2, one more piece coming. So I almost feel stupid putting up that slide now. So, again, thanks everybody for supporting Sitrep podcast. We will be back in 2 weeks for more HK Ops to go ahead and close out the story arc finally. We're now within 1, possibly 2 more firefights to get things really, wrapped up. So we are within striking distance of the end now. So that's good.
This is the end.
This is the end. Let's not get pinged on Twitch. Electra still owns that soundtrack.
Okay, if they ping my horrible singing.
So, what am I going to talk about here? Cool. Meanwhile, we've got more 13 days to 13 hours. We've got Gaz still doing. He's absolutely kicking ass over there on the painting streams. We may be looking at some American Revolution stuff coming up here for Sons of Liberty version 2, and yeah, who knows what else is going on. And of course, we have Adepticon coming up shortly. So there's a lot going on, guys. We appreciate your support, and we'll be back later on this week with some more Sitrep content. So thanks very much, everybody, and we'll see you all.
Talk to you.
Yep, we'll see you all very soon.
Thanks for coming out and watching.
Are you looking to become a Tier 1 operator in the gaming world? Elevate your games with Black Site Studio Terrain.